Welcome everyone to the Ultimate Aquatic Cryptids Iceberg Explained. We will be going through various cryptids found in aquatic environments. I hope you enjoy it and consider dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. Tier 1. HMS Dauntless's 1848 Sea Serpent. In 1848, the British frigate HMS Dauntless reported encountering a mysterious sea creature in the South Atlantic, about 300 miles off the coast of modern Namibia. Captain P. M. Kwa described the animal as an enormous serpent, at least 60 feet long, with its head and shoulders raised 4 feet above the water. It moved at a steady speed of 12 to 15 miles per hour, without visible propulsion, and maintaining a straight course. The creature was dark brown with a lighter throat and lacked fins, but it had what appeared to be a mane or seaweed along its back. Lieutenant E. A. Drummond, another witness, added that the creature had a long, pointed, and flattened head around 10 feet in length, with a dorsal fin about 20 feet behind it. He noted that the head occasionally dipped below the waves and described its appearance as snake-like. His drawings, which were rediscovered in 1997, closely matched his detailed observations, depicting an elongated creature with a flat, triangular head and dorsal features. An anonymous officer's later account echoed these details, adding that the creature was visible for 10 minutes and close enough to distinguish features like its mouth and nostrils. However, this account was written a decade later and may have been influenced by earlier reports and illustrations. Theories about the creature's identity have ranged from a plesiosaur to an oarfish, a giant eel, or even an unknown marine species. However, modern interpretations suggest it was likely a rorqual whale, such as a sei whale. These whales feed by skimming the ocean surface with their mouths open, which is a behavior that could create the illustration of a long, flat head rising above the water. Now, Drummond's drawings align with this description, showing a pointed, elongated head similar to a rorqual's profile during surface feeding. The reported mane could have been debris or a misinterpretation of dorsal ridges. Now, discrepancies in accounts, such as whether the head remained above water, suggest differences in perspective or memory. The weather described was dark and squally, likely contributing to this ambiguity. Altamaha. The Altamaha is said to inhabit the coastal marshes and waterways near the mouth of Georgia's Altamaha River, particularly around Darien and Butler Island. This creature is deeply woven into the region's folklore and is one of the most frequently reported sea monsters in North America. It's typically described as a 30-foot long animal with seal-like flippers, though skeptics suggest it could just be debris, vegetation, or an already known marine creature. The Altamaha gained national attention in 1981 when Larry Gwynn, a former newspaper publisher, and his friend Stephen Wilson reported seeing it while fishing. They described two large humps about 5 feet apart, creating a wave similar to a speedboat. Their sighting led to other reports, including one from Harvey Blackman, who claimed to have seen a 15 to 20 foot long creature with a snake-like head in the 1970s. Another witness, Frank Culpepper, noted that the creature's wave was so powerful it rocked nearby boats. Reports of the Altamaha has also dated back much farther, including an account from 1830 from Captain Delano of the schooner Eagle, who described it as a 70-foot long creature near St. Simon's Island. He insisted it was unlike any whale he had encountered. The area's history adds to the mystique. Darien, originally called New Inverness, was founded in 1735 by Scottish Highlanders from Loch Ness, bringing with them tales of the Loch Ness Monster. Earlier legends from Tama Indians and Creek Indians discussed of a giant snake-like creature in the area's rivers. So sightings continue in modern times. In 2010, an amateur photographer captured video of an unidentified object swimming near Fort King George in Darien. Nahu Alitu. Jessica Campbell and Paul Jacob were relaxing at the beach near Peñuela de San Pedro on Lake Nahul Huapi, Argentina, in the summer of 1994 when they had a close encounter with the cryptid Nahulitu. The lake's name, which means Lake of the Tiger's Island in the Mapak language, is renowned for reports of this mysterious creature. It's described as a massive creature with multiple humps that resemble waves and small fins for swimming. Nahulitu is known to locals by names like El Cuero, which means the leathery one, and El Manto, the cloaked one. Jessica and Paula first spotted Nahulitu swimming near the shore in calm, windless conditions. Jessica recalled its breathing and described the experience as unforgettable. Interestingly, neither she nor Paula saw the creature's head, a detail consistent with other sightings. Later that evening, the creature returned, swimming toward Jessica's position on a rock, prompting her to flee. Christian Muller, who shared their story, also had his own encounters 7 years earlier while riding a bus along the lakeshore near Barilok, a city on the southern side of Lake Noal, Hawaii. In the early morning hours, Muller noticed what appeared to be a dark-colored ship moving across the lake. However, as the bus approached, the object suddenly submerged, leaving viewers stunned. The bus driver stopped, and passengers exclaimed Nahulitu. Though Muller saw no fins or head, he witnessed a large, dark object sinking beneath the water. Reports of Nahulitu are often linked to clear, sunny days during the Argentine summer, though Muller's sightings occur under cloudy skies. Locals, including Paula's brother, have even recreated the cryptid's strange breathing sounds, which he finds eerily accurate and frightening. This legend of Nahulitu has persisted for decades. More recently, in 2006, several photos allegedly showing the creature were anonymously delivered to a Barilok newspaper. While the images are striking, skeptics have noted similarities to hoaxes by Frank Sriel in the 1960s, suggesting the possibility of fraud. Nonetheless, Nahulitu sightings date back much further. Fossil discoveries of ichthyosaurs in the region have led to speculation that the cryptid could be a surviving prehistoric creature, though there is lack of confirmed head sightings, which makes this difficult to prove. Cadborosaurus. Cadborosaurus, or Caddy, is a sea creature linked to sightings along the British Columbian coast since the 1880s. Reports describe it as a long, serpentine creature with features ranging from a camel-like or horse-like head to humps along its back. It gained its name in 1933 from journalist Archie Wills of the Victoria Daily Times, coinciding with the global surge of interest in the Loch Ness Monster at the time. Critics argue that the timing suggests sensationalized reporting rather than genuine discoveries. Caddy sightings have been inconsistent, with accounts ranging from swimming deer and seals to indistinct shapes in the water. Indigenous imagery and folklore have also been linked to the creature, though people say that such connections often ignore the original context of the myth. For example, Manhuset legends describe Hitalik, a creature supposedly related to Caddy, yet its behavior contradicts key characteristics attributed to the cryptid. In 1937, a significant piece of evidence emerged, a carcass found in the stomach of a sperm whale near Naden Harbor, British Columbia. The remains were about 3.8 meters long and were described as serpentine with unique features. Photos of the carcass became central to Caddy's story, though the specimen itself was lost. In the 1990s, cryptozoologist Edward Bosefield and Paul LeBlanc identified the carcass as a new species, Cadborosaurus wilsey, and linked it to plesiosaurs, despite the apparent lack of similarity. Their conclusions were met with skepticism, as their research contained factual errors, questionable interpretations, and reliance on ambiguous photos. Now, skeptics propose that alternative explanations for the Naden Harbor carcass. Some suggest it was a decomposed basking shark, whose remains often take on a serpentine appearance, and others point to sturgeon, which have anatomical traits that align with the descriptions and photographs. Both ideas are plausible, though neither can be confirmed due to the absence of physical remains. Caddy's proponents argue that sightings and the 1937 carcass represent an unknown marine species. However, discrepancies among sightings and a lack of rigorous evidence weaken this case. Critics suggest that Caddy sightings often stem from misidentifications, hoax, or the human tendency to seek patterns. Ogopogo. The legend of Ogopogo, in the language of the Okanagan people, has been a part of British Columbia's Okanagan Lake for centuries. Indigenous traditions describe it as a spiritual entity taking the form of an aquatic serpent. The Silex people viewed it with both fear and reverence, offering gifts when crossing near its supposed home at Squally Point, close to Rattlesnake Island. Now, European settlers later described it as a cryptid, resembling either a giant sturgeon or a prehistoric marine reptile, which looks like a plesiosaur, or even an unusual natural phenomenon, such as a wave. The earliest reported encounter by settlers dates back to 1855, when John McDougall claimed his horses were pulled underwater while he crossed the lake by a canoe. In 1872, Susan Allison described seeing what she believed was a dinosaur. Over time, descriptions of Ogopogo have remained relatively consistent, often portraying a serpentine creature up to 15 meters long with multiple humps. Sightings have also occurred in nearby lakes connected by underwater passages, such as Skaha Lake. Some suggest that Ogopogo could be a large fish, like a sturgeon, which is capable of growing over 6 meters. However, there are no official records that confirm sturgeon are present in Okanagan Lake, like dams have prevented their migration since the 1920s. Others point to prehistoric species such as plesiosaurs or basilosaurs, likening Ogopogo's features to these ancient creatures, particularly as other living fossils, such as a coelacanth, have been discovered in modern times. Now, unusual waves and disturbances on the lake's surface also contribute to the legend. These occurrences, often observed in calm conditions, have led to theories about underwater currents, rising gases, or thermal changes creating strange patterns. Visual evidence includes the 1968 fold-in film, which captured a large, unidentified object moving through the water. Later analysis confirmed that the object was tangible, though its nature remains unknown. A 2000 sonar scan revealed a 12-meter-long object, further causing interest in the lake's depths. Now, there are also artifacts and reports that have also played a role in the story. In the late 19th century, a large vertebrate bone, believed to be from a whale, was discovered in the lake but later disappeared before it could be identified. And during bridge construction in the mid-20th century, divers reported seeing large aquatic animals, though they were unable to identify them, with some choosing to leave the project out of fear. Nessie. The Loch Ness Monster, a large marine creature, is believed by some to inhabit Loch Ness in Scotland, though much of the evidence supporting its existence has been discredited and is largely considered a myth. Reports of a creature living in Loch Ness go back to ancient times, with a local stone carving by the Picts describing a mysterious beast with flippers. The earliest written account comes from the 7th century in a biography of Saint Columba. According to the story, in 565 AD, the monster bit a swimmer and was about to attack another man when Columba intervened, commanding the creature to go back, which it allegedly did. Over the centuries, only occasional sightings were reported, many of which seemed inspired by Scottish folklore, which are filled with mythical water creatures. In 1933, the Loch Ness Monster gained widespread attention. That year, a road was built near Loch Ness, providing an unobstructed view of the lake. In April, a couple reported seeing a large animal, comparing it to a dragon or a prehistoric monster, which disappeared into the water after crossing their car's path. The sighting was published in a Scottish newspaper, triggering a wave of other reports. In December 1933, the Daily Mail hired big game hunter Marmaduke Wetherell to search for the creature. Wetherell claimed to have found large footprints along the lake, which he believed were left by a powerful, soft-footed animal about 6 meters long. However, zoologists at the Natural History Museum described the tracks were made using a hippopotamus leg umbrella stand, which discredited Wetherell's findings. Now, the growing interest in the Loch Ness Monster led to further attempts to prove its existence. In 1934, English physician Robert Kenneth Wilson took a photograph of what appeared to be the creature's head and neck, now known as a surgeon's photograph. The image caused an international sensation, with many speculating that the creature was a plesiosaur, a marine reptile that went extinct about 66 million years ago. Over the years, several sonar explorations, including those in 1987 and 2003, attempted to locate the monster, but none were successful. Multiple photographs of the creature surfaced, but most were debunked as fakes or misidentifications of other animals or objects. In 1994, it was revealed that Wilson's famous photograph was a hoax, orchestrated by Wetherell as an act of revenge. The monster in the picture was actually a plastic and wooden head attached to a toy submarine. Now, more recently, in 2018, researchers conducted a DNA survey of Loch Ness to identify the organisms living in the water. While there was no evidence of a plesiosaur or a similarly large creature, the survey did reveal the presence of numerous eels, leading some to suggest that the Loch Ness Monster could be an oversized eel. Champ. Champ, also known as Champy, or the Lake Champlain Monster, is a cryptid said to inhabit Lake Champlain, a 125-mile-long freshwater lake located along the borders of Vermont, New York, and Quebec, Canada. Now, despite a lack of scientific evidence, over 300 sightings have been reported, making Champ a popular local legend and a significant tourist attraction, particularly in the Burlington, Vermont, and Plattsburgh, New York areas. The creature is often compared to the Loch Ness Monster, with some suggesting it could be a descendant of plesiosaurs. The legend of Champ has been embraced as a cultural and economic asset. Port Henry, New York has erected a large model of the creature and celebrates Champ Day annually in August. Champ also serves as a mascot for the Vermont Lake Monsters, a minor league baseball team. In 1977, Sandra Mancy captured a photograph supposedly showing a plesiosaur-like creature emerging from the lake. The image drew comparisons to the famous surgeon's photograph of the Loch Ness Monster. However, skepticism arose due to the shallow depth of the bay, as it's only 14 feet deep where the photo was taken, making it unlikely for a large animal to move or hide there. Some have suggested the object in the photograph could be a tree trunk rising to the surface, since gas from decaying wood causes it to float. In 2005, fishermen Dick Appleter and Pete Baudet filmed what they believed was Champ, shows a shape that could be interpreted as the head and neck of a plesiosaur-like animal. However, retired FBI forensic analysts reviewing the tape found no conclusive evidence of a creature, despite agreeing that the video had not been manipulated. An intriguing piece of evidence emerged in 2003 when the Fauna Communications Research Institute recorded echolocation sounds in the lake as part of a Discovery Channel program. The sounds were linked to those made by a beluga whale or orcas, though no such marine mammals are known to inhabit Lake Champlain, thus the sources of the sounds remain unidentified. Tier 2. Mokele-mbembe. The Mokele-mbembe is a cryptid reported to inhabit the dense swamps, rivers, and lakes of the Congo Basin, particularly in the Lukalu region and Lake Teli. Descriptions characterize it as a massive, amphibious animal with a long neck, small head, large body, and a long, muscular tail, often compared to a sauropod dinosaur. This creature has caused fascination for decades, blending elements of local folklore with cryptozoological inquiry. The name Mokele-mbembe is commonly used across various indigenous groups in the Congo Basin, though the scope of its meaning varies. For some communities, it represents a real, rare, and dangerous animal, while for others, it is tied to mythological or spiritual beliefs. Historical records suggest the existence of this creature has been part of a local oral tradition for centuries. The earliest Western accounts come from missionaries and explorers and document 18th and 19th centuries. In 1913, German colonial officer Ludwig Freiherr von Steinzu-Lossnitz documented reports of a large herbivorous animal with an elephant-sized body, long neck, and crocodile-like tail. Stein noted that the creature was said to attack boats, though it was not carnivorous. In the mid-20th century, similar accounts surfaced from both locals and explorers, with consistent descriptions of a large animal that avoided human contact and primarily fed on vegetation, particularly the Molombo liana, which is a type of aquatic plant with apple-like fruits. In one of the most famous accounts, local pygmies near Lake Teli reportedly killed a Mokele-mbembe around 1959 by trapping it in a spiked barrier constructed in a water channel. According to these accounts, the creature's flesh was later consumed during a celebratory feast, but those who partook allegedly died shortly thereafter. This has led to speculation that the animal may carry toxins or pathogens, though there isn't any concrete evidence that this has ever been found. This incident remains as one of the central narratives surrounding the cryptid. Western expeditions to confirm the existence of the Mokele-mbembe gained momentum in the 20th century, specifically around 1980. Researchers like Roy P. Mackle, James Powell, and Herman Regusters conducted expeditions into the Congo, often interviewing locals who described sightings. Regusters' 1981 expedition to Lake Teli reported several encounters, including sounds attributed to the creature, large waves on the water's surface, and a glimpse of a long-necked animal. Regusters claimed to have captured audio recordings of loud roars he believed belonged to the Mokele-mbembe. However, his photographs were too low in quality to provide definitive proof, and some of his accounts have been questioned due to lack of corroboration with local guides. The descriptions collected from eyewitnesses have varied, but generally align around a large-necked animal with smooth or scaly skin, reddish or grayish in color. Some accounts mention dermal spines or a single horn-like structure, often attributed to male specimens. It's frequently described as herbivorous and nocturnal, emerging from the water at dusk to feed on shoreline vegetation. Witnesses describe its behavior as aggressive when disturbed, with reports of it attacking canoes and sometimes even crocodiles or hippopotamuses. Zoologists have proposed alternative explanations for these sightings, suggesting that locals and explorers may have encountered familiar animals under unusual conditions. Large African animals like crocodiles, swimming elephants, or even soft-shelled turtles have been considered as possible sources of misidentification. Others also have theorized that the sightings could stem from exaggerated or even misinterpreted accounts passed down from generations. Some cryptozoologists have proposed that Mokele-mbembe could represent a prehistoric animal surviving in isolation, as previously mentioned a sauropod dinosaur, or even a giant reptile, or maybe even a previously unknown species. The prehistoric theory often cites the similarity of the creature's description to fossilized sauropods like Diplodocus or Apatosaurus. There are several artifacts and carvings that are linked to the Mokele-mbembe. A small gold weight from Ghana depicting a long-necked animal has been compared to a sauropod and is often cited as potential evidence of cultural memory of prehistoric creatures. Also, wooden carvings found in Cameroon and the Congo Basin depict creatures resembling long-necked reptiles. However though, these artifacts remain speculative and unverified in their connection to the Mokele-mbembe. Gloucester Sea Serpent. In August 1817 and again in 1819, a creature described as a sea snake was sighted in Gloucester Bay and Nahant Bay, Massachusetts. Hundreds of people, including reputable witnesses, reported seeing the animal, which led to widespread fascination and even a bounty for its capture. Eyewitnesses described a long, serpentine creature with a horse-sized head, a body estimated between 50 and 100 feet in length, and a girth comparable to a barrel. Despite repeated attempts to capture or kill the creature, it eluded all efforts and its true identity remains unknown. The sightings were taken seriously, with notable individuals such as Shipmaster Solomon Allen, Justice of the Peace Lawson Nash, and the ship's carpenter Matthew Gaffney among those who had documented encounters. Gaffney even claimed to have shot the creature at close range, though it appeared unharmed. Reports describe the animal as moving with an undulating motion, unlike the lateral movement of typical serpents. The phenomenon attracted significant attention from naturalists and organizations. The New Linnean Society attempted to classify it scientifically as Scoliophis atlanticus. However, observations varied widely, with some witnesses interpreting what they saw as a single, massive creature, and others noting the possibility of multiple animals swimming together. Some accounts suggested that the sea snake appeared as a series of humps rising and falling in the water, a well-documented optical illusion when animals like pilot whales or otters travel in groups. Descriptions of the creature's physical features added to the intrigue. There's one account that mentioned a sting or prong approximately 4 feet long extending from its head. While this detail was initially puzzling, modern analysts suggest it may point to the narwhal, which is a medium-sized whale with a prominent tusk unique to males. Narwhals typically range from 13 to 18 feet in length and often congregate in pods. In certain conditions, a pod of narwhals could be mistaken for a single serpentine entity. The sting could be a misinterpreted narwhal tusk seen from afar or by untrained observers. Other behaviors observed during the sightings align with narwhals as well. The creature was reported to remain stationary near the shore for hours, a behavior which is consistent with the narwhal's habit of logging on the water surface. Witnesses also describe rapid diving and vertical movement, both characteristics of cetaceans like the narwhal. The creature's dark back and pale underside match the narwhal's coloration, which becomes lighter with age. Despite the Gloucester monster being far south of the narwhal's typical Arctic range, historical records show that these animals occasionally stray into unusual areas. Seasonal migrations and rare stragglers have been documented as far south as Newfoundland and the Mediterranean. It's plausible that in the summer months of 1817 and 1819, narwhals ventured into the Gloucester Bay, giving rise to the sightings. Brosno Dragon. Lake Brosno in the Tver region of Russia, shrouded in mystery and isolation, is said to be the home of the legendary Brosno dragon. Surrounded by villages, the lake emits an eerie atmosphere. Its depth of 43 meters adds to its enigmatic character, and also the presence of a submerged church near an island whose origins remain unknown due to the difficulty of underwater exploration. The lake sustains various fish species, including perch, pike, and burbot, leading some to think that the Brosno dragon could survive on such a food supply. The legend of the Brosno dragon, or Brosnia, dates back to the 13th century when it was said to have frightened Tatar-Mongol horsemen to death as they prepared to invade Russia. Over the centuries, the dragon has been attributed with swallowing fishermen, their boats, and even an entire German airplane during the 1940s. By the 19th century, sightings became less dramatic, with accounts describing this creature surfacing in the evenings and submerging upon human approach. Today, locals blame it for capsized boats and mysterious disappearances. Regional newspapers continue to cover the legend, occasionally attempting to capture the creature on camera. The Brosno dragon is often described as resembling a dragon, or more recently, a dinosaur. Some suggest it could be a surviving prehistoric creature, while skeptics propose alternative explanations, such as a mutant beaver or an unusually large fish. There's another theory that suggests that the dragon is not a living creature, but a result of natural phenomena. The fractures at the lake's bottom might conceal a volcanic feature capable of producing limnic eruptions, which are sudden releases of deadly gas that could kill humans and animals, leaving observers to attribute these events to a monster. Now similarly, summer mirages could account for some sightings, although this explanation struggles to address tales of boats being swallowed or people disappearing. Efforts to unravel the mystery include a 2002 investigation by the Cosmopoisic Research Association, which used echo-sounding technology. The team discovered a jelly-like anomaly roughly the size of a railway cart hovering near the lake's bottom, though its nature remains unidentified. This discovery leads to speculation about whether the Rosno dragon might be an undocumented freshwater species or a relic from the age of dinosaurs. If the creature exists, there are questions that persist about whether it's a single, ancient survivor or a population of elusive animals. U-28 creature. The U-28 creature is described as a massive reptilian animal sighted only once during the First World War by the crew of the German submarine U-28. This singular account has led to imaginations and spurred a debate over the creature's identity and origins. The creature was observed on July 30th, 1915, following the torpedoing of the British steamer Iberian. According to Commander Frere George G. von Forstner, the ship sank rapidly, and an underwater explosion followed moments later. This explosion propelled wreckage and an extraordinary animal into the air, approximately 80 feet above the water. The creature, which appeared briefly before sinking out of sight, was described as a 60-foot-long aquatic creature with 4 large webbed limbs, a long tail, and a pointed head. Von Forstner, along with 6 officers, documented the sighting in the submarine's official logbook, noting the impossibility of identifying the animal with certainty. The account's credibility is bolstered by von Forstner's decision to record the event officially, despite the risk of skepticism and ridicule. However, no photographic evidence exists, and further investigation is impossible given the elapsed time and the location of the incident in the deep Atlantic. One theory suggests the creature may have been a surviving mosasaur, a marine reptile that reached sizes comparable to the U-28 creature during the late Cretaceous period. Mosasaurs were presumed to have gone extinct around 66 billion years ago, making this possibility intriguing but also pretty speculative. The circumstances of the sighting, occurring amidst wartime chaos and involving an underwater explosion, introduces uncertainty. Some theories speculate the creature could have been in the sea coincidentally, or more improbably have been transported aboard the Iberian. Issy. Lake Ikeda, located on Kyushu Island in Japan, is known for its unique wildlife, but it's also famous as the home of Issy, which is a 30-foot-long serpent-like creature with multiple humps. Issy was once a white mare whose foal was stolen by a samurai. Overcome by grief and rage, the mare threw herself into the lake, transforming into the serpent-like creature, and now searches the waters for her lost child. One of the earliest and most detailed modern sightings occurred on September 3, 1978. Yutaka Kawaji and over 20 of his family members reportedly saw 2 large black humps, each about 16 feet long and 2 feet high, gliding through the lake. Kawaji attempted to follow the creature in a motorboat but could not catch up. Inspired by the sighting, he purchased a camera in hopes of documenting Issy, but never saw the creature again. However, on December 16 of the same year, Toshiaki Matsura reportedly photographed what appeared to be 2 humps with spinal ridges. Matsura's sighting began with a whirlpool forming in the lake and later transitioned to observing the humps through a telescope. His photograph was convincing enough to earn a reward from the local tourism department. Further attention came in 1991 when a video allegedly showing a 30-foot creature swimming in Lake Ikeda was aired on Nippon TV's World's Mysterious Phenomena. These reports reinforced belief in Issy's existence, even though skeptics questioned how such a large creature could inhabit the isolated lake. Since Lake Ikeda is fed only by rain and subsurface water with no direct connection to the sea, theories about Issy entering through underground tunnels seem implausible. One explanation for the sightings involves large Malaysian eels, which have been introduced to the lake and are farmed on its shores. However, the largest eel recorded in the lake was about 5 feet long, far smaller than the humps described by witnesses like Kawaji. Tizaruk. The Tizaruk is a sea serpent reportedly inhabiting the subarctic coastal waters near King and Nunivak Islands in the Bering Sea off Alaska's Pacific coast. Sightings and oral traditions have drawn comparisons between the Tizaruk and similar creatures such as Steller's sea ape and Cadborosaurus. Cryptozoologists have speculated that it might be an unknown pinned species, potentially a northern counterpart to the Antarctic leopard seal. The Tizaruk is often associated with another reported creature, the Pelarayuk, leading to frequent synonymy between the two. Ethnologist John White collected accounts of the Tizaruk from the King Island Inuit, who described the creature as both rare and dangerous. Locals recounted that the Tizaruk could kill hunters, with stories of boats being capsized by the animals, including one relatively recent incident involving the death of a woman. The Coastal Guard personnel stationed in the area corroborated the rarity of these sightings, noting the cultural and mythical significance of the creature to the local population. Despite the fear surrounding the Tizaruk, some reported that the creatures could be attracted by tapping on the insides of boats. Descriptions of the Tizaruk vary. Typically, only the head, neck, and sometimes the tails are visible, leaving the full body form largely unknown. Witnesses claim that the creature could rise 7 to 8 feet above water, from a snake-like head and flipper tail. While often seen in bays, encounters in the open oceans are less common. Some accounts describe the Tizaruk as resembling a giant caterpillar or worm-like animal, adding to the ambiguity of its appearance. Theories about its identity range from biological to cryptozoological. Roy P. Mackle suggested that there might be two types of unidentified marine creatures in the Bering Sea, a long-necked eared seal akin to a larger northern leopard seal, and a zeuglodon-like mammal that lived millions of years ago. The leopard seal hypothesis is supported by similarities in behavior, such as the animals being attracted to sound made on boats, which is a behavior observed in their southern counterparts. Now, Bernard Heuvelmans, a pioneer in cryptozoology, leaned toward the zeuglodon theory, emphasizing its prehistoric ties. Tier 3. Cape Sable Serpent. The Cape Sable Serpent is a cryptid reported off Cape Sable Island, Nova Scotia, Canada. This sea monster is described as being over 50 feet long, with a head resembling that of a boar, featuring sharp teeth, snail-like protruding eyes, and a neck measuring 10 to 15 feet in length and about 2 feet in thickness. The body is said to be covered in 4 gray to green loops spaced approximately 10 feet apart, with a frill running along the back and a segmented vertical tail. Eyewitnesses describe encounters that are both vivid and alarming, with multiple sightings spanning decades. The first notable encounter occurred in July 1976, when Isnir Penny, a seasoned fisherman with over 30 years of experience, reported seeing a colossal creature while fishing near Cape Sable Island. Initially mistaking it for a whale, Penny described how the creature rose approximately 14 to 15 feet out of the water near his boat. Frightened by its approach, he quickly fled the scene. His account drew skepticism until days later when Keith Ross and his son Rodney had their own terrifying encounter in foggy waters near Pollock's Ledge. The creature, described as 50 feet long, had a head resembling a crocodile with bright red, bloodshot eyes, barnacle-covered skin, and 2 long tusks. The Rosses also noted its snake-like body and a fish-like tail. Their vivid description matched Penny's account, lending credibility to the reports. A third sighting followed shortly after when Edgar Nickerson and his teenage son Robert encountered the creature while fishing at night. They described hearing it splash next to their boat and repeatedly emerging from the water. Nickerson attempted to use a sounder to scare it away, a tactic effective on whales, but the creature persisted. He later recounted the experience as horrifying, comparing the entity to a devil. The most recent encounter took place on May 4, 1997, in Fortune Bay, Newfoundland. Fishermen Charles Bungay and C. Clark approached what they initially thought were floating garbage bags, but were shocked when a serpentine creature raised its head from the water. Described as having a horse-like head atop a 6-foot-long neck, the creature locked eyes with them before disappearing beneath the surface. Selma. Lake Seljordsvatnet, located in Telemark, Norway, is a glacially formed lake measuring 12 miles long and 1.5 miles wide, with icy cold winds that have given rise to the tales of Selma, a serpent-like creature reportedly living within its depths. Since the late 1750s, over 500 eyewitness accounts have described a 30 to 45 foot long reptilian beast, often compared to a large anaconda, with some reports noting humps on its back. One of the earliest encounters occurred in 1880 when Bjorn Borg and his mother, Gunhild, allegedly severed an attacking Selma in half. While the front half of the creature reportedly rotted on shore, the lower portion was said to have squirmed back into the lake. Another account from 1918 detailed Carl Carlson's encounter at Sandnes Bridge. Carlson described a horse-like head rising 3 feet above the water and approaching him rapidly before disappearing into the depths. Around the same time, Torgil Bjorg found serpent-like chunks of flesh floating in the lake and reported seeing a crocodile-like animal that vanished into a pile of stones. In 1996, 2 fishermen described a 10-foot-long neck with a horse-like head rising from the water and staring at them from only inches away before submerging. A father and son in 2001 recounted seeing what they initially mistook for a log or debris on shore, only to realize it was a massive snake-like creature with a calf-sized head and a body at least 30 feet long. The animal retreated into the water after being startled. Now, there have been efforts to study Selma by Jan Ove Sundberg and the Global Underwater Search Team since 1977. There have been expeditions that utilize sonar, hydrophones, and a custom-built trap known as a comet. This 18-foot-long device was designed to catch a juvenile serpent for DNA analysis and tagging. Although these attempts have not yielded a live specimen, there are intriguing sonar readings that have been recorded. Theories about Selma's identity range from giant eels or catfish to prehistoric reptiles that have adapted to survive the lake's frigid waters. While reptiles are generally unsuited for such environments, some researchers speculate that an unknown species might have evolved to thrive there. Others suggest that the creature could be a misidentified natural phenomenon or just an exaggerated account of known animals. Pensacola Sea Serpent. The Pensacola sea monster tale from March 1962 stands as one of the Gulf of Mexico's most debated stories. Despite its proximity to the vastness and mystery of the Gulf, reports of sea monsters or unexplained aquatic phenomena in the region are surprisingly scarce. However, the harrowing events surrounding 16-year-old Edward McCleary's account remain a central point for those fascinated by this cryptid. On March 24, 1962, McCleary and 4 friends paddled a raft from Fort Pickens to explore the sunken USS Massachusetts. Weather conditions deteriorated, with strong tides and fog complicating their journey. Eventually, the group abandoned the raft and attempted to swim toward a buoy. McCleary was the sole survivor, rescued the next morning after reaching shore. Initially, he attributed his friends' deaths to drowning in the treacherous conditions, with no mention of any sea creature. The narrative changed years later when McCleary detailed an entirely different version of events in a 1965 Fate magazine article. He described eerie stillness, full outer reminiscent of rotting fish, and a strange telephone pole-like creature emerging from the water. The creature, with small eyes and a bulbous head, allegedly attacked his friends one by one, dragging them into the depths. McCleary claimed to have seen the creature open his mouth and pull one of his companions under, leaving him to swim for his life. Skeptics have proposed alternative explanations though, ranging from hallucinations caused by methane gas released from the seafloor to the possibility of a known marine animal such as a North Atlantic right whale being mistaken for a sea monster. Regardless though, the lack of corroborative evidence and the elements of McCleary's later account have left the story open to interpretation. The Gulf of Mexico, although isn't known for numerous sea monster tales, has its share of unusual sightings. For instance, in 1943, naturalist Thomas Helms reported encountering a strange creature with a tiger-like head and a 4-foot neck near Pensacola Beach. While some think it could have been a sea lion or seal, Helms' expertise in marine life casts doubt on such a simple misidentification. Now, in 1976, the Paddy family, which is well known in Pensacola's fishing industry, pulled a bizarre creature from the depths about 150 miles offshore. Initially baffling marine biologists, the creature was later identified as Bathnomus gigantus, which is a giant deep-sea isopod. Its alien-like appearance and size, which is larger than typically seen for its species, added an unsettling edge to an already weird find. 1848 HMS Plumber Sea Serpent. In December 1848, the crew of the HMS Plumber reported seeing a strange creature off the coast of Portugal, just months after the famous sighting by the HMS Dauntless. According to one of the ship's officers, the creature was long and black, with a sharp head. Its back was said to rise about 20 feet above the water, while its head extended around 8 feet out of the sea. The officer also described a mane-like feature running along its back that moved as the creature glided through the waves. The similarities between this sighting and the Dauntless encounter are pretty striking. Both described a massive, serpent-like creature with a visible head and a back that rose high above the water. The mane is another common detail, as it was said to be smooth and deliberate movement. This has led some to wonder if the two ships encountered the same creature, or at least the same type of animal, through the Atlantic. Since the plumber sighting happened just a few months after the Daedalus' encounter and closer to European waters, it's possible the creature was following a migratory path. However, without further evidence or additional sightings, the true nature of what these crews saw remains a mystery. Some think it might have been an unknown species, such as a giant eel or a surviving prehistoric animal, while others suggest it could have been a misidentified pod of whales or other marine animals. Marine saurian. The marine saurian is a type of sea serpent described in cryptozoology as resembling a crocodile or alligator. Unlike any known crocodiles, these creatures are reported far from coastal areas and saltwater crocodile habitats, appearing instead in the open ocean. Marine saurians are categorized under different systems used in cryptozoology: the mystery saurian in Coleman-Hughes classification, the saurian sea serpent in the Chapin system, and the giant marine crocodilomorph in Marshall system. Sightings of these creatures have been reported worldwide, particularly in tropical and subtropical regions, with notable accounts near New Zealand in the 20th and 21st centuries. Bernard Heuvelmans, who is a very known cryptozoologist, classified 9 marine saurian reports, 4 of which he considered reliable and 5 probable. He thought that these creatures might be surviving Thalattosaucians, marine crocodilians from the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, or possibly mosasaurs, which are large marine reptiles from the same era. However, though, there is a lack of definitive evidence, so Heuvelmans refrained from giving them a formal scientific name. Yet other researchers have offered different theories. For example, Richard Freeman suggests that the oversized or displaced saltwater crocodiles could explain the sightings, while Carl Schucker argues that there isn't enough information to make a specific identification. Now, Michael Woodley proposes that the marine saurian might not be a reptilian at all, but rather a cetacean like a Basilosaurus or Rhodocetus. Now, Dale A. Drinnen further divides marine saurians into subcategories, such as horned, sea reptiles, and potential mosasaurs. Some interpretations link these creatures to myths, suggesting they might represent the biblical Leviathan, the Chinese Lung, which is a dragon, or even freshwater counterparts which are responsible for lake monster legends. Charlie. Charlie, also called Slimmy Slim or the Twilight Dragon of Payette Lake, is the name attributed to a creature resembling a sea serpent, much like the Loch Ness Monster. Believed by some to inhabit the deep, the cold waters of Payette Lake near McCall, Idaho, its legend has persisted for decades. Local American traditions, predating European settlement, spoke of an evil spirit residing in the lake, possibly laying the foundation for the creature's myth. The first recorded sighting by settlers occurred in 1920, when workers near the upper end of the lake noticed what they initially thought was a log floating in the water. To their astonishment, the log began to move, suggesting something alive beneath the surface. Over the years, additional sightings have strengthened the belief in Charlie's existence. In August 1944, multiple groups of witnesses described seeing a creature measuring 30 to 35 feet in length. They noted a dinosaur-like head with pronounced jaws, camel-like humps, and a skin texture resembling a shell. Now, in September 1946, a group of 20 people claimed to see the serpent again. Dr. G. A. Taylor of Nampa, Idaho, described the creature as being 30 to 40 feet long, diving repeatedly into the lake and leaving a wave similar to that of a small motorboat. In 1954, A. Boone McCullum, editor of the Star News, held a contest to name the creature. The winning name, Charlie, was submitted by Leigh Isle Hennifer Turry of Springfield, Virginia. She suggested the name as a playful nod to the popular catchphrase, "Boss, you dare, Charlie," from Jack Pearl's radio show. DSV Alvin Sea Serpent Sighting. The DSV Alvin sea serpent sighting is a notable cryptozoological event that occurred during a deep sea dive off the Bahamas in 1965. During the submersible Alvin's early testing in the tongue of the ocean, a deep trench between Andros and New Providence, pilot Marvin McCamus and his colleague Bill Rainey reported encountering a large reptilian creature resembling a plesiosaur. McCamus initially gave a brief description of the sighting, stating that he saw 40 or 45 feet of a moving creature. However, he later provided a more detailed account to researcher Charles Berlitz, whose book, Without a Trace, 1977, chronicled McCamus's claims. McCamus described descending to about 5,000 feet, entering a crevasse approximately 3,000 feet deeper. While following a cable, he noticed movement and initially thought it was a utility pole. Upon closer observation, he realized it was a living creature with a long neck, flippers, a snake-like head, and lizard-like features. The animal swam upward and disappeared before the submersible's cameras could capture it. The sighting was recorded in Alvin's wet log, but was reportedly removed from the final version, leaving McCamus without evidence to back his claim. Now, despite his reluctance to discuss the event publicly, he did later on identify an illustration of a plesiosaur as resembling the creature he had seen. Cryptozoologist Scott Martis and others later interviewed McCamus, who clarified that the sighting occurred in 1965, not in 1969, as some other earlier reports have suggested. Tier 4. Heuvelmann's System. The Heuvelmann system, developed by Bernard Heuvelmans, is a framework for classifying sea serpent sightings based on reports spanning from 1639 to 1966. After analyzing 587 accounts, Heuvelmans proposed 9 distinct types of sea serpents: the long-necked, merhorse, many-humped, many-finned, super otter, super eel, marine saurian, father of all the turtles, and yellow belly. Later, he added giant invertebrates as a 10th category. These types aim to represent hypothetical unknown animals, interpreted from the details provided by eyewitnesses. Heuvelmann's approach marked a departure from earlier theories such as A.C. Oudman's 1892 work, which proposed that a single species could explain all sea serpent sightings. The Heuvelmann's system remains one of the most detailed classification efforts in cryptozoology, though many of its categories and interpretations are still debated. Researchers have offered alternative classification models, such as the Mangia-Copra, Coleman-Hugh, and Champin systems, to address its perceived limitations. To develop this system, Heuvelmans examined and categorized 308 sightings, excluding cases that he deemed vague, hoaxes, or misidentifications. His classifications were informed by earlier researchers, including Ivan T. Sanderson, where he felt confident in identifying a type Heuvelmans assigned provisional scientific names, such as Megalotoria longicalis, for the long-necked sea serpent, though these names are not universally recognized under zoological naming conventions. Each of the 9 types represented distinct physical or behavioral traits. For example, the long-necked and merhorse types described seal-like creatures with elongated necks. The many-finned type resembled a segmented creature or cetacean, and the many-humped type appeared as a series of humps moving through the water. Now, other types like the marine saurian and super eel were likened to prehistoric reptiles and elongated sea creatures. The father of all the turtles described a massive turtle-like cryptid, while a yellow belly was a mysterious pale creature, maybe which could potentially have been a large shark or amphibian. Now, despite its detailed framework, the system faced criticism. Heuvelmann's reliance on eyewitness accounts has been questioned, with skeptics arguing that he assumed such reports were inherently accurate. This reliance led to speculative classifications and detailed reconstructions of the creature's appearances and behaviors. Some of his proposed types, such as the yellow belly and father of all turtles, were later considered implausible even by Heuvelmans. Critics like Richard Freeman argued that Heuvelmans showed a bias toward marine mammal explanations, while others noted that the system struggled to handle reports with overlapping traits, such as those describing both long necks and humps. Later, researchers have proposed amendments to the Heuvelmans system. Michael Woodley, in the Wake of Bernard Heuvelmans 2008, reinterpreted some types and discarded others. He said, for example, that the marine saurian might actually represent prehistoric cetaceans like Basilosaurus, and reclassified the many-humped and super otter as giant otters. Dale A. Drinan also revised the system, merging certain categories and introducing subdivisions for types like the marine saurian and super eel based on size and features. He combined the long-necked and merhorse types into a single plesiosaurian sea serpent category, which seemed more appropriate. Sturgeon sea serpent. The sturgeon sea serpent is often referred to as the Great Lake Monster, which is a creature said to inhabit Storsjön, a deep lake in Jämtland, Sweden. First reported in 1635, this cryptid is the most famous lake monster in Sweden. The creature's legend grew over centuries, with its existence gaining enough cultural significance that it was granted legal protection in 1986 when the city of Östersund celebrated its 200th anniversary. However, this protected status was revoked in 2005. Locals sometimes call it Storsea, similarly as Scotland's Loch Ness Monster, which is nicknamed Nessie. Described as a serpentine or aquatic reptile, this cryptid reportedly measures about 6 meters in length and has features such as fins, humps, and a dog-like head. The creature is deeply tied to local mythology. One tale from 1635 states that 2 trolls, Gjada and Kada, brewed a magical concoction by the lake, resulting in the birth of the creature. This monster grew so large that it encircled the island of Frossen, biting its own tail, before being bound by a spell carved into the Froso runestone. The stone raised on the island depicts a large serpent and is the northernmost runestone in the world, though its inscription makes no direct mention of the legend. Another 17th century legend suggests the monster's body stretches beneath the lake with its head and tail buried on opposite shores. This tail connects to the Froso runestone, which was said to protect the lake's ferrymen from the creature when it was intact. The stone, broken at one point, was reassembled to ward off the monster's influence. The interest in Storsea surged in the 1890s following multiple reported sightings. There have been efforts to capture this creature, and it even drew support from King Oscar II. Now, despite no conclusive scientific evidence, sightings have continued, and in 2008, a group claimed to have captured footage of a warm, moving object in the lake. Thus, this footage renewed enthusiasm among its believers. The Avalanche Sea Serpent. The accounts of the sea serpent sightings by the French gunboat, the Avalanche, between 1897 and 1898 offer a glimpse into a potential encounter with unidentified marine animals. These sightings, occurring off the coast of Vietnam, stand out due to their detailed documentation by Lieutenant Lagricille, the involvement of a crew of witnesses, and the apparent consistency of the descriptions across 3 separate encounters. The first sighting occurred in July 1897 in Ha Long Bay, where the crew observed 2 elongated creatures moving parallel to their ship. Estimated to be between 60 and 65 feet in length and 8 to 10 feet in diameter, the creatures exhibited vertical undulating movements, dark gray coloration, and what appeared to be multiple fins along their bodies. Their heads were small relative to their bodies, and although no harm was done to them, a gunshot fired by a crew member startled the animals, causing them to submerge and disappear. 7 months later, in February 1898, the Avalanche encountered what was believed to be the same pair of creatures near the 5-sea-long archipelago. This time, the ship actively pursued them with orders to capture or kill the animals for study. The chase involved the use of onboard weaponry, though the creatures evaded all attempts to harm or to capture them, demonstrating remarkable speed and agility. The creatures were noted to surface periodically, expelling water from their mouths in a manner that was distinct from whales. Their underwater movements left trails of air bubbles that allowed the crew to track their paths. Despite the prolonged pursuit lasting over an hour and a half, darkness forced the crew to abandon the chase. A third encounter followed shortly after, on February 26, 1898, when the Avalanche returned to the area. Joined by additional personnel from the Baynard, the crew quickly picked up the creature's trail by observing bubble formations on the water surface. During his pursuit, Lieutenant Lagricille and his men noted new details, including spiny or saw-like protrusions along the creature's backs, and fins near both the head and tail. The creature's heads were described as seal-like, and their movements created the illusion of 3 distinct humps when visible above the water. Despite their best efforts to drive the animals into shallower waters, the creatures once again eluded capture, diving out of sight after about 35 minutes of pursuing them. These sightings left the crew intrigued, but without physical evidence, the mystery of the creatures' identities remain unsolved. In the 1960s, cryptozoologist Bernard Heuvelmans suggested that the animals might be examples of a type he called the many-finned sea serpent. According to him, this cryptid is characterized by its elongated body, small rounded head, numerous fins, and a spiny ridge down its back. Descriptions of the creature's appearance, behavior, and water-expelling tendencies closely matched those given by the crew of the Avalanche. Heuvelmans theorized that the many-finned sea serpent might represent an unknown species of marine animal, potentially filling gaps in our understanding of the oceanic biodiversity. Now, while Heuvelmans' theory aligns well with the details provided by Lieutenant Lagricille, skeptics still argue that known marine animals could explain the sightings. Misidentified creatures such as oarfish, false killer whales, finless porpoises, or Goliath groupers might have contributed to the reports. The ocean is vast and largely unexplored, and sightings of unusual marine animals are not uncommon, so this allows for possibility that the reported sea serpents were extraordinary but still entirely natural phenomena. 1734 Hans Egede Sea Serpent. In July 1734, Norwegian missionary Hans Egede reported an extraordinary encounter with the massive sea creature in the Davis Strait, situated between Greenland and Canada's Baffin Island. His account is one of the earliest and most detailed descriptions of a sea serpent, vividly depicted a colossal marine animal towering above the ship, with its head rising to the height of the upper sails. Its terrifying presence was accompanied by unique features: a long snout from which it spouted water like a whale, broad upper sections with large flappers, and a lower body resembling a snake. As it moved, the creature's tail extended an entire ship's length away from its body, further emphasizing its staggering size. His written description referred to the animal as a very terrible sea animal, and a crew member produced a dramatic sketch to accompany the report, cementing its place in maritime history. The reptilian-like texture of its skin, combined with its unconventional backward movement, added to how strange the sighting is. The account remains one of the most significant early records of a sea serpent, which caused imaginations of seafarers and scholars alike, and led to debates about what him and his crew may have encountered in these uncharted waters. There is speculation about the creature's identity, and it ranges from misidentified marine life such as a whale or a giant squid to a potential relic of an unknown species. 1893 Captain Kringle. In December 1893, the British steamship Unfully, captained by R.J. Kringle, encountered a colossal marine creature near the Canary Islands that left a profound impact on those on board. Captain Kringle documented the sighting in the ship's log, describing the creature as a serpentine monsterfish, approximately 80 feet in length. Its glistening skin, short fins, spaced about 20 feet apart along its back, and a circumference compared to that of a full-sized whale set it apart from any known marine animal. The crew observed the creature for about half an hour as it moved through the water with remarkable speed. Now to note, the beast had 3 visible humps, and its head, which rose 15 feet above the water, had a fearsome appearance. An officer reported spotting rows of enormous teeth, further solidifying it as a formidable image. But despite the crew's collective experiences of the event, Captain Kringle later expressed some frustration, saying, "I have been so ridiculed about the thing that I have many times wished that anybody else had seen that sea monster rather than me." Pembroke Dock Serpent. In March 2003, an unusual event in the River Cleddau near Pembroke Dock, Wales, drew attention from many cryptozoologists. Witnesses reported seeing a strange aquatic creature that did not match the typical description of a sea serpent, but instead resembled what Belgian zoologist Bernard Heuvelmans called a marine saurian. On March 5, at the Shipwright Inn on Front Street, barmaid Leslie John first noticed a large, dark fin moving steadily through the water, creating ripples as it went. Several patrons, including landlord David Crew and diner Peter Thomas, hurried outside to observe the creature more closely. Peter described seeing a diamond-shaped, snake-like head raised a couple of feet above the water, gliding smoothly without any side-to-side or up-and-down motion. David added that it appeared to use unseen limbs for propulsion, estimating its length at about 5 times that of a car. The witnesses were certain they were observing a living animal rather than a mechanical object. A photograph of the creature was anonymously delivered to the pub a few days later. It showed a long, dark form in the water, which based on nearby landmarks was estimated to be around 60 feet long. Witnesses confirmed that the photo closely matched what they had seen, a creature with a relatively short neck, a broad body, a long tail, and no humps. This description aligned more with Heuvelmans' marine saurian category than the more commonly reported many-humped sea serpent. Pembroke Dock's deep and warm waters, known for attracting marine life typically found further south, made it a notable area for unusual sightings. A local deep dive operator named Alan Lewis offered an alternative explanation, suggesting the creature might have a military mini-submarine, noting that a Ministry of Defense vessel and Chinook helicopters carrying a 40-foot submersible were seen in the area shortly after the sighting. However, the witnesses rejected this theory due to the creature's behavior, such as raising its head above the water, and it was pretty animalistic. Heuvelmans theorized that marine saurians could be surviving descendants of ancient marine reptiles such as mosasaurs or thalattosuchians, differing from the popular plesiosaur hypothesis by linking these sightings to animals with closer living relatives such as monitor lizards or crocodiles. Despite the consistency of the eyewitness accounts and the photograph, media coverage altered key details, showing the creature as a long-necked humpback sea serpent more akin to the many-humped type. This misrepresentation likely arose from preconceived notions of what sea monsters are supposed to look like. The negatives of the photograph were never recovered, leaving researchers with only the image and testimonies of those who saw the creature. Tier 5. 1966 Blyth and Ridgway Sea Serpent. In 1966, Britain's Che Blyth and John Ridgway embarked on a historic journey to row across the Atlantic Ocean in a small 20-foot dory named English Rose III. Their adventure was filled with challenges, including hurricanes, towering waves, encounters with whales, and pretty low supplies. However, one of the most extraordinary moments of their voyage came halfway across the ocean when they occurred what they described as a massive sea serpent. While rowing under the cover of darkness, they were suddenly altered by the sound of immense splashes and waves surrounding their boat. Looking overboard, they saw an enormous serpentine creature illuminated by the light of the sea. The creature's long, sinuous body moved fluidly through the water, creating waves near their vessel. The men watched it in awe as the creature swam alongside them, eventually diving beneath the surface before reappearing some distance away with a loud splash, and then vanishing completely. They estimated its length to be at least 35 feet. Shrewsbury Sea Serpent. In the late 19th century, the North Shrewsbury River along the west coast of Sandy Hook became an unexpected stage for one of the many mysterious sea creature sightings that baffled North Atlantic waters during this era. The most notable sighting occurred on a clear night around 10 p.m. as the yacht Tilly S, helmed by Marcus P. Sherman and accompanied by Red Bank locals Lloyd Eglinton, Stephen Allen, and William Tinton, returned from a day at Highlands Beach. The witnesses, described as sober and respectable merchants by the Red Bank Register, encountered a creature unlike anything they had ever seen. While Eglinton kept watch at the bow, he reported calling out about an obstacle in their path. Sherman quickly steered the vessel hard to port, narrowly avoiding a collision. What they saw ahead of them wasn't debris, but it was a massive serpentine creature, eerily similar to the Sandy Hook sea serpent reported in prior years. Unlike the giant squid theorized in 1887's Scientific American article about earlier sightings, this being bore distinct, snake-like characteristics. The creature, about 50 feet long, moved with undulating, snake-like motions through the water. Its small, bulldog-shaped head rose halfway past the yacht's bow, emitting a fearsome roar. The head was adorned with short, rounded horns above large, silver dollar-sized eyes. Bristles like those of a cat covered its upper lip, and its flattened nostrils completed the odd visage. The elongated body tapered into a pointed, sword-like tail, giving the creature a pretty scary appearance. The monster swam leisurely toward the shore of Hartshorn's Cove, leaving the stunned crew of the Tilly S to think about this extraordinary encounter. The serpent wasn't seen by the Tilly S crew alone though. Over a dozen other boaters reported similar sightings that night, with their descriptions closely aligning. Over the following months and years, the mysterious creature earned the moniker Shrewsbury Sea Serpent. Unlike the Sandy Hook sightings, no scientific explanation was proposed, and its true nature remains a mystery. Carnival Breeze Serpent. In 2014, Paul George, a staff member on the Carnival Cruise Line's Carnival Breeze, experienced an extraordinary sighting while his ship traveled through the Gulf of Mexico. Observed from Deck 12, an enormous marine creature swam alongside the vessel, causing confusion and awe among a group of passengers and crew. What Paul described was no ordinary sea animal, but it appeared to be a massive, unknown species, causing there to be questions about what might still be lurking in Earth's oceans. Paul recounted that the creature's back broke the surface, revealing a shiny, dark gray or black body with smooth, thick skin. Its form was robust and broad, with proportions that Paul linked to an enormous turtle, though lacking a shell. He estimated the exposed section alone to be over 50 feet long, dwarfing the ship's 30-foot lifeboats used for size comparison. The animal seemed calm, moving without visible strain as it swam against the current near the ship. At one point, it briefly raised its head above the water, allowing Paul to observe a thick, elongated structure reminiscent of a crocodile's snout. The head alone, he thought, measured about 10 feet in length. Now, this creature's exact features were difficult to discern due to the lighting and angle. Paul emphasized that it was unlike any known sea life he had ever encountered during his years working on cruise ships. He ruled out whales, squids, and large turtles, noting the animal's unique proportions and movement. Its propulsion mechanism remained unknown, but white water disturbances near its body suggested the presence of powerful, submerged flippers or some type of caudal fin. Paul's encounter lasted about 30 seconds before the creature steered away and submerged itself once again. While the lack of photographic evidence limits the account to anecdotal status, his description aligns with historical reports of giant turtle without a shell, sightings, and theories surrounding large unknown marine reptiles. Cryptozoologists have suggested potential candidates such as pliosaurs or mosasaurs, which are extinct marine reptiles thought to have vanished millions of years ago, but occasionally hypothesized to persist in deep ocean habitats. His detailed descriptions and his distinction between the animal and known marine creatures add credibility to his story. His accounts recall other sightings of massive marine creatures too, such as the super predator theory posited to explain unusual underwater activity and predation patterns. Glaring Serpent. In 2001, a large fjord in Norway called Storfjorden became the site of a reported sea serpent sighting by two fishermen working aboard the vessel Clearing. South of Sola Island, they encountered what they described as a multi-humped sea serpent moving at high speed. The creature revealed two enormous humps, estimated to be between 5 and 10 meters in length each, with a rounded or oval shape and a dark coloration. As it swam, the humps broke the surface of the water, generating foam and spray, suggesting significant speed and power. The fishermen thought that the animal's body extended well beyond the visible rear hump, indicating a pretty big size for the creature. Unfortunately though, the head of the creature wasn't observed, leaving the exact nature of its front anatomy unknown. However, there have been reports of other similar sightings in the fjord around the same period and add to the intrigue, though there are specific details of those encounters that remain scarce. Mobot. In the early 1960s, the underwater robot named Mobot, developed by Shell Oil Company for scanning the seafloor for oil deposits, captured a footage of a peculiar invertebrate sea serpent that operators nicknamed Marvin. Accounts of the sighting vary in place and time. Some reports suggest Oregon in 1963 or Santa Barbara in 1966, while a Californian press account from November 1962 claims the filming occurred around a month earlier. The footage was viewed live from the drilling ship Eureka. Marvin was estimated to be approximately 15 feet long and only 6 inches in diameter. The creature moved with a distinctive corkscrew or spiral motion, which is a feature that captured the attention of marine biologists. Still, images from the footage revealed that Marvin's body was wound with ridges, adding to its unusual appearance. Cape Breton Island Serpent. In 2003, lobsterman Wallace Cartwright shared a remarkable sea serpent encounter during an interview with CBC Radio's As It Happens. The sighting occurred off Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia, near Point Akani, while Cartwright and a friend were heading to check their lobster traps south of a lighthouse. Initially, they mistook the creature for a floating log, but as they approached, they realized it had a head that rose when it became aware of them. He described an uneasy feeling as they drew nearer to the creature, noting its intimidating size and appearance. He described it as a brown animal with a head reminiscent of a sea turtle and a long snake-like body. The body had a girth comparable to a 5-gallon bucket. He remarked on the potential danger, saying that the creature could have leaped out of the water and posed a significant threat to them. Now, despite their caution, they decided to approach the creature, prompting it to dive instinctively. However though, due to the shallow depths, it struck the seabed, stirring up large amounts of mud. The creature resurfaced, and Cartwright and his companion followed it for about 45 minutes. Cartwright estimated its length to be between 6 and 8 meters, and he said that in his 3 decades of fishing in the area, he had never seen anything comparable to such a being. Tier 1. Ogopogo. Ogopogo is a legendary cryptid said to inhabit Okanagan Lake in British Columbia, Canada. The origins of Ogopogo can be traced back to the indigenous Syilx people, who referred to the creature as Nha-Atik, meaning spirit of the lake. According to their folklore, Nha-Atik was a mother demon demanding life sacrifices from those wishing to cross the lake. Early European settlers adapted this legend, giving birth to the modern myth of Ogopogo, often described as a serpentine creature with a length of up to 50 feet. Sightings of Ogopogo have been reported since the 19th century, with one of the earliest documented accounts dating back to 1872. A man named Susan Allison claimed to have seen the creature, describing it as a long, snake-like animal. Over the years, numerous sightings have occurred, particularly in the 1920s, when a string of encounters brought Ogopogo into the public eye. Witnesses often describe a multi-humped beast that moves with undulating motions, surfacing briefly before disappearing into the depths. One notable encounter occurred in 1968 when Art Folden filmed what he believed to be Ogopogo near a beach in Okanagan Lake. Folden's footage showed a dark, large object moving through the water, creating significant waves. Although some skeptics argue it could be a floating log or a group of otters swimming in a line, others maintain it as compelling evidence of Ogopogo's existence. Another significant sighting happened in 1989 when Kel Chaplin captured video footage of an object resembling Ogopogo, which gained attention from local media and cryptozoologists. Ogopogo continues to be a popular subject of intrigue and tourism, drawing visitors to Okanagan Lake in hopes of catching a glimpse of the elusive creature. Champ. Champ, the famed cryptid of Lake Champlain, has intrigued people for centuries, with its mysterious presence in the waters straddling the border of Vermont, New York, and Quebec. The origins of Champ's legend can be traced back to Native American folklore, specifically the Iroquois, who spoke of a giant serpent-like creature inhabiting the lake. These stories were adopted and modified by European settlers, who further popularized the idea of a lake monster. One of the earliest recorded sightings of Champ date back to 1819, when a Captain Crumb reported seeing a black monster that he estimated to be 187 feet long, with the head resembling a seahorse. This sighting sparked interest and led to numerous other reports over the years. In 1873, the New York Times published accounts from railroad workers who have claimed to have seen a gigantic snake-like creature in the lake, reinforcing the growing legend of Champ. Perhaps the most famous piece of evidence supporting the existence of Champ is the photograph taken by Sandra Mancy in 1977. This photo, which shows what appears to be a creature's head and neck emerging from the water, has been widely circulated and analyzed. While some skeptics suggest it could be a log or a wave, others believe it is the best visual proof of Champ. The photograph was taken near the Vermont shore of Lake Champlain and continues to be a focal point of debate and fascination. Throughout the 20th and 21st centuries, sightings continue to be reported. In 1981, a Japanese film crew purportedly captured footage of a large creature in the lake. Although this footage remains inconclusive, various expeditions including sonar searches and underwater explorations have been conducted, but none have provided definitive evidence of Champ's existence. Despite this, the legend thrives, supported by numerous eyewitnesses' accounts describing a large serpentine creature with humps moving through the water. In addition to visual sightings, there have been reports of strange noises emanating from the lake, often described as eerie or otherworldly. These sounds have been recorded and analyzed, with some suggesting they could be made by a large, unidentified animal. The ongoing interest in Champ has also led to the establishment of protective laws in Vermont, making it illegal to harm the creature, should it exist. Champ's legend is celebrated annually with events and festivals, drawing tourists and cryptozoologists to the region. Selkie. The legend of the Selkie, a mythical creature from Scottish and Irish folklore, is both enchanting and mysterious. Selkies are believed to be shape-shifting beings that live as seals in the sea, but can transform into human form on land by shedding their real skins. The origin of the Selkie legend is deeply rooted in the coastal communities of Scotland and Ireland, where seals were a common sight and their human-like eyes likely inspired tales of transformation. According to folklore, Selkies often come ashore, especially under the full moon, to dance and bask on the beaches. These transformations are temporary, as they must return to the sea to regain their seal form. The story of Selkies usually revolves around themes of love, loss, and the sea's inexorable flow. One popular tale tells of a fisherman who finds a Selkie discarded skin and hides it, forcing the Selkie to stay in human form and marry him. Though the Selkie might live with the fisherman and bear his children, she always longs to return to the sea. The story often ends with the Selkie finding her hidden skin and returning to the ocean, leaving her human family behind. In some variations, male Selkies are said to be incredibly handsome and are known to attract human women. These stories sometimes involve the Selkie lovers fathering children with special abilities or physical traits, such as webbed fingers or an affinity for the sea. These children are believed to be a testament to the union of the Selkie and the human. Interestingly, there are darker tales where encountering a Selkie brings misfortune. Some stories tell of Selkies who are vengeful or bring bad luck to those who harmed seals. Despite these variations, the core element of the Selkie myth remains their dual existence, embodying both the allure and danger of the sea. Kappa. Kappa, mystical creatures from Japanese folklore, are water-dwelling entities known for their mischievous and sometimes malevolent behavior. The name Kappa means river child, reflecting their association with the water bodies like rivers, lakes, and ponds. Descriptions of Kappa vary, but they are typically depicted as having humanoid forms with webbed hands and feet, beak-like mouth, and a dish-like depression on their heads that hold water. This water is the source of their power, and if it is spilled, they become weakened or immobilized. The origins of Kappa legends are deeply embedded in Japan's cultural history, where these creatures have been both feared and respected. They are often portrayed as tricksters who enjoy playing pranks on humans, such as pulling them into the water or stealing their crops. However, Kappa are also associated with more dangerous activities, including drowning unsuspecting victims and abducting children. Despite their malevolent tendencies, they can be outwitted. One famous story tells of a man who tricked a Kappa into bowing, causing the water in its head to spill and rendering it powerless. Kappa are not always depicted as entirely evil. In some stories, they are knowledgeable about medicine and capable of befriending humans. They are bound by a strict code of honor, which means that if a human can trick or defeat a Kappa in a fair contest, the Kappa must serve that person or repay them in some way. This duality makes Kappa complex figures in Japanese mythology, embodying both the benevolent and malevolent aspects of nature. Encounters with Kappa are a staple in Japanese folklore. There are numerous tales of villagers encountering these creatures while fishing or swimming. One such story involves a Kappa who was caught trying to steal cucumbers, a known favorite food of these beings. The villager captured the Kappa and forced it to swear never to harm the community again, highlighting the belief that Kappa could be reasoned with under certain conditions. Lusca. The Lusca is a cryptid reputed to inhabit the blue holes and underwater cave systems of the Bahamas, particularly around Andros Island. Descriptions of the Lusca vary, but it is often depicted as a monstrous hybrid between an octopus and a shark, sometimes even featuring traits of a dragon. This formidable creature is said to grow in enormous size, with some accounts suggesting lengths of up to 200 feet, making a significant threat to those who dare to explore its domain. The legend of the Lusca is deeply rooted in the local folklore of the Bahamas. Blue holes, which are large marine sinkholes, provide a natural and mysterious setting that lends itself well to tales of lurking sea monsters. Fishermen and divers have reported numerous encounters with the Lusca over the years. These encounters often involve sudden and violent whirlpools, which are believed to be caused by the creature's massive, tentacled body stirring the waters. The Lusca is also said to be highly territorial, attacking boats and divers that venture too close to its lair. One particularly famous sighting occurred in 1973, when a diver exploring a blue hole near Andros Island reported being attacked by a gigantic octopus-like creature. The diver managed to escape, but described the creature as having tentacles over 50 feet long and a body large enough to generate significant underwater turbulence. These kinds of reports have fueled the mystery and fear surrounding the Lusca. The scientific community remains skeptical of the Lusca's existence, often attributing the sightings and phenomena to natural explanations. The violent whirlpools, for example, could be the result of tidal flows, an underwater currents, rather than the movements of a giant cryptid. Additionally, the descriptions of the Lusca bear a resemblance to the known marine animals, such as the giant Pacific octopus or large species of sharks, which could explain some of the encounters. Lake Van Monster. The Lake Van Monster, also known as Van Golu Canavari, is a legendary creature believed to inhabit Lake Van, the largest lake in Turkey. The origins of this myth can be traced back to ancient Armenian folklore, where the creature is referred to as a Vishap or a water dragon. According to legend, the god Vahan, known as the Reaper of Vishaps, would dive into Lake Van to capture any Vishaps that had grown large enough to pose a threat to the world. The first modern recorded sighting of the Lake Van monster dates back to 1889, where a local fisherman claimed to have seen a large snake-like creature in the lake. This sighting was reported in an Ottoman newspaper, prompting the government to send a scientific survey to investigate, though they found no evidence of the creature. Despite this, sightings continued over the years, with many people claiming to have seen the monster. In the mid-1990s, interest in the Lake Van monster surged when a local man named Unal Kozak claimed to have captured the creature on video. This footage, although heavily criticized for its lack of clarity and consistency, sparked widespread curiosity and debate. Subsequent sightings in the 1990s described the creature as a long-necked, serpent-like animal, drawing comparisons to other famous lake monsters like the Loch Ness Monster. Further adding to the legend, a 4-meter-high statue of the Lake Van monster was erected in the city of Van, cementing its place in local culture and tourism. Despite skepticism and theories suggesting the sightings might be hoaxes aimed at boosting tourism, the legend persists. The creature has been featured in various media, including television shows like Destination Truth and Paranormal Caught on Camera. Bunyip. The bunyip is a mythical creature rooted in Australian Aboriginal folklore, particularly associated with the bodies of water such as swamps, billabongs, creeks, and riverbeds. Descriptions of the bunyip vary widely across different Aboriginal tribes, but common features include a large amphibious body, an elongated neck, and a round head resembling that of an ox, hippopotamus, or manatee. Some accounts also describe the bunyip as having flippers, tusks, and glowing eyes, with the creature emitting a terrifying roar before attacking its prey, typically women and children. The term bunyip originates from the Wemba Wemba or Wirragaya languages of southeastern Australia and means devil or evil spirit. Aboriginal legends describe the bunyip as a malevolent entity that dwells in the water and preys on humans who venture too close. These stories were not only a part of the cultural lore, but also served as cautionary tales to keep people, especially children, away from dangerous water bodies. Early European settlers in Australia incorporated the bunyip into their own folklore, often blending it with European myths. The first written account of the bunyip dates back to 1845, when the Geelong Advertiser published a story about large fossilized bones found near Geelong. Local Aboriginal people identified the bones as belonging to the bunyip, sparking widespread interest and numerous reported sightings. One notable sighting occurred in 1847 when a creature was allegedly spotted in the Barwon River, described as having a neck resembling an emu and a head like a horse. Reports from the 19th century often described the bunyip as a fearsome, smelly creature lurking in murky waters, waiting to devour unsuspecting prey. These accounts contributed to the creature's fearsome reputation, although no physical evidence has ever been found to substantiate these claims. Various theories have been proposed to explain the origins of the bunyip legend. Some research, such as Dr. George Bennett in the 19th century and paleontologists Pat Vickers-Rich and Neil Archibald in the 20th century, suggested that the bunyip might be a cultural memory of extinct Australian megafauna, like the Diprotodon or the giant marsupials Zygomaturus and Nodotherium. Another theory posits that sightings of seals or the booming call of the Australian bittern, a marsh-dwelling bird, may have contributed to the legend. Tier 2. Nahu Elitu. Nahu Elitu is a cryptid said to inhabit the depths of Nahuel Huapi Lake in Argentina's Patagonia region. This lake monster has been described as a large serpentine creature, similar in some ways to a Loch Ness monster. The legend of Nahuelitu has roots in indigenous Mapuche folklore, which spoke of a mysterious creature living in the lake long before European settlers arrived. These stories were further popularized in the early 20th century when various reports and sightings began to surface. One of the earliest recorded encounters was in 1922, when a group of workers near the lake reported seeing a massive creature with a humped back. This sighting led to widespread media coverage and speculation about the existence of a prehistoric creature in the lake. In the following decades, numerous sightings have been reported, often describing a large, dark shape moving swiftly through the water. Some witnesses claim to have seen a creature with a snake-like head and a body that undulates as it swims. In 1960, a photograph allegedly showing Nahuelitu's head and neck above the water stirred further interest and debate. Some experts dismissed the image as a hoax or a case of mistaken identity involving floating debris. Others argued it could be a genuine evidence of the creature's existence. More recently, in 1988, a team of researchers claimed to have detected unusual sonar readings in the lake, suggesting the presence of a large, moving object beneath the surface. Despite these intriguing reports, no conclusive evidence has been found to prove Nahuelitu's existence. Altamaha. The Altamaha, often affectionately nicknamed LT, is a legendary creature said to inhabit the waters in abandoned rice fields near the mouth of the Altamaha River in southeastern Georgia. The origins of the Altamaha legend date back to the tales of the Lower Muskogee Creek tribe who lived in the region before the British-English colonization. This river monster is described as having a serpentine body, with some accounts suggesting it resembling a giant sturgeon or a cross between an alligator and a porpoise, typically between 20 and 30 feet long. Sightings of Altamaha have been reported for centuries, with increased frequency noted after the arrival of Scottish settlers in the 18th century, who brought with them stories of the Loch Ness monster. Early European settlers often recounted tales of encountering a large,
hissing sea creature in the river. These stories have persisted into modern times, with notable sightings reported near Darien, Georgia. Witnesses commonly describe seeing a creature with a long neck, flippers, and a horizontally flattened tail, moving swiftly through the water. One of the more famous modern encounters occurred in 1981, when two men have claimed to see Altamaha stranded on a mud bank near Cathead Creek. They described it as having a grayish color and being around 20 feet in length. Despite their detailed account, no physical evidence was collected. In 2018, decomposing remains found on a beach in the Wolf Island National Wildlife Refuge stirred speculation that it might be the body of the Altamaha. However, this was later revealed to be a hoax created by performance artist Zardulu using a stuffed shark and a paper mache. The legend of Altamaha has also been supported by various cultural contributions. Paleo artist Rick Spears created a sculpture of Altamaha, which is now displayed at the Darien McIntosh County Visitor Center, further cementing the creature's place in local folklore and tourism. These cultural artifacts and stories contribute to the ongoing fascination with the Altamaha and its place in Georgia's rich tapestry of myths and legends. Scientific explanations for the Altamaha sightings have often pointed to misidentifications of known animals. Some researchers suggest that sightings may be attributed to a large fish such as alligator gar, or even the West Indian manatee, which occasionally migrates into a lower Altamaha River. The river's diverse and largely undistributed ecosystem, with its myriad streams, swamps, and backwaters, provides a perfect setting for such myths to flourish. The Altamaha River itself is one of the largest river systems on the East Coast, draining a significant portion of Georgia and supporting a rich array of wildlife, which adds to the mystique and possibility of unknown creatures lurking in its depths. Iku Turso. Iku Turso is a formidable sea monster from Finnish mythology, often depicted as a malevolent entity associated with war and disease. This creature is known for its terrifying appearance, which varies across different tales. It is frequently described as having multiple heads or tentacles, with some stories portraying it as a giant bearded octopus-like monster. Iku Turso is deeply embedded in mythological texts of Finland, particularly in the Kaleva. The origins of Iku Turso are murky, but he is often considered not just a monstrous beast, but also a deity. In Finnish mythology, he is sometimes invoked in rituals and spells intended to bring down enemies or inflict diseases, showcasing his role as a god of war and pestilence. His fearsome nature made him a subject of terror among ancient Finns, especially seafarers who would chant incantations to ward him off before embarking on voyages. One vivid tale from the Kalevala involves Iku Turso rising from the depths to attack a ship of sailors. As a monstrous form loomed above the water, its tentacles ensnaring the ship, the captain began chanting an ancient spell. The spell invoked both the wrath and vanity of Iku Turso, causing the monster to retreat back into the sea, sparing the ship and its crew. This story highlights not only the creature's terrifying presence, but also the belief in the power of ancient rituals to influence such formidable beings. Iku Turso's abilities are as impressive as they are fearsome. He can command storms and manipulate ocean currents, creating whirlpools to trap and destroy ships. His tentacles, or multiple heads, are potent weapons capable of crushing vessels and dragging sailors to their doom. Some legends even suggest that Iku Turso possesses a hypnotic gaze that can immobilize those who look directly at him. Despite his terrifying attributes, the Iku Turso also embodies a paradoxical relationship with humans. While he is a figure of fear and malevolence, ancient Finns also recognized his power and sometimes sought to harness it through rituals and spells. This duality is a common theme in mythology, where gods and monsters often represent both obstacles and sources of powers. Jiaolong. Jiaolong, also known as scaled dragon in Chinese mythology, is a formidable aquatic creature often depicted as a powerful sea dragon. The name Jiaolong can refer to both a specific type of dragon and to a general dragon, and to general dragon-like beings, leading to some ambiguity in historical text. This dragon is a significant figure in Chinese mythology, representing immense power and control over water and weather, often associated with floods and rainfall. Jiaolong is typically described as a serpent-like dragon with iridescent scales that shimmer beneath the water's surface. It is a master of the aquatic domain, capable of summoning storms and controlling water currents. Embodying the untamed forces of nature, In many stories, Jiaolong's appearance is accompanied by gathering storm clouds and turbulent seas, making it a fearsome sight to behold. The origins of Jiaolong are deeply rooted in ancient Chinese beliefs about the natural world. In Chinese folklore, Jiaolong is often considered a manifestation of the great cosmic energies that balance the elemental forces of the universe. It is believed to have the power to control the weather, bring rain, and manage the waters, making it a crucial figure in agricultural societies dependent on predictable rainfall and river flows. One popular tale involving Jiaolong describes a great flood that threatened to engulf the earth. As humanity faced imminent disaster, Jiaolong emerged from the depths, using its immense power to command the waters to retreat. This story highlights the dragon's dual nature as both a protector and potential source of destruction. The same force that could save humanity from a flood could also unleash catastrophic storms. Jiaolong's abilities are not limited to weather control. It is also known for its strength and dominance over other sea creatures. In some myths, Jiaolong battles other dragons or sea monsters to maintain its supremacy in the ocean. Its ability to command the sea and its creatures makes Jiaolong a symbol of power and majesty in Chinese culture. Despite its fearsome reputation, Jiaolong is also revered and respected. It is also invoked in rituals and prayers for rain, reflecting its role as a bringer of life-sustaining water. The dragon's image is used in various forms of Chinese art and literature, symbolizing strength, good fortune, and protection. Jiaolong's cultural significance extends to modern times, where it is seen as a representation of Chinese technological investments in deep-sea exploration. In 2012, China's first manned deep-sea submersible was named after this mythical sea dragon, emphasizing the connection between the legend and the contemporary achievements in marine science. The submersible, designed to explore the ocean's depths, embodies the spirit of Jiaolong, navigating the mysterious and powerful underwater world. The Bronzo Dragon. The Bronzo Dragon, also known as Brosnia, is a legendary creature said to inhabit Lake Brosno in the Tver region of western Russia. The legend of the Brosno Dragon dates back to the 13th century, making it one of the oldest lake monster legends in Russia. Descriptions of the creature vary, but it is generally depicted as a dragon-like or serpent-like beast, with some accounts describing it as having wings and the ability to breathe fire. The legend gained significant attention when it was claimed that the Bronzo Dragon attacked the army of Batu Khan, part of the Mongol Empire, as they camped near Lake Brosno. According to the tale, the creature emerged from the lake, causing the horses to panic and the soldiers to flee, effectively thwarting the invasion. This dramatic story has contributed to the dragon's fearsome reputation in Russian folklore. Throughout the centuries, there have been numerous reports and sightings of the Brosno dragon. In the 18th and 19th centuries, locals claimed to have seen this creature surface in the evening, only to submerge when approached. During World War II, it was rumored that the dragon swallowed a German airplane whole. More recent sightings, such as those reported in 1997 and 2002, describe a large serpent-like creature with dark, scaly skin seen swimming near the shore of the lake. Scientific investigations have attempted to uncover the truth behind the Brosno dragon. In 2002, the Cosmophysics Research Association conducted an expedition using sonar equipment and discovered a large, jelly-like mass near the bottom of the lake. Although initially intriguing, further analysis revealed that the mass was not a living creature. Other explanations for the sightings include natural phenomena such as hydrogen sulfide emissions, which can create disturbances on the water surface, and optical illusions caused by mirages. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the legend of the Brosno dragon remains a compelling part of Russian folklore. Akaru Kamui. Akaru Kamui is a mythical creature from Ainu folklore and Japanese mythology, often described as a gigantic octopus or fish-like monster. According to legends, Akaru Kamui can grow up to 120 meters in length. It is said to inhabit Uchura Bay in Hokkaido, Japan, and has also been sighted in areas around Taiwan and Korea since the 19th century. The creature's name can be translated as tentacle-holding Kamui, with Kamui meaning god or spirit in Ainu language. In terms of physical description, Akaru Kamui is depicted with a large octopus-like body with long, powerful tentacles. Some accounts suggest that it has a human-like face and long arms with suckers. Though these details vary and are often unverified, its skin is as dark, possibly black or brown, aiding its camouflage in the ocean depths. The Creature's sheer size and form make it an intimidating feature in the waters that it is said to inhabit. Akaru Kamui holds significant cultural importance in Japanese folklore, often depicted in art and literature as a powerful and mysterious sea monster. It is revered for its ability to control tides and weather, reflecting its immense power over the natural world. In traditional Japanese tattoo culture, the octopus symbolizes resilience and the ability to overcome obstacles. Attributes also to the associated symbolizes resilience and the ability to overcome obstacles. The legends about Akaru Kamui are numerous and varied. One tale describes a young woman who was captured by the creature and taken to its underwater lair, only to be transformed into a mermaid before being rescued by a fisherman. Another story tells of a group of fishermen caught in a storm who encountered Akaru Kamui. The creature offered to guide them to safety in exchange for a sacrifice, demonstrating its cunning and respect it commanded from those who believed in it. Throughout history, there have been numerous alleged sightings of Akaru Kamui. Eyewitnesses have claimed to see a giant, red-colored octopus-like creature capable of swallowing boats whole and feeding on other sea monsters, such as whales, as well as smaller sea creatures like fish, crabs, and mollusks. These sightings, though lacking scientific proof, have persisted into modern times, adding to the creature's legend. Akaru Kamui has influenced various forms of popular culture, appearing in literature, art, and media. It has been depicted in paintings, sculptures, and Japanese novels and manga, often emphasizing its formidable size and tentacles. The creature has also been featured in films and television shows, portrayed as a giant monster attacking ships and fishermen, showcasing its enduring presence in the collective imagination. Tier 3. Lake Iliamana Monster. The Lake Iliamana monster, also known as Ili, is a legendary creature believed to inhabit Alaska's largest freshwater lake, Lake Iliamna. The lake, which spans roughly 1,000 square miles and reaches depths of nearly 1,000 feet, provides an ideal setting for the myth of a large, mysterious aquatic creature. The native Tlingit people have long told stories of a creature named Gona Keta, described as resembling a whale, and the Aleutian people speak of Jig Iknak, a beast that reportedly attacks and eats people traveling via water. Modern sightings of the Iliamna lake monster began gaining attention in the 1940s. In 1942, bush pilot Babe Ellisworth and Bill Hammersley reported seeing giant fish 10 feet in length. A few years later, in 1945, survey pilot Larry Brost claimed to see a fish at least 20 feet long swimming in the lake. These descriptions generally depict the creature with a broad head, a long tapered body, and colors ranging from silver to dark brown. Eyewitnesses often report a distinct side-to-side tail motion, particularly around areas like Coconut Bay and Pedro Bay. There have been numerous attempts to capture or identify the creature. In 1959, an article in Sports Afield chronicled over 30 years of reports about huge fish in Lake Iliamna. It also detailed Gilpa's attempts to catch the monster, which included several dramatic encounters where the fish supposedly broke heavy-duty fishing equipment. Despite these efforts, no concrete evidence has been produced. Several theories have been proposed to explain the sightings. Some believe the monster could be a white sturgeon, a large fish known to inhabit the Pacific coast and capable of reaching lengths over 20 feet and weights of nearly 1,500 pounds. However, there is no confirmed presence of white sturgeon in Lake Iliamna. Other explanations include oarfish, which can grow up to 56 feet long, although the latter is considered unlikely due to their preference for deep ocean waters. In addition to these fish, the lake hosts the world's largest population of freshwater seals, which some suggest might be mistaken for a lake monster when observed from a distance. The seals' movement in groups can create disturbances on the water's surface that might be interpreted as a single large creature. A notable sighting occurred in June 2017 when numerous residents of Kokonok village witnessed 3 large animals surfacing like whales, but blowing water from the sides of their mouths. These creatures were estimated to be at least 70 feet long and had no visible dorsal fins. Such reports continue to fuel the legend of the Lake Iliamna monster, maintaining its status as a captivating and enduring part of Alaskan folklore. Morag. Morag, a creature inhabiting local Morar in Scotland's West Highlands, is one of the country's most notable lake monsters, second only to the famous Loch Ness Monster. The name Morag is derived from the Gaelic word morag, which is a feminine name in Scottish Gaelic, and can also mean great or eminent, hinting at the creature's significant presence in local folklore. Sightings of Morag date back to the 19th century, with the first documented encounter recorded in 1887. Over the years, there have been numerous reports of sightings, totaling at least 34 by 1981. These accounts often describe Morag as a long serpentine creature with a series of humps akin to a plesiosaur. Some witnesses have also reported a dog-like head, adding to the diverse descriptions of the creature. One of the most famous sightings occurred on August 16, 1969, when William Simpson and Duncan MacDonald encountered the creature while returning from a fishing trip. They reported hearing a splash and then seeing a large, black creature rising out of the water, prompting MacDonald to strike it with an oar while Simpson fired a rifle at it. This encounter is well documented and has been recovered extensively in both local and international media. Another notable sighting was reported in 1948 when 9 people claimed to see a 20-foot-long creature swimming alongside their boat. This sighting, like many others, underscores the creature's significant size and mysterious nature. In addition to these modern reports, historical accounts suggest that the legend of Morag may even be older, with some local tales and tradition hinting at a long-standing belief in a loch-dwelling creature. Loch Morar itself is a deep freshwater loch, the deepest in the British Isles, reaching depths of over 1,000 feet. This depth, combined with its remote location, provides an ideal setting for such a legend. The loch's vast and dark waters contribute to the sense of mystery and intrigue surrounding Morag. Waitoriki. The Waitoriki is a cryptid from New Zealand folklore, specifically associated with the South Island. Descriptions of this elusive creature resemble a cross between an otter and a beaver, with some accounts suggesting it is about the size of a large cat, weighing around 10 pounds and measuring 1 to 2 feet in length. The Waitoriki is typically described as having brown fur, sometimes with white patches, a thick beaver-like tail covered in fur, short legs, and webbed feet. Its face is often said to look like a mix between an otter and a cat. Sightings of the Waitoriki have been reported for over 200 years, with some of the earliest accounts coming from the European explorers and naturalists in the 18th and 19th centuries. Notable figures such as Captain James Cook, who led multiple voyages to New Zealand, reported seeing an unidentified quadruped animal near Dusky Sound in 1772. Cook's crew described the creature as resembling a jackal or a small fox, although these observations were not conclusive. In the mid-19th century, Walter Mantell, a New Zealand scientist and politician, collected accounts from the Maori people who described an otter-like animal they claimed to have seen in the South Island. Similarly, Julius von Haast, a German geologist, reported sightings of an animal fitting the Waitorik's description, adding further credibility to the legend. The Maori people have even suggested that they once kept a Waitoriki as pets, although this claim remains unverified. Despite the numerous sightings and stories, no physical evidence of the Waitoriki has been found. Researchers have proposed various theories to explain the sightings, suggesting that the Waitoriki might be a case of mistaken identity. Possible candidates include stoats that are short-tailed weasels, Polynesian rats, and brush-tailed possums, all of which could be mistaken for the Waitoriki under certain conditions. The Cornish sea serpent. The Cornish sea serpent, known as Morgawar, is a legendary creature that reportedly inhabits the waters near Falmouth Bay in Cornwall, England. The name Morgawar translates from Cornish as sea giant, reflecting its formidable size and mysterious nature. According to local folklore, sightings of Morgawar date back to ancient times, but the legend gained significant attention in the mid-20th century. The most prominent modern sightings began in 1975, when several witnesses reported seeing a large serpentine creature near Pendennis Point. Descriptions of Morgawar typically include a long neck, a body covered in dark leathery skin, and a head resembling that of a sea lion or crocodile. Some accounts suggest that the creature can reach the lengths of up to 60 feet, with 4 webbed feet and a powerful tail. These reports often come from fishermen and locals familiar with the sea, adding a layer of credibility to the sightings. One of the most famous sightings occurred in 1976, when a fisherman named John Cock and his friend George Vinicom reported seeing a creature with a long neck and humps rising from the water. They described it as being as large as their 32-foot boat and unlike anything they have ever seen before. Their account was later corroborated by other witnesses who reported similar sightings in the same area. This flurry of activity attracted attention from both local and international media, leading to further investigations and a wave of curiosity about the creature. The legend of Morgawar was further popularized by Cornish author Tony Doc Shells, who claimed to have photographed the creature and sent images to the Falmouth Packet newspaper. These photographs, attributed to an anonymous individual called Mary F., showed what appeared to be a large serpent-like creature lying low in the water. Despite skepticism and suggestions the photographs might be a hoax, the legend continues to grow. Additional sightings in the late 1970s and 1980s include reports from locals and visitors who described seeing a creature with a long neck and multiple humps swimming near the surface. One notable encounter involved Rex Hosking, who in 1979 claimed to have seen a creature with 2 humps in Halford River, adding to the numerous accounts of Morgawar in the region. The Honey Island Swamp Monster. The Honey Island Swamp Monster, also known as the Cajun Sasquatch or La Bête Noire, is a cryptid from Louisiana folklore that is said to inhabit the Honey Island Swamp in St. Tammany Parish. Descriptions of the creature depict it as a large bipedal, ape-like humanoid standing around 7 feet tall, weighing approximately 500 pounds, and covered in grayish hair or scales. Witnesses often report seeing its glowing yellow or red eyes that describe a foul odor that accompanies its presence, reminiscent of rotten eggs or swamp gas. The legend of the Honey Island Swamp Monster has roots in the folklore of local and Native American tribes, including the Choctaw and Homa, who referred to it as Latish, a human-like creature said to be raised by alligators after being abandoned in the swamp. The modern legend began to gain traction in the early 1960s when Harlan Ford, a retired air traffic controller and wildlife photographer, reported his encounter with the creature. Ford described the creature as being over 7 feet tall with dingy grayish hair and yellow eyes. His accounts, along with the plaster casts of large 3-toed footprints he found, sparked significant interest and further reports of sightings. In 1974, Ford and his friend Billy Mills discovered unusual footprints on the body of a wild boar with its throat gashed, suggesting an encounter with the beast. Ford's dedication to uncovering the truth about the creature led him to take a Super 8 film footage of what he believed to be the Honey Island Swamp Monster. This footage was discovered after his death in 1980 and has since been analyzed by cryptozoologists who have neither confirmed nor debunked its authenticity. The Honey Island Swamp, covering about 70,000 acres, provides an ideal habitat for such a creature with its dense vegetation and rich biodiversity. The swamp is home to various animals including alligators, snakes, and deer, contributing to the area's mysterious and eerie atmosphere. The creature's elusive nature and the swamp's challenging terrain have made it difficult to capture definitive proof of its existence, leading to a mix of skepticism and fascination. Dana Holyfield, Ford's granddaughter, has continued her grandfather's research, producing documentaries and writing books about the Honey Island Swamp Monster. She has shared stories and evidence collected over the years, maintaining the legend's presence in local culture and attracting both tourists and researchers to the area. The Lake Chelan Monster. The Lake Chelan Monster, often referred to as the Lake Chelan Dragon or Silly, is a legendary creature said to inhabit the deep waters of Lake Chelan in Washington state. The lore surrounding this cryptid spans centuries, with roots in both Native American legends and early settler stories. Native American tribes in the region, particularly the Chelan and Inuit people, have long spoken of a fearsome water serpent residing in the lake's depths. They called this creature Nahahaku and believed it had the power to cause great disturbances, including devastating floods and the disappearance of fish, which were vital to their sustenance. According to their tales, the serpent was an evil spirit that wreaked havoc on their communities until a powerful spirit trapped it by constructing a rock barrier. However, the monster did not die but remained trapped in the lake continuing to be a source of fear and mystery for local people. The modern legend of the Lake Chelan monster began to take shape in the 19th century with the arrival of European settlers. One prominent story involves an 1812 account of a Scotsman named Captain Chelan, who brought a treasure chest from Scotland to the lake during a violent storm. The chest was washed overboard, and when the captain and the crew went after it, they discovered it contained a dragon egg. This egg supposedly hatched in the lake, giving rise to a legendary Lake Chelan monster. Over the years, various reports have described the creature as having the body of an alligator, the head of a snake, and even wings, making it a truly terrifying figure. One particularly vivid account from 1892, an unidentified young man who was bathing in the lake when the creature attacked him, clamping onto his legs with sharp jaws. Despite attempts by his friend to rescue him by attacking the monster, the creature eventually flew into the air with the man still in its grip before diving back into the lake. Such stories have contributed significantly to the monster's fearsome reputation. In more recent times, divers in 1945 reported seeing a large, shadowy figure at about 200 feet below the lake's surface while searching for a school bus that had plunged into the lake, resulting in numerous fatalities. These divers were so disturbed by the sighting that some refused to return to the depths, adding another layer of intrigue to the monster's legend. Charlie. Charlie, the creature of Piatti Lake in McCall, Idaho, is a cryptid with a rich history rooted in both Native American folklore and modern sightings. Native Americans in the region, particularly in the Shoshone and Bangkok tribes, have long told stories of an evil spirit or giant serpent inhabiting the lake. These tales described a fearsome creature lurking in the lake's depths, causing the waters to be both mysterious and dangerous. The modern legend of the Charlie began to take shape in the early 20th century. One of the first documented sightings occurred in 1920, when a railroad logging crew spotted what they initially thought was a large log floating in the water. To their amazement, the log began to move and undulate, creating a significant wave as it quickly disappeared. The sighting was followed by numerous reports over the years, solidifying the legend of Charlie. In 1944, the McCall Chamber of Commerce held a contest to name the creature, and the winning entry was Charlie, a suggestion by Lyle Hennifer of Virginia, referencing a popular radio show line. Around the same time, a dramatic sighting was reported near the Narrows, where witnesses described a 35-foot-long creature with a dinosaur-like head, pronounced jaw, camel-like humps, and shell-like skin. The sighting garnered national attention and was reported in prominent publications like Time magazine, which noted that 30 people had seen the creature's periscope-shaped head since July of that year. The legend continued to grow with further sightings in 1946, where a group of 20 people reported seeing a large creature diving repeatedly into the lake, leaving a wave like that of a small motorboat. Dr. G. A. Taylor, one of the witnesses, estimated the creature to be around 40 feet long. In 1954, the creature received its official name Charlie after a national contest held by the Star News. The name quickly caught on, and the Charlie became an integral part of McCall's identity, celebrated in local culture and tourism. Over the years, Charlie has been the subject of various expeditions and studies. In 2002, a team from Idaho State University used underwater cameras and sonar equipment to search for evidence of Charlie but found nothing conclusive. Despite these efforts, Charlie remains a beloved legend in McCall, with sightings continue to be reported sporadically. The creature is often depicted as a long, serpentine being with a horse or camel-like head, dark scaly body, and large glowing eyes. Artistic interpretations vary, but all aim to capture the mysterious and awe-inspiring nature of Charlie. The local community embraces the legend with events such as Charlie's Angels Boat Parade, where boats are decorated with Charlie-themed decorations and costumes. The annual McCall Winter Carnival also celebrates the creature with sculptures and other festivities, reinforcing Charlie's status as an unofficial symbol of the town. Gustav, a notorious Nile crocodile, has become a legend in the waters of Burundi, particularly along the Ruizi River and the northern shores of Lake Tanganyika. Known for his immense size and fearsome reputation, Gustav is rumored to have killed as many as 1,200 to 300 people, earning him a near mythical status among the local population. Gustav's story began to gain prominence in 1987 when villagers along the northeastern shores of Lake Tanganyika reported attacks by a large, aggressive crocodile. These incidents continued sporadically through the late 1980s and early 1990s, coinciding with a period of significant conflict and instability in the region, including the Rwandan genocide. It is believed that bodies disposed of in the rivers during these conflicts may have contributed to the crocodile's notorious reputation, possibly its unusual behavior of preying on humans. Patrice Fay, a French herpetologist, began studying this in the late 1990s. Fay's observations and attempts to capture Gustav were documented in the 2004 film Capturing the Killer Croc, which aired on PBS. This documentary highlighted the difficulties in capturing such a formidable predator, detailing an elaborate effort involving a 30-foot-long steel trap baited with various lures. All of which Gustav managed to avoid. Despite these efforts, Gustav remains elusive. Gustav is estimated to be over 60 years old and weighs around 2,000 pounds, with some reports suggesting he is more than 20 feet long. His body bears numerous scars from past encounters with hunters and even armed soldiers, indicating a history of violent conflicts with humans. These scars include 3 bullet wounds and a deeply wounded shoulder blade. Scientists speculate that his large size and weight may hinder his ability to catch typical prey, leading him to target larger animals, including humans. Despite his fearsome reputation, Gustav is not always seen consuming his human victims. Local lore often describes him dragging people into the water, but leaving their bodies uneaten, adding to his terrifying mystique. This behavior has been a source of fascination and fear, contributing to the numerous tales and reports of his attacks. Gustav's legend extends beyond local folklore into popular culture. He inspired the 2000 film Primeval, which dramatizes the story of a news team sent to capture a giant mating crocodile. His enduring legacy as one of the world's most infamous crocodiles continues to intrigue and terrify those who hear his story. Tier 4. Taniwa. The Taniwa is a legendary creature deeply embedded in Maori mythology, known for its powerful presence and diverse manifestations. These beings are considered supernatural water creatures, often described as resembling serpents, dragons, or large reptiles. Taniwa are said to inhabit rivers, lakes, caves, and the ocean, and their behavior can range from protective to malevolent, depending on the specific legend and tribe recounting the tale. In Maori tradition, Taniwa were believed to arrive with the first Polynesian settlers, who brought their legends from Hawaii, their ancestral homeland. The Taniwa were considered both guardians and threats. Some were protectors of tribes, safeguarding their people and homes, while others were dangerous entities that could cause natural disasters or harm humans. Each Taniwa has its own story, which often ties into the natural landscapes and serves as a cultural marker for the Maori people. One well-known story is that of Paika, who was saved by a Taniwa in the form of a whale. This legend was popularized by the movie Whale Rider, which depicts the Taniwa as a benevolent creature. Conversely, there are tales of malevolent Taniwa, Nigarara Huaru, a giant reptile that preyed on people until it was eventually driven away and drowned by warriors. Taniwa are often linked to natural phenomena and environmental features. For example, the Taniwa Karutahi, whose lair was in a Waikato swamp, influenced the planning of State Highway 1 to avoid disrupting its home. This integration of Taniwa lore into modern-day decisions highlights the ongoing cultural significance of these creatures. The tales of Taniwa also serve practical purposes, such as encoding information about natural hazards. The placement of mare, community centers, and the paths of rivers often reflect the perceived dwelling and movements of Taniwa, ensuring the construction avoids areas prone to natural disasters like floods and landslides. In contemporary New Zealand, Taniwa continue to be respected and feared. The Aspid-Okalon. The Aspid-Okalon is a sea creature from ancient Greek mythology and medieval bestiaries, often depicted as a gigantic turtle or whale. The name Aspichelon is derived from the Greek words aspis, meaning shield, and klon, meaning turtle. This name reflects its dual nature, being depicted both as a large sea turtle and whale-like monster. Its back was said to be covered in sand and vegetation, resembling a small island, which led sailors to mistake it for a safe haven to anchor their ships. The earliest accounts of the Aspidiclon appear in the Physiologus, a didactic Christian text from the 2nd century AD. This text describes the creature as a massive whale that deceives sailors by raising its back above the water to appear as an island. When sailors disembark and light fires on the island, the Aspidiclon submerges, drowning them. This tale was widely circulated in medieval bestiaries and literature, often used as an allegory for the deceptive nature of the devil. The creature also appears in various cultures under different names. In Irish folklore, it is known as Jascanius, a giant fish that Saint Brendan and his monks encountered, mistaking it for an island. In Greenlandic myths, it is called a Umasursa, a monster that tips sailors into freezing waters. In the Middle East, it appears in the Tales of the 1001 Nights as a Zaratan, and in Chilean folklore, it is known as Queru or Hide, a flat, hide-like monster that lures sailors to their deaths. The Aspidiclon has also found its way into modern fiction and popular culture. J.R.R. Tolkien referenced to the creature in his poem Aspidiclon in The Adventures of Tom Bombadil, where he tells of an island that is actually a giant sea creature. The legend of the Aspidiclon continues to be a symbol of the of the dangers lurking in the open sea, embodying the fear of the unknown and the perilous nature of maritime exploration. The Inkanyaba. The Inkanyaba is a legendary serpent from Zulu and Xhosa mythology, primarily associated with the region around Howick Falls in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. This fearsome creature is typically described as a gigantic serpent with an equine head, believed to possess supernatural abilities, including control over storms and floods. The origins of the Inkanyaba legend can be traced back to ancient cave paintings and traditional folklore. These early depictions and stories describe the Inkanyaba as a powerful water spirit that dwells in the deep pools at the base of waterfalls, particularly Howick Falls. The Zulu people believe that the creature becomes more active during the summer months, which are characterized by severe storms and heavy rains. It is said that the agitation of the Inkanyaba can trigger these violent weather events, which are both feared and respected by the local communities. In Zulu mythology, the Inkanyaba is also known by several evocative names, such as Inkusanyama Yamanzi, Lord of the Waters, and Inkanyamba Yamangozi, Lord of Storms. These titles underscore its dominion over aquatic environments and its fearsome reputation as a harbinger of natural disasters. The creature is considered to be a solitary entity, often depicted as a guardian of waterfalls and water sources, maintaining the natural balance and excavating punishment on those who anger it. Modern sightings of the Inkanyaba continue to captivate locals and visitors. Notable encounters include reports by game ranger Anne Bushelzy in 1962 and caretaker Johannes Hollongwyn in the 1970s and 1980s. These sightings, along with the legend's deep roots in local culture, have made Howick Falls a site of fascination and reverence. The falls are believed to be the dwelling place of the Inkanyaba, drawing tourists and believers alike who hope to catch a glimpse of the mythical creature or to pay homage to its powerful presence. The Beast of Busco. The Beast of Busco, a legendary giant snapping turtle, has fascinated residents of Churubusco, Indiana. and cryptid enthusiasts since its reporting sightings in the mid-20th century. The creature, affectionately nicknamed Oscar, was allegedly seen in 1898 by a farmer named Oscar Folk. Folk claimed to have spotted an enormous turtle in the 7-acre lake on his farm, but the story faded from local memory until it resurfaced in 1948. In July 1948, two fishermen, Ora Blue and Charlie Wilson, reported seeing a massive turtle while fishing on what had come to be known as Folk Lake, then owned by Gail Harris. They described the turtle as being as large as a dining room table, with a shell approximately 6 feet across. Their sighting reignited interest in the creature, and soon the tale of the Beast of Bosco gained national attention. Harris, determined to capture the beast, made several attempts over the following months. These efforts included building a large wooden and chicken wire trap, a 300-foot net, and even attempting to drain the lake. Despite these efforts, Oscar remained elusive. One of the most dramatic moments during the search occurred when Harris and his team tried using a diver to locate the turtle underwater. This attempt failed due to equipment malfunctions and the dangerous conditions at the lake's bottom. The search for the Beast of Bosco drew significant media attention. Reporters and curious onlookers flocked to Churubusco, turning the quiet town into a hub of activity. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the legend grew, fueled by numerous eyewitness accounts and the dramatic efforts to capture the turtle. Gail Harris's last significant attempt to drain the lake nearly succeeded, but his pump broke before he could fully attempt it. During this attempt, witnesses claimed to have seen the turtle surfacing one last time, allegedly eating a full-grown duck in a single bite before disappearing. The legend of the Beast of Bosco has since become an integral part of Churubusco's cultural heritage. The town celebrates its unique history with the annual Turtle Days Festival, which features parades, turtle races, and other festivities. This celebration not only honors the legend of Oscar, but also brings together the community and attracts visitors from afar. Tier 5. Orang Ikan. The Orang Ikan, often referred to as the fishman, is a cryptid from Malaysian and Indonesian folklore. The term Orang Ikan combines the Malay words orang, human, and ikan, fish, reflecting the creature's part human, part fish nature. Legends describe the Orang Ikan as a humanoid figure with fish-like features, including scales, webbed hands and feet, and gills. This creature is said to inhabit the waters of Malay Archipelago, particularly around the islands of Malaysia and Indonesia. Historical accounts of the Orang Ikan date back to World War II. One of the most famous stories involves Japanese soldiers stationed in the Kai Islands during the war. According to these reports, the soldiers encountered strange fish-like humanoids in the water. These creatures were described as being around 5 feet tall with long limbs, webbed fingers, and large fish-like mouths. The sightings were so frequent and convincing that Japanese military personnel began documenting their encounters and even allegedly captured one of their creatures, although no physical evidence has been ever presented. In one account, a Japanese sergeant named Taro Horiba detailed how these creatures would sometimes be caught in fishing nets, much to the horror and fascination of the soldiers. The sergeant reportedly instructed his men to keep the encounters secret to avoid panic and to further study the creatures. However, after the war, these accounts were largely dismissed as wartime myths or hallucinations, induced by stress of the combat. The legend of the Orang Ikan has persisted into modern times, with occasional reports and sightings still emerging from local fishermen and divers. These modern encounters often describe the Orang Ikan as elusive and wary of humans, quickly disappearing when approached. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the legend remains a compelling part of regional folklore. Kalu Palik. The Kalu Palik is a creature from Inuit mythology, often described as a monstrous sea-dwelling being that preys on children. The origins of Kalu Palik are deeply rooted in the oral traditions of the Inuit people, who inhabit the Arctic regions of northern Canada, Alaska, and Greenland. These stories were traditionally passed down through generations as cautionary tales to instill respect for the harsh Arctic environments, and to keep children away from the dangerous areas like thin ice and coastal waters. The Kalu Palik is typically depicted as a humanoid with green, slimy skin, long hair, and elongated fingernails or talons. Some descriptions also include scaly or bumpy skin and fins protruding from its head and back. The creature is known for wearing an amauti, a traditional Inuit parka designed for carrying children, which it uses to snatch its victims. The kalupalik lures children to the water by humming a haunting and alluring melody, or by knocking on the ice, enticing them to come closer. Once the children are near enough, the kalupalik grabs them and drags them into the icy depths. One of the earliest recorded mentions of the kalupalik come from the work of Franz Boas, a German anthropologist who documented Inuit folklore in the late 19th century. In these tales, the kalupalik is portrayed as a terrifying figure that kidnaps disobedient children. The creature's motivations for capturing children vary in different accounts. Some stories suggest that the kalupalik eats the children to gain immortality, while others propose that it keeps them in a supernatural sleep, feeding off their innocence to maintain its youth. The kalupalik serves a practical purpose in Inuit culture by teaching children the dangers of wandering too close to the water's edge, or venturing onto thin ice. This utilitarian aspect of legend underscores the importance of these stories in imparting survival knowledge and cultural values. Vody Anoi. The Vody Anoi is a water spirit from Slovakic mythology, particularly prevalent in the Russian and Czech folklore. This enigmatic creature is often depicted as an old, bearded man with a frog-like face, greenish beard, and long hair covered in algae and muck. Sometimes he is described as having a fish-like body with scales and webbed hands, capable of transforming into a log or a moss-covered fish. The Vodinoi typically inhabits rivers, lakes, and ponds, where he exerts control over aquatic life and is both feared and revered by local communities. The Vodinoi is notorious for being both a protector and a destroyer. Millers and fishermen historically made offerings to the Vodinoi to appease him and secure his favor. Sacrifices could range from livestock like pigs and sheep to smaller offerings such as butter or oil poured into the water. These rituals were believed to prevent Vodinoi from causing floods, destroying watermills, or drowning people. If appeased, he could ensure bountiful catches for fishermen by directing fish into their nets. One of the Vodinoi's unique characteristics is his ability to shapeshift. This skill allows him to deceive humans, making him an unpredictable and dangerous entity. He is known to drag people into his watery domain, often holding them captive. In some legends, the Vodinoi marries drowned women or water nymphs, turning them into his companions in the underwater world. In Czech and Slovak folklore, similar entities are known as vodnik. These beings share many traits with the Vodinoi, but are often portrayed with a more human-like appearance, sometimes seen as old men wearing green clothes, perpetually wet and dripping. The vodnik is believed to keep the souls of drowned people in porcelain cups, which he meticulously maintains. The Vodinoi's cultural significance extends to various customs and beliefs. For example, people crossing rivers would make the sign of the cross to protect themselves from the Vodinoi. It was also common to hear stories of watermills being sabotaged by the spirit when not properly appeased. His role as a guardian of aquatic environments made him an essential figure in the local belief systems, influencing how people interacted with their natural surroundings. Yaku Mama. Yaku Mama, often referred to as the Mother of Water, is a legendary cryptid from the Amazon rainforest, deeply rooted in the cultural heritage of the indigenous peoples. Described as a massive serpent, this creature is believed to inhabit the river basins and dense forests of the Amazon. According to various legends, the Yaku Mama can grow up to 60 meters in length, with a thick, muscular body that blends seamlessly into its surroundings due to its dark green or brown coloration. The creature's head is said to be the size of a small boat, with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, enhancing its fearsome reputation. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Yaku Mama is its reported ability to create powerful whirlpools to draw in its prey. Local legends state that the Yaku Mama can suck up any living thing that comes within 100 paces of it. Indigenous people often blow on a conch horn before entering the water, believing that the sound will reveal the serpent's presence. This practice underscores the deep-seated fear and respect for this creature among the Amazonian communities. Historical sightings and encounters add a layer of intrigue to the Yakumama's legend. In the early 1900s, two men attempted to kill the Yakumama using explosives. Despite being wounded and covered in blood, the serpent emerged from the water, demonstrating its resilience and terrifying the men. Another notable account from 2009 involves an Irish lithographer who claimed to have used satellite imagery to find evidence of the Yakumama, adding a modern twist to this ancient legend. The Yakumama is often compared to other large snakes in the Amazon, such as the green anaconda, which can grow up to 30 feet in length. However, the Yakumama's reported size and abilities far surpass those of any known snake species, leading some researchers to speculate that the legend may be rooted in sightings of an ancient, now extinct species like the Titanoboa. This prehistoric snake, which lived around 16 million years ago, could reach lengths of over 40 feet and was an apex predator in its time. Stories of the Yakumama are rich with symbolic meaning, reflecting the deep connection between the Amazonian people and their environment.
Tier 1. Living Megalodon. For millions of years, from around 20 to 3.6 million years ago, the oceans were dominated by a shark species so large and powerful that it dwarfed all others. This was the Megalodon, scientifically named Otodus megalodon, meaning giant tooth. This name alone speaks volumes about this predator's scale. For example, its teeth were 3 times the size of those found in great white sharks, reaching lengths of up to 60 feet. The Megalodon was an apex predator, sitting unchallenged at the top of the food chain. But despite this dominance, the Megalodon eventually went extinct, leaving behind fossil evidence that still amazes and fascinates researchers. However, some speculate that these massive sharks may still swim in unexplored parts of our oceans. Viral videos from platforms like TikTok and YouTube have brought in many views with theories about how megalodons could have avoided extinction. Could it be that these massive sharks are hiding in the ocean's uncharted depths? Researchers like Jack Cooper, a doctoral student at Swansea University in the UK, and part of the Pimento research group studying ancient marine diversity, this idea lacks any credible evidence. Now, Cooper has extensively studied the megalodon and says there's no real chance of them being alive today. Any suggestion of their survival, especially in unexplored regions, he describes as nonsense, pointing to the lack of any real evidence. Cooper talks about practical reasons why the megalodon would not likely be hidden somewhere in today's marine ecosystems. The megalodon occupied the role of a dominant coastal predator, so its presence would have made significant impacts on the modern food chain. Not only was it the largest of its kind, but it also occupied a higher position on the food web than any other existing marine predator, indicating that it would have strongly influenced marine life. Cooper says that in its absence, the marine ecosystem shifted. Species like whales that were once prey grew larger after the megalodon's extinction due to less threats. Some of the largest marine mammals alive today, including the blue whale, only evolved after the megalodon disappeared, hinting at the massive ecological footprint it left behind. There is speculation that a creature of such size could thrive in remote areas, like the depths of the Mariana Trench. However, this fails when examining the harsh conditions in those environments. The Mariana Trench, which is 35,000 feet deep, is home mostly to microscopic organisms or species that have adapted to extreme pressures and limited resources. The megalodon, on the other hand, required much larger prey to sustain its energy needs, prey that simply doesn't exist in such sparse habitats. He argues that the deep-sea environment would be entirely unsuited to a predator of the megalodon's size. Deep-sea sharks that have been discovered, although sizable by regular standards, are nowhere even near as large as a megalodon, and the food sources in these depths wouldn't satisfy even a single shark of that scale, let alone a whole population. Kenshu Shimada, a paleobiologist from DePaul University in Chicago, with a focus on ancient sharks, also says that claims of living megalodons lack proof. When examining why megalodons likely could not thrive in today's oceans, you need to consider the events leading to their extinction. Although researchers still debate the precise cause, some major theories involve climate change or competition from emerging species like the great white shark, which appeared several million years ago. Shimada mentions that these sharks may have gone extinct due to a combination of environmental shifts and interspecies competition. Now, Cooper points that sea levels dropped significantly during the Pliocene epoch, which was around 5.3 to 2.6 million years ago. a factor that impacted not only the megalodon but also its prey. This reduction in sea levels diminished coastal habitats and limited the food sources essential for such a large predator to thrive. Black demon shark. The Sea of Cortez, which is also called the World's Aquarium by Jacques Cousteau, is home to a remarkable variety of marine life, including over 800 fish species, sea lions, seals, whales, and several types of sharks, from great whites to hammerheads. In 2008, reports surfaced of an exceptionally large shark prowling these waters, nicknamed the Black Demon. Witnesses claimed it measured between 40 to 60 feet, with a deep black color, large eyes, and a highly aggressive demeanor. This immense shark supposedly rammed fishing boats and was linked to unexplained marine mammal deaths, sparking rumors that it might be a surviving megalodon. While these stories captured public imagination, the actual scientific evidence hasn't sustained them. Great whites typically grow no larger than 20 feet, and even though they are apex predators, none of them have approached the sizes that are attributed to the Black Demon. A 2009 Monster Quest episode investigated these sightings, finding only a whale shark that's 40 feet long, but a docile filter feeder, which shares some physical traits with the Black Demon, but it doesn't have an aggressive reputation. Searches in the Sea of Cortez yielded no concrete evidence of a 40-foot predator harassing boats or attacking marine mammals. The idea of a surviving megalodon is compelling, but is pretty unlikely. As coastal habitats shrank, these enormous predators lost access to the resources needed to sustain their size. Today's marine food webs vastly differ from those that used to support ancient apex predators, and they would struggle to accommodate such a massive animal without clear impacts on marine ecosystems. Although sightings of the Black Demon might seem extraordinary, the Sea of Cortez has already produced unusually large great white sharks. Back in 2012, one of the largest documented great whites was nearly 20 feet long and was captured near the Guamas, and a nursery for great whites was later identified along Baja's coast. Great whites are opportunistic hunters, capable of targeting marine mammals like seals and sometimes even approaching boats. With ample food in the Sea of Cortez, some may have reached their upper size limits, possibly leading to reports of a Black Demon. Comparing potential candidates reveals that great whites as the most plausible match for the Black Demon. Great whites are aggressive predators growing up to 20 feet and use rapid, forceful attacks to subdue their prey, behaviors that could fit Black Demon sightings. But in contrast, whale sharks, although reaching similar lengths, are filter-feeding gentle giants, primarily active at night and uninterested in marine mammals. Although collisions with whale sharks might occur, their behavior lacks the aggression that's given to the Black Demon. Challenger teeth. The megalodon shark, which is known for its colossal size and dominance in prehistoric oceans, is believed to have gone extinct many years ago during the early Pliocene epoch. But despite the scientific consensus, some have suggested that the megalodon may still exist due to discoveries of supposedly recent megalodon teeth have been dated to sometime in the Pliocene or even Holocene epoch. These claims largely rest on dating methods that have been discredited, with most experts agreeing that these teeth belong to the Miocene-Pliocene period, aligning with established timelines for the megalodon fossils. One of the most notable instances of this misdating comes from Vladimir Chernevsky's work in 1959. He analyzed two megalodon teeth recovered from the seafloor near Tahiti by the HMS Challenger expedition in 1875. He attempted to date these teeth by measuring the manganese dioxide coating on them, finding a thickness of 1.7 millimeters on the first tooth and 3.64 millimeters on the second. Using an assumed growth rate of 0.15 meters per 1,000 years, he estimated these teeth to be 11,000 and 24,000 years old, respectively. However, the dating technique he used was quickly deemed unreliable because the buildup of manganese dioxide on fossil teeth occurs inconsistently and does not begin immediately after the teeth settled on the ocean floor, which Chernevsky's calculations failed to account for, making his results unreliable. In 1970, researchers Bailev and Glickman published a rebuttal to Chernevsky's findings. They argued that the growth rate Chernevsky used was based on outdated radium dating, which had a rate 20 to 30 times faster than that of the ionium-thorium dating method, which is a more accurate approach. They observed that the megalodon teeth collected in similar contexts were often accompanied by other Miocene-Pliocene species, particularly the Carcharodon haustralis, which is an ancestor of the modern great white shark, and the Paratodus benedeni, which is a type of a false mako shark. Presence of these species, which are distinctly Miocene, strongly suggests that the megalodon remains from those sediments belong to the same period, invalidating Chernetsky's younger dating estimates. Despite these clarifications, manganese dioxide dating of the megalodon teeth continued into the 1980s, so in 1988, Roux and Gesterdorfer revisited the method, using it to estimate the megalodon teeth found off the coast of Madagascar, which ranged in age from 15,000 to 60,000 years. Now, although this is intriguing, this analysis was also flawed, as the teeth were found with other species from the Miocene era, like the Paradis veneti, so this dating was inconsistent with more reliable geological evidence. Zuyu-Maru Globster. The Zuyu-Maru carcass, thought at first to be the remains of a mysterious sea creature, was discovered in 1979 by a Japanese fishing trawler sailing off the east coast of New Zealand. The trawler's crew was stunned when they hauled in an enormous decaying carcass that looked unlike anything they had seen before. The creature's bizarre and unsettling appearance led some to think it was a plesiosaur, a marine reptile from the prehistoric era, thought by some to be related to the Loch Ness Monster legends. This excitement around this discovery soon spiraled into speculation, as many believed the carcass belonged to a creature from ancient times. The encounter occurred on April 25, 1977, about 30 miles from Christchurch, New Zealand. As the trawler worked the waters, its nets snagged on something massive and decayed. When the mysterious carcass surfaced, the crew was so shocked by its size and shape that they believed it to be a creature that was yet to be discovered. Despite the chance to preserve the specimen, Captain Akira Tanaka made the decision to return it to the sea, fearing the decaying body would ruin their fish catch. However, before the carcass was released, the crew managed to document this creature. They photographed it, took measurements, and even collected tissue samples, including parts of the skeleton, skin, and fins, for further examination back in Japan. It was nicknamed Nessie by the crew, as the carcass triggered a plesiosaur craze in Japan, with the shipping company ordering boats to search for the carcass. Though the search was fruitless, interest remained high, and public fascination with plesiosaurs grew rapidly. While the public latched onto the idea of a surviving sea monster, scientists were still skeptical. Marine biologists got to work, analyzing the collected tissue samples, focusing on the muscle structure of the specimen. By comparing the amino acid composition in the tissue, eventually determined that the carcass likely belonged to a basking shark, a conclusion that deflated the plesiosaur theory. When basking sharks decay, they lose parts of their head, dorsal fin, and caudal fin in ways that can make them look strikingly similar to a plesiosaur, which explains why the crew misidentified it. The carcass was recorded as measuring around 13 meters in length and weighing roughly 1,800 kilograms. Crew members noted its long neck, about 1.5 meters in length, along with 4 large reddish fins and a tail measuring around 2 meters. The internal organs had decomposed, but some flesh and fat were still intact, giving the impression of a robust animal despite its decay. Now, the carcass's foul smell and decomposed state left little doubt that it was a remnant of something long dead. Tier 2. Lake Ontario Shark. Ontario residents were startled by a YouTube video claiming to show a bull shark in Lake Ontario. This apparent discovery sent a wave of fear through communities, leading to concerns over beach safety and public danger. However, it was later revealed as a hoax by the Discovery Channel to promote Shark Week. The video nonetheless sparked intense public and political reaction. Bull sharks, known for their tolerance of fresh water, have a track record of venturing far inland, with sightings as far up the Mississippi River as St. Louis. These aggressive predators are believed to be responsible for many of the 75 annual shark attacks on humans, giving them a reputation for violence and adaptability that magnified the alarm caused by the video. Bull shark adaptability to freshwater habitats left many feeling unsettled. Despite assurances that the video was a fabrication, even if the sighting was false, many wondered if the bull shark could eventually enter the lake through connected waterways, given that the bull shark is an apex predator evolved for power and predation. Some residents argued that the Ontario's leaders should treat the situation seriously, ensuring Lake Ontario and connected bodies of water are entirely shark-free for peace of mind. Lake Sentai Shark. During World War II, George Agogino, stationed with his army unit, took an unusual approach to catching fish for food by dropping a grenade into a lake. The explosive force unexpectedly brought a massive 12-foot shark to the surface. In the brief time it was visible, Agogino managed to quickly sketch the creature before it slipped back beneath the water surface. The sighting left an impression on Agogino, who claimed it was clearly a shark, though the environment, a lake far from the ocean, seemed an unlikely habitat for such a predator. Numerous theories attempt to explain this unusual encounter. One explanation suggests the creature could have been a sawfish, specifically the Pristis microdon, which generally resides in marine or riverine habitats but has occasionally been observed in freshwater environments. Sawfish can grow to impressive lengths, reaching up to 19 feet, much larger than the shark Agogino claimed to see. If the grenade had somehow damaged the fish's signature elongated snout, often referred to as a saw, it could have led Agogino to mistake it for a shark, especially given the chaotic, brief nature of the sighting. The blade-like snout, a defining characteristic of the sawfish, might have been unrecognizable if fragmented by the explosion, leaving only a large, streamlined body that could resemble a shark to a casual observer. Another explanation involves the bull shark, a species uniquely adapted to both salt and freshwater environments. These sharks have been observed swimming in freshwater rivers and even lakes, including Lake Jamor and Irian Jaya, making the idea of a freshwater dwelling shark in this area plausible. Bull sharks can grow up to around 11 feet, making them a close match to Agogino's description. The bull shark's aggressive nature and preference for shallow coastal waters also make it one of the few shark species likely to survive in confined freshwater habitats. However, its presence in a remote lake accessible to Agogino's unit would still make it pretty unusual, adding to the mystery surrounding this wartime sighting. Timor sea shark. The Timor sea ground shark is rumored to be an enormous, mysterious shark that lurks along the ocean floor of the Timor Sea. Witnesses claim it's even larger than a great white, which typically maxes out at around 15 feet. This ground shark allegedly lies in ambush on the seabed, waiting for unsuspecting fish or creatures to swim close. Description of its appearance add to its mystery. This shark reportedly lacks the large prominent dorsal fin seen on most sharks, making it less recognizable. It's also rumored to have attacked humans, making it as potentially dangerous and adding to the speculation about its true identity and nature. There are a few theories trying to explain this strange shark. Carl Schucker, a researcher in cryptozoology, has suggested that it might be a giant type of wobbegong shark, which is a species known for lying camouflaged on the seafloor and being ready to ambush prey. One species in particular, the spotted wobbegong, lives in waters close to the Timor Sea. The spotted wobbegong can grow up to about 13.5 feet, almost as large as the reported size of the ground shark, and shares some similar traits. Known as carpet sharks, the wobbegongs have flattened bodies and mottled patterns, helping them blend into the ocean floor. They aren't usually aggressive, but have been known to attack waters or people fishing in shallow waters if they get too close to them. While this spotted species is the largest known, an undiscovered, even larger variation isn't entirely out of the question, considering how vast and unexplored the ocean remains. But another theory points to the possibility of the ground shark being a new species entirely. Much of the ocean remains uncharted, especially in deep sea areas like the Timor Sea. So if this ground shark does exist, it may be adapted for life on the seafloor, perhaps explaining why it doesn't need a prominent dorsal fin. The alleged accounts of its behavior suggest it might be a predator, possibly dangerous to humans, even though details are sparse and are speculative. Pseudoplesiosaur. A pseudoplesiosaur is a type of lobster, an ambiguous mass that often washes ashore, stirring curiosity and speculation about its origin. These masses are usually the remains of a basking shark. When a basking shark decays in a specific way, it can take on a form that resembles a prehistoric marine reptile, known as a plesiosaur. This happens because the shark loses its large gill arches, and most of its fins, creating an outline to the untrained eye that looks similar to the long-necked, fin-shaped, which is often associated with plesiosaurs. Some of these decayed sharks have even been described as hairy, which is an illusion caused by the exposure and breakdown of muscle fibers over time. The earliest widely recognized pseudoplesiosaur was the Stronsay beast, a large carcass that washed ashore in 1808 on the coast of Stronsay, a small Scottish island. The Stronsay beast caused a sensation due to its unusual appearance, which sparked debates and rumors that a mysterious, possibly ancient creature had surfaced from the depths. People have described it as having an elongated body, leading many to believe it might be a surviving plesiosaur. However, its decayed state and certain anatomical features suggest it was likely a basking shark that had been transformed by natural decomposition. Another notable example is the Zuigomaru lobster, a strange carcass discovered by Japanese fishermen in 1977 off the coast of New Zealand. This lobster was initially thought to be the remains of an unknown sea creature because it displayed some features that looked like a plesiosaur, including a long neck and a body structure that seemed different from typical marine animals. Photos and descriptions circulated widely, capturing public attention and leading some to speculate it was evidence of a surviving prehistoric species. However, when further analysis was done, which included examining tissue samples, it was indicated that it too was likely the remains of a basking shark whose shape had shifted during decomposition. Zane and Lauren Gray. The accounts of massive, unusual sharks encountered by Zane Grey and his son Lauren Gray are among the more notable ones in history. Zane Grey, a well-known novelist and sport fisherman, wrote of his encounter in his 1931 book Tales of Tahitian Waters. In June 1928, near the Rangaro Atoll in the South Pacific, Gray and his party aboard several boats were in the midst of reeling in yellowfin tuna when a large shark surfaced near them. Unlike typical predatory sharks, it ignored the hooked tuna and moved slightly beneath the boats before diving out of sight moments later. Gray described the shark as yellowish-green with a few white spots, a square head, and large pectoral fins. Its body was oddly proportioned, with a wide interior narrowing significantly toward the back, which ended in a thinner tail section. He estimated the animal's width around 8 feet and its length somewhere between 35 to 40 feet. Lauren Gray later recounted a separate encounter with a similar shark in the 1976 book Shark, the Killer of the Deep. This sighting occurred in 1933, about 100 miles northwest of Rangora. While Lauren and Zane were aboard the steamer SS Maungauni, Lauren described spotting a large shark surface near the ship, alerting Zane and others on board who reportedly also saw it. This shark had a yellowish-brown color and appeared to be covered in hundreds of white spots, which upon closer inspection turned out to be barnacles rather than natural markings. Its head was round and massive, about 10 to 12 feet wide, while the shark itself measured around somewhere between 40 and 50 feet in length. Neither Zane nor Lauren attributed these sightings to the extinct megalodon, contrary to later interpretations in cryptozoological literature. While the Greys did not identify the species, they were insistent that it was not a whale shark, despite some overlapping characteristics. Zane's description bears some similarities to a whale shark, particularly in the reported size and shape, as well as the broad head and prominent pectoral fins. The estimated length falls within the known range for whale sharks, and the square-headed anterior heavy form fits the general body plan of a whale shark. While Zane described a low number of white spots, visibility issues due to water conditions and lighting could have obscured more typical patterning. Interestingly, in an earlier encounter, Zane had noted that an observed whale shark initially appeared green to him before he recognized its true color. The shark's disinterest in the tuna aligns with the whale shark feeding habits, as whale sharks do not consume fish of that size. This passive behavior contrasts with known predatory sharks including megalodon, which likely preyed on large fish and marine mammals. Now, megalodon and related species have a distinctively tapered, pointed head and a solid dark coloration, which would not match the spotted, broad-headed description given by Zane and Lauren. Unlike the gray shark, a true predator would likely have attacked the hooked tuna, taking advantage of an easy meal. Lauren's description bears a few additional similarities to a whale shark, although some elements don't exactly align. The length, color, and rounded head fit, but Lauren's observation of barnacles is unusual for any shark species, including whale sharks and megalodon. Sharks have skin covered in dermal denticles, hardened scales that prevent barnacles from attaching to the surface. Whale sharks are no exception, as their ribbed, enameloid-coated denticles effectively repel barnacles. Now, whale species often host various barnacles, but Lauren was adamant that the animal he saw was a shark, confirmed by the shape of its vertically oriented caudal fin, which would differ from the horizontally oriented tail fins of whales. Captain Hannah's fish. Captain Hannah's fish, an unusual creature reportedly sighted in the North Atlantic, particularly near the Gulf of Maine, has a body unlike any typical fish. Measuring about 25 feet long and with a maximum thickness of around 10 inches, This strange fish has a sinus eel-like shape, moving with a serpentine motion that makes it look more like a sea serpent than a fish. Its coloring was described as a dark slate gray along the top, fading to a grayish white on the underside, giving it a somewhat shadowy appearance in the water. This creature's head was notably flat, extending out over a small mouth filled with sharp teeth, which is an uncommon feature that added to its unsettling look. It also had distinctive gill slits, two small, rayed pectoral fins near the front, and a triangular dorsal fin positioned just behind its head. A caudal fin rounded the tail, further distinguishing it from most fish in the region. Captain S. W. Hanna first encountered this unusual creature in August 1880 off the coast of New Harbor, Maine, when it became tangled in his fishing net. However, it didn't become part of any official records because he chose to discard it, frustrated by the damage it had done to his net. Despite his decision, the brief encounter and his descriptions of the fish left a lasting impression, contributing to the intrigue around what Hanna might have caught. One hypothesis, suggested by Bernard Heuvelmans, is that this fish could have been an unknown species of elongated shark, possibly a larger version of the frilled shark. This species has a unique appearance, known for its long eel-like body and the mouth located at the tip of its snout, which is quite an unusual feature for the shark family. Typically, the frilled shark grows to about 6 feet in length and inhabits the deep waters of the eastern Atlantic, which is closer to the seafloor, even though a few sightings have occurred in the western Atlantic as well. While this species has a distinctive appearance, no frilled shark has been recorded with rayed fins, which makes the exact identification uncertain. But larger varieties of the frilled shark may exist, as evidenced by a case documented by David Steed in 1907. In that instance, the skull and vertebrae of a 12-foot fish, which was believed to be a frilled shark, washed ashore in Sydney, Australia, which is twice the length typical of frilled shark specimens, which suggests the possibilities of even larger undiscovered variants. And then there's another theory, which was proposed by marine researcher Ben Rossick, suggests that Captain Hanna's fish could belong to an unknown species of bony fish rather than a shark. This theory is based on a few specific anatomical details, such as the fish's lack of pelvic fins and the unique position of its dorsal fin. Bony fish, unlike sharks, may exhibit the rayed fin structure described by Hanna, which aligns more closely with his observations. Lusca. Lusca is a name given to a mysterious sea creature reportedly seen in the Caribbean, often described as a monstrous octopus that dwarfs the largest known octopus species, and even the giant squid. Some legends go further, describing it as a bizarre blend of shark and octopus, with the head and body of a shark yet adorned with tentacles, giving it an unusual and frightening appearance that has taken over the imagination of those who frequent the region's waters. Sightings of this creature are often tied to the blue holes around Andros Island in the Bahamas. These blue holes are underwater sinkholes that drop sharply to significant depths, creating a dark, eerie habitat that has fostered tales of strange and dangerous marine life. On January 18, 2011, a large mass resembling part of a gigantic octopus washed up on the Grand Bahama Island. Those who saw it believed they were looking at a portion of an enormous creature, with only fragments of its head and mouth parts visible. Based on what they observed, local fishermen estimated the original creature could have stretched to 20 or 30 feet when alive, although only portions of it were visible in the remains. Descriptions of the Lusca vary pretty widely. Some reports claim it can grow to a staggering length of over 75 feet, with some accounts pushing the figure as high as 200 feet. If this was true, this would make it far larger than any known octopus species, as no verified species of octopus reaches even half that size. But for such a massive creature to strike from the ocean surface, as some stories suggest, it would likely need one of its tentacles anchored to the seabed, which implies these encounters would have to occur in shallow waters, rather than in the depths where such creatures might more feasibly dwell. Eyewitnesses have noted that the Lusca reportedly changes color, an ability common in smaller octopuses that use the skill for camouflage and communication, which further supports the idea that it could be a massive, unidentified octopus. The habitats of the Lusca are said to be rugged, complex underwater landscapes such as the large undersea caves, the edge of the continental shelf, and rocky formations where giant crustaceans, their presumed prey, might live. Such terrain provides both cover and access to food, making it an ideal habitat for a creature that would need to stay hidden while ambushing prey. While many cryptozoologists link the Lusca to an enormous octopus, Others have suggested that the creature might be something completely different, describing it variously as a multi-headed beast, a dragon-like animal, or even a malevolent sea spirit haunting the waters. Tier 3. Giant Cookie Cutter Shark. The giant cookie cutter shark is a cryptid species speculated to exist in the Arctic waters off Alaska and possibly near Greenland. Unlike typical cookie cutter sharks, which measure around 2 feet in length, this hypothetical giant variant is theorized based on unusual bite marks on a narwhal carcass near Alaska. These bite marks appear to be round, matching the characteristic bites made by cookie cutter sharks, but on a much larger scale. The narwhal was brought up alongside the vessel of a colleague shark researcher Eugene Clark, and while it was discovered at night, it wasn't closely examined until morning. It remains uncertain whether the narwhal had been killed by whatever caused the bites, or if it was nearly scavenged after death. Eugene Clark, who spent years studying shark species, suggested that these large, round bite marks could be evidence of an unknown larger species of cookie cutter shark. Cookie cutter sharks use their unique method of biting to extract small plugs of flesh from their prey, often leaving distinct circular scars. Known species of cookie cutter sharks are fairly small, only reaching about 60 centimeters, but the size and shape of the bite marks on the narwhal hinted at a creature much larger than the typical size. However, not everyone in the scientific community agreed with this hypothesis. Marine biologist Richard Martin proposed that these marks might have been made by a Pacific sleeper shark, a species known to scavenge marine mammals. The Pacific sleeper shark, along with the related Greenland shark, has been observed scavenging the bodies of whales and seals in Arctic and subarctic waters. Martin stated that cases where similar circular injuries were discovered on narwhals off Greenland, which had been observed by photographer Fred Bruemmer. In those cases, the Greenland shark was implicated as the culprit, and Martin reasoned that the same could be true for the narwhal found near Alaska. Now, despite Martin's suggestion, a mystery remains about how sleeper sharks would be able to create such distinctive circular bite marks. While these sharks are capable scavengers and known to inhabit the icy waters of the north, their usual feeding behavior does not typically result in the perfectly round wounds of the cookie cutter sharks. The exact mechanics that would allow sleeper sharks to produce this kind of bite pattern remain unexplained, adding to the mystery surrounding the origin of the bite marks on the narwhal carcass. Munguryu misidentification. The creature reported in the Rio Paraguay drainage and the swamps of the Gran Chaco region in Paraguay has an unusual and distinctive description. Observers describe it as resembling a massive slug or snake with a body width comparable to that of a horse. The head is said to be a dog-like in shape, but lacks teeth, giving it a soft-mouthed and maybe deceptive appearance. Its tail is short and stumpy, concealing a dangerous feature, a barbed spike rumored to carry poison. This spike is thought to be its primary defense, a feature that would make any close encounter even more risky. The creature's behavior adds to its unsettling reputation, as stories claim it has pulled both dogs and people underwater. This behavior, along with its appearance, suggests it could be a powerful, stealthy predator or a formidable presence in the murky waters it inhabits. With accounts describing it as attacking animals and even humans, it has earned a place in local folklore, seen as a threat to those who venture too close to the water's edge. Many theories try to explain what this creature might be, but none of the explanations have fully clarified its nature. One possibility, suggested by the explorer Percy Fawcett, is that it could be a type of toothless freshwater shark. The only known shark capable of remaining in freshwater for extended periods of time is the bull shark, known for its aggressive nature and adaptability to rivers, including the Amazon. However, bull sharks are equipped with triangular serrated teeth, unlike the descriptions of this creature, which seem to lack any teeth in general. Another possible explanation is that it could be a giant catfish. Some catfish are known to grow to enormous sizes, sometimes reaching 18 feet in length and weighing up to half a ton. Older catfish specimens can occasionally become toothless, which might fit with the toothless appearance of this mysterious animal. Large catfish are capable of living in freshwater and are strong swimmers, making them plausible candidates for some of the behaviors attributed to this creature. Catfish are known to inhabit murky, slow-moving waters, which aligns with the swampy, riverine habitats where sightings of this creature have been reported. A third hypothesis offered by Mike Grayson is that the creature could be a large sturgeon. Sturgeon are known for their elongated bodies, bony plates, and some can reach impressive sizes in northern waters. However, no sturgeon species is native to the southern hemisphere, and no sturgeon would fit this creature's distinct features. particularly its stumpy tail with a hidden barbed spike. Sturgeons also possess a rough, armored skin texture and don't typically have the soft, slug-like body as described by these witnesses. Broughton Island Shark. In 1918, lobster fishermen out of Port Stephens, Australia, reported a remarkable encounter with what they believed to be a massive shark, possibly the largest ever recorded. The creature was described as a ghostly white color and measured anywhere between 115 and 300 feet, a sight that left the experienced fishermen shaken. The account was documented by David Steed, an Australian naturalist, who recounted the intense reactions of the fishermen. For days, the men refused to venture back to their usual fishing grounds near Broughton Island. They described the creature as an immense shark with a frightening ability to destroy and swallow their crayfish pots, along with the mooring lines. As it swam through their territory, these pots, which were over 3 feet in diameter, held dozens of crayfish, each weighing several pounds. The fishermen, familiar with the typical marine life of the area, were unanimous in describing the shark as a size they could scarcely have imagined before seeing it. Some claimed it was as long as the wharf at Nelson Bay, nearly 115 feet, while others insisted it stretched closer to 300 feet, with the water boiling as it moved through the ocean. They described the creature's head as being as wide as the roof of the wharf shed, evoking an image of an enormous, unearthly predator. Steed and the local fisheries inspector Mr. Payton listened to these accounts and were struck by how certain the men were, despite the seemingly exaggerated size. The fishermen described its color as ghostly white, something they found particularly unsettling, and insisted they had never seen anything similar in their years of experience at sea. This sighting has since been considered one of the most striking anecdotal pieces suggesting that an ancient shark species, such as a megalodon, might still exist. However, other explanations have been proposed over the years. Some believe the fishermen might have actually encountered a giant whale shark, a species known to grow to significant sizes, though not quite the scale reported by the Port Stephens men. Whale sharks can reach lengths of around 60 feet, and there are unconfirmed accounts suggesting they might grow even larger. A former shark captain, Bill Lewis, once claimed to have seen a larger shark measuring 90 feet in length, following his boat in Montauk, New York, so close that he feared it might damage the vessel. According to him, the shark's head was as wide as the boat's stern, about 17 feet across. Now, given this potential size, it's possible the Port Stephens creature was an extraordinarily large whale shark, its size magnified in the minds of terrified fishermen. The creature's behavior also raised some questions. The Port Stephens shark was said to have destroyed the fishermen, swallowing them along with the crustaceans inside. This behavior seems unusual for a typical shark, as carnivorous sharks are unlikely to consume metal pots, even if they're filled with crustaceans. However, whale sharks are filter feeders that consume tiny crustaceans like krill, which could explain an attraction to lobster pots filled with crayfish. A hungry whale shark might have ingested the pots, later spitting out the debris, consuming the crustaceans, an act that would leave the fishermen's equipment destroyed, and likely abandoned on the seafloor. To those observing from above, this could appear as if the shark was devouring the pots themselves, adding to the sense of horror. Now, to add to the confusion, is the reported color of the shark. The fishermen consistently described it as a ghostly white, which is uncommon, not unheard of for whale sharks. Albino or pale white whale sharks, even though are rare, have been documented. Pale-colored, unusually large whale shark feeding in a chaotic manner could easily have been mistaken for something far more dangerous by fishermen which are unfamiliar with such a creature. J.S. Elkington Shark. David Steed recounted a remarkable sighting in his works Sharks and Rays of Australian Seas, based on a 1939 letter from Captain J.S. Elkington. According to Elkington, the incident occurred in 1894 off the coast of Townsville, Queensland, Australia. While stranded in a small 35-foot launch that had broken down, Elkington reported that a massive shark appeared and lingered just 10 feet from his boat for about half an hour. The creature was so large that it extended several feet beyond each end of the launch, which led Elkington to estimate its length at least equal to or greater than the boat's length. He described the shark as a pale yellowish white, and he was convinced it was a great white, dismissing the possibility of it being a basking shark. The tale's credibility has been questioned, as a similar story appeared in marine biologist Theo W. Brown's 1973 book, Sharks: The Silent Savages. Brown's account changed key details, attributing the sighting to an anonymous captain, altering the year to 1963 and increasing the size of the launch to 85 feet. However, the location remained near Townsville, specifying the Great Barrier Reef,
and the shark was still described as being as long or longer than the boat, with a similar white or pale coloration. Now, due to these suspicious similarities, Brown's account is widely considered to be lifted from Elkington's original report, with embellishments meant to add drama. So contrary to Elkington's conviction, many researchers have suggested that the size, behavior, and coloration described might be more consistent with a basking shark or a whale shark rather than a great white. Basking sharks, though similar in general body shape to great whites, are much larger and sometimes exhibit lighter coloration, which could resemble albinism or leucism in certain conditions. Their peaceful nature, especially compared to the often aggressive reputation of the great white, could align with the calm basking shark in the area, though they are primarily filter feeders rather than apex predators. Historical context may have influenced Elkington's perception. A supposedly enormous great white, estimated at 36.5 feet, was reportedly captured off Port Fairy, Victoria, in Australia in 1870, though later analysis revised the size down to about 17.7 feet. Such reports may have made Elkington and others more inclined to believe in extraordinarily large sharks. A curious aspect of Elkington's account is the shark's apparent ability to remain stationary for an extended period near the stalled boat. Large pelagic sharks are ram ventilators, which means they need to keep swimming to force water over their gills for breathing. Remaining still, especially for a prolonged period, is uncharacteristic of these species, as it would limit their oxygen intake. Marine mammals like whales can rest motionless while breathing air and can even float after death, but their anatomy is quite different from sharks, making them hard to mistake for one. Dave Brink's shark. In the 1970s, sailor Dave Brinks and his wife had an unnerving encounter with what they believed to be an enormous great white shark while they were sailing their 40-foot boat roughly 100 miles west of Monterey Bay, California. As they moved along, the shark approached their vessel, swimming close enough for them to get a clear view. To their astonishment, the shark appeared to match the length of their boat, making it a truly massive sight in the water beside them. The sheer size and proximity of the creature were unsettling, as most great whites encountered off the coast, while large, rarely reach such lengths. This encounter escalated when the shark suddenly shifted course, turning away from the side of the boat and diving underneath. As it passed directly below, the force of its body moving so close to the hull caused the boat to jolt upwards. Brinks and his wife felt the entire vessel lift briefly before the shark continued on its path, disappearing into the depths as quickly as it appeared. Tier 4. Lake Michigan Shark. In 1955, a young boy named George Lawson had a terrifying experience while swimming in Lake Michigan, near Chicago, when he was reportedly attacked by a shark, an event that would be strange enough in any freshwater lake, but especially so in the Great Lakes. Lawson was pulled from the water by a man named John Adler, who upon rescuing him discovered that most of the boy's right leg was missing, seemingly taken by the creature. Shocked by the injury, Adler later commented on how difficult it was to comprehend what he had seen, but the evidence before him was undeniable. This story raises many questions, particularly about whether a shark could truly reach the Great Lakes and survive. Bull sharks, known for their unique ability to adapt to fresh water, are the only species that might plausibly navigate from the ocean, up through rivers and eventually reach lakes. However, even for bull sharks, the journey to the Great Lakes would be challenging, as it would require swimming hundreds of miles through connecting waterways that include locks, dams, and other obstacles, not to mention the colder temperature of the northern freshwater lakes. Yet, sightings of bull sharks have been reported in rivers far from the ocean, and they have been documented swimming up the Mississippi River on rare occasions, suggesting the possibility, albeit remote, that one could eventually reach the Great Lakes. Lake Superior Shark. In a tongue-in-cheek confession, the creator of the viral Lake Superior bull shark encounter video explained how he had sparked an online uproar with a toy shark fin. His lighthearted escapade started in early August when he posted a picture on social media wearing the fin, captioning it, "It's unclear where these rumors of sharks in Lake Superior originate, but I'll be swimming up and down the beaches until I get to the bottom of it." Intended as an open joke, the post poked fun at the long-running local myth of sharks in Lake Superior, a recurring theme on bumper stickers and common joke in duelist Merrill lore. The prank evolved as he posted photos from his investigation showing off his shark fin against the rocky beaches and open waters of Lake Superior. Despite some unintentional glimpses of his webbed swim,
swim gloves, and camera stick in the shots, he felt the idea had potential. He began referring it to as a bull shark, a name choice that conveniently shortened to BS, a humor nod shortened to BS, which is a humorous nod to the improbable nature of the claim. Between August 9 and 11, one of his friends shot 2 brief videos of him wearing the fin in the lake. One clip taken from a distance obscured his fin enough to maintain the mystery. The second was closer, showing a shark fin lunge with the beachgoer seemingly in its path, creating a perfect setup for a cheap jump scare. He edited the clips, removed the audio that included his friend's laughter and some comments about his swim technique, and edited out his blue flippers, though traces of them remained in some frames. Finally, on August 12, he uploaded the edited video to YouTube with the title Lake Superior Bull Shark Encounter 8/8/20 and shared it across his social media channels. The response was rapid and wild. Initially it gained modest views, but within hours it was shared thousands of times, landing on Reddit, where users debated its authenticity and speculated it was a Shark Week hoax. News aggregator sites picked up the post, and soon even a Chicago Fox News affiliate was featuring it, making it appear as if a mainstream outlet was reporting on a real shark problem in Duluth. As the video's views climbed, the prankster watched and was amused, but also aware of the potential for misinformation. So to address this, he doubled down on the joke, releasing a follow-up article titled Lake Superior Bull Shark Eradicated by Duluth Anonymous Navy. This news piece claimed the mayor of Duluth had commissioned a local autonomous navy to handle the shark situation, with the fictional navy reportedly killing the bull shark in a cartoonish encounter. Once again, local news sites picked up the satire story, adding another layer to the web of humor surrounding the original video. So back on Reddit, the prank continued to spark debate, and then one commenter, determined to unmask the truth behind this video, took it upon himself to confront him, messaging him about the shark conspiracy and suggesting that a hoax of this magnitude could impact his local reputation. He replied in character, and he revealed that the joke's nature and inviting them to check out his essay, where he planned to discuss the video's impact as a humorous case study in misinformation. Abyssal Zone Sharks. In 1954, deep-sea explorers George Hewitt and Pierre Henry Willem set a new record for the deepest manned dive at 4,050 meters in the Atlantic Ocean, about 258 kilometers southwest of Dakar, Senegal. During this descent in the Bassescape FNRS-3, they unexpectedly spotted a shark at a depth where no sharks had previously been recorded. Hewitt described the shark around 2 meters in length, with large, protruding eyes that seemed designed for the darkness of the abyssal zone. This unexpected encounter spurred Hewitt to remark on how unusual it was to see a shark at such a depth, like parachuting into the Sahara and finding a lion waiting. Despite the constant darkness, the shark swam confidently toward the Bassescape's light, briefly investigating the porthole behind gliding away. Later clarified that the creature was a type of deep-sea dogfish, likely a member of the deep-sea dogfish, but also commonly known as gulfer sharks. In an article, he mentioned having encountered similar dogfish in Toulon Canyon off the coast of France in the Mediterranean Sea at 2,200 meters, even including a photograph of one taken at the depth. These observations suggested that a few species of central forests, such as C. granulosus, might inhabit abyssal depths, as it can reach lengths of 1.8 meters. The dimensions he observed were slightly larger, likely an overestimation due to the deep-sea conditions and limitations of visibility. While abyssal sightings of sharks remain uncommon due to physiological constraints, Hewitt's documentation has fueled further curiosity. In 1974, scientists Colby and Siapno reported an encounter with a dark-colored sleeper shark at 4,000 meters in the North Pacific Ocean using a remote television camera. This sighting, however, lacked a lot of verification, with no recorded footage or precise location details, making it less reliable than Hewitt's account. The next confirmed record of a sleeper shark in the deep is from 2,200 meters for the Pacific sleeper and 2,900 meters for the Greenland shark. The adaptation to such extreme depths presents substantial changes, making Hewitt's sighting all the more noteworthy. Other deep-sea sharks, such as the cookie-cutter shark, have been found around 3,700 meters in the Gulf of Mexico, showing that while sightings are rare, some species have managed to reach remarkable depths. As for the dogfish Hewitt and Willem encountered, it seems to have been a species suited to the unique conditions of the abyss, lurking at the edges of human exploration into the ocean's most extreme environments. Thomas Helm shark. Thomas Helm was an American author and maritime enthusiast who wrote extensively about the sea and its mysteries. One of his notable works is Shark, Unpredictable Killer of the Sea, published in 1963. In this book, Helm explores various aspects of sharks, including their biology, behavior, and interactions with humans. He also delves into accounts of unusually large sharks. One intriguing account Helm discusses is the 1918 Broughton Island incident in Australia. Local fishermen reported a massive great white shark that was so large it allegedly stole their heavy crayfish pots. The fishermen, experienced and familiar with marine life, estimated the shark's length to be between 115 and 300 feet, though such measurements are likely exaggerated due to the shock and fear experienced during their encounter. Helm's writings also touch upon the elusive nature of certain shark species, such as the megamouth shark, which was only discovered in 1976, years after his book was published. This deep-sea dweller was unknown to science until a chance encounter, emphasizing how little was known about some shark species during Helm's time. Tier 5. Giant Goblin Shark. The goblin shark was long believed to reach a maximum length of around 3.8 meters, with this size holding steady as the upper limit for many years. This assumption was overturned in the 2000s when two goblin sharks caught in the Gulf of Mexico revealed a whole new perspective on the species' potential size. These findings not only redefined the goblin shark as larger than previously thought, but also established it as the third longest species of the lamniform order, just behind the great white and basking shark, but slightly ahead of the small-toothed sand tiger. The first of these exceptional goblin sharks was captured in 2000 in the northern Gulf, hauled from a depth ranging between 919 and 1099 meters. This individual was a female. While it wasn't measured directly, estimates based on the fishing rope in the photographs indicated it was somewhere between 5 and 6 meters in length, a staggering size for a creature once considered mid-sized. The second encounter was another large female caught in 2014 in the southeastern Gulf at a depth of 490 meters. Like the first, it wasn't measured directly, so researchers estimated its length based on calculations of the pelvic fin length visible in the photos, concluding it was between 4.8 meters and 6.3 meters. Given that these are the only two known goblin sharks of such magnitude from the Gulf of Mexico, there is speculation that goblin sharks in this area may grow to extraordinary lengths. Some researchers even wonder if they could represent a unique species or subspecies, though conclusive DNA analysis is still needed. Another plausible explanation, however, is sexual dimorphism, a pattern seen in other lamniform sharks, where females tend to grow larger than males. Fossil evidence also hints at potentially larger goblin sharks in prehistoric times. An impressive example is a tooth that was found from a goblin shark ancestor from the late Cretaceous found in New Mexico's Canyon Crevasse Formation. The tooth, with an estimated crown height of 5 centimeters, suggests a length of about 7.5 meters for the shark, based on scaling and regression equations that align with it. This estimate would place it in a size range rivaling the largest great whites recorded. Giant Pacific Sleeper Shark. The Pacific sleeper shark is a deep-dwelling member of the sleeper shark family. They are found worldwide in temperate waters along continental shelves and slopes from the surface down to 2,000 meters. These sharks are primarily located between 70 degrees north and 47 degrees south latitudes, indicating a broad geographic range from the cold waters of the northern Pacific to more temperate regions. The typical length of a Pacific sleeper shark reaches about 4.4 meters, though some records and estimates suggest they might grow as long as 7 meters, making them one of the larger sharks in these hidden depths. A unique feature of Pacific sleeper sharks is their ability to move silently through the water with minimal body movement. This stealthy, gliding behavior reduces hydrodynamic noise, allowing them to approach prey without alerting it to their presence. Their predatory strategy relies on powerful suction to pull in their prey, combined with their sharp teeth that effectively cut prey into manageable pieces if they're too large to swallow whole. These adaptations help the Pacific sleeper shark thrive as a predator in its shadowy environment. Lake Tanganyika Shark. Reports of mysterious lake creatures in Lake Tanganyika, a vast African lake spanning Burundi, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tanzania, and Zambia, has circulated for over a century. each recounting strange and often unexplained sightings of various beasts and creatures. The earliest known account dates back to 1893, when Joseph Augustus Moloney, part of the Stairs expedition, recounted a story from a missionary at Mampala who claimed to have encountered a sea serpent which was approximately 30 feet long, once seen in the lake and another time dozing on shore. Another report followed in 1907 from Lord Walter Rothschild, who relayed an account of a tusked, amphibious creature reportedly spotted by a South African police officer in the lake's southern region. In June 1928, German sources noted sightings of a saurian that ships often mistook for an island until it submerged, and unusual tracks were discovered along the lakeshore, showing massive claw prints resembling those of a gigantic bird and a thick dragging tail. George Gray, reputed for his investigation into strange creatures, including the Kongomodo, was also reportedly involved in investigating this beast. According to journalist Lawrence Green, rumors of monsters in the lake were so widespread that during the colonial period, the German government in Tanganyika offered a reward for the capture of a freshwater shark, supposedly seen in the lake. Green additionally recorded a local legend about a great fish that once swallowed a canoe with 20 people on board. Another tale tells of the Mamba Muti, a mer-being reported to inhabit the lake's depths. In early 1914, a sighting from Lake Tanganyika's Burundi region added another layer to the mystery. German doctor M.V. Thierfelder, stationed there during a sleeping sickness outbreak, was out hunting near the lake with a local teacher named Iskesmir and a young African assistant when he noticed something unusual in the bay. Thierfelder described seeing a creature like an immense serpent. Though unlike a typical snake movements, its body arched in 6 vertical loops above the water. As he laid still, he observed the creature, comparing its loops to nearby otters to estimate its length, which he believed ranged from 111 to 168 feet, with each loop about 13 feet long and 9 feet in diameter. The creature's head, when visible, seemed to merge seamlessly with its body, lacking the usual neck structure seen in snakes. He noted that the beast's color was a bright brown with a thick furry covering, rather than scales and 2 fin-like structures near its head. While its mouth appeared elongated, the head itself was more mammalian, somewhat like that of a manatee. After spending time in the bay, the creature eventually turned and glided out, its massive body undulating majestically. The teacher's observations mirrored Thierfelder's, and their assistants, though unfamiliar with the region, noted that locals claimed the creature appeared only every few years. Years later, Bernard Hubelmans considered the Thierfelder sighting particularly intriguing due to the credibility of the eyewitnesses, though he doubted the accuracy of Thierfelder's size estimates, suggesting the creature might have been closer to 49 feet in length rather than over 100. He noted that its behavior and body structure, especially the vertical undulations, were similar to that of the Lakwada, a serpentine creature seen by T.E. Cox and his wife in nearby Lake Victoria in 1959. Rachel Cohen Incident. In his 1969 book, Des Poissons si Grands, pilot and sports fisherman Pierre Klosterman recounted an extraordinary incident involving an enormous great white shark. According to Klosterman, in March 1954, the ship Rachel Cohen was struck by something massive while navigating through rough waters off the coast of Timor. The collision was forceful enough to jolt the vessel, but the true impact only became apparent once the ship returned to Adelaide, South Australia, for repairs. Lodged deep in the wooden keel of the ship were 17 large teeth, each bearing an average crown height of around 10 centimeters and a base width of 8 centimeters. The teeth were arranged in a semicircle with a radius of approximately 1 meter near the bent propeller shaft, suggesting an immense creature had been responsible for the damage. Klosterman claimed that unnamed ichthyologists had estimated the shark's length at 24 meters, based on the bite pattern alone. This narrative, however, has since been revealed to be a mix of reality, confusion, and even embellishment. A vessel named Rachel Cohen did exist, but it met its end in a fire in 1924, long before the supposed shark encounter. Instead, historical accounts point to a similar event involving the ship Eclipse. In 1897, while docked for repairs in Birkenhead, a suburb of Adelaide, shark teeth were reportedly extracted from the copper plating of Eclipse's hull. Unfortunately, details about the number of teeth, their dimensions, or even the species they belonged to were never documented. This incident was briefly revived in 1926, though with the significant alterations, the article left out the date, replacing Eclipse with the more recent Rachel Cohen, possibly due to the latter's notoriety after its fire 2 years prior. This altered account later appeared in Victor Coppelson's 1958 book, Shark Attack, likely providing the foundation for Klosterman's account. Certain aspects of Klosterman's story may have come from yet another incident involving a shark. In 1950, a fishing boat in Streaky Bay, South Australia, was reportedly attacked by a 17-foot great white shark, whose head extended over 3 feet out of the water when it moved alongside the boat. This shark was later captured and 3 of its teeth were removed from the vessel's planking. Klosterman may have combined and misinterpreted details from these various events. The shark's 17-foot length became 17 teeth lodged in the ship, the 3 feet of protruding head turned into the 3-foot bite radius, and the 3 teeth removed from the planking were reimagined as the 3-inch wide teeth. Malpelo Monster. The Malpelo Monster, also known locally as the Bongo or El Monstro, is a strange, shark-like creature sighted in the eastern Pacific near Isla de Malpelo, a remote island 285 miles off Colombia's coast. Known to prefer the colder waters below the thermocline, typically diving beneath 160 feet, this mysterious shark is around 15 feet long and notable for its large eyes and dorsal fin positioned above its pectoral fins, which is an unusual characteristic. Sightings of this shark are rare, yet it has been both seen and photographed by a small number of divers over the years, capturing the attention of scientists and marine enthusiasts. In March 2001, Colombian marine biologist and director of the Malpelo National Park, Sandra Basuto, was spurred by one such sighting to undertake an investigation to uncover the creature's true nature and status. During an ordinary dive at Malpelo National Park, Basuto had an unexpected encounter with this mysterious shark, which she later stated the monster. Struck by its unique appearance, Basuto became determined to understand more about the shark that had eluded scientific identification. Her curiosity led her to arrange an expedition in early 2002, risking the challenges of deep water exploration in an effort to find this unusual creature. As the expedition progressed, however, the team faced a series of unexpected setbacks, including a powerful storm that barred access to the areas where the shark was thought to roam. And then, to add to the difficulty, a group of pirates attempted to hijack Basuto's vessel, stabbing the nets and seizing over 14 tons of other sharks, an incident that not only interrupted the mission, but also emphasized the additional dangers lurking in the waters around Malpelo. Tier 6. Yellow Belly. The yellow belly is a type of sea serpent first identified by Bernard Heuvelmans, resembling a massive yellow-colored tadpole. Accounts describe it as stretching between 60 to 100 feet, its body bearing a striking resemblance to the plump shape of an oversized larval amphibian. Sightings of this creature, though scarce, have surfaced from the tropical waters of the Indian and Pacific Oceans, where witnesses report an odd, ambiguous form drifting or moving in the warm waters. The primary account lending substance to this cryptid's lore is the sighting by crew members on the Nestor in 1876. Based on the sighting, Heuvelmans considered it a unique type of sea serpent, yet he remained uncertain of its taxonomic placement and ultimately refrained from assigning it a scientific name. Later, Heuvelmans would even set aside the yellow belly as an official category, citing a lack of sufficient evidence to support it as a distinctive creature. Now, others have approached this strange phenomenon differently. For example, Roy P. Mackle suggested that many yellow belly sightings could be attributed to chains of salps, gelatinous, plankton-like organisms known to form lengthy, undulating chains that sometimes take on unusual shapes, especially under certain lighting conditions. Meanwhile, the Marshall classification system has folded the yellow belly accounts into the broader mega eel type, treating it as a possible misinterpretation of large eels or eel-like fish. Unknown postcard fish. The British diver B. Smith had a remarkable, once-in-a-lifetime encounter with a rare megamouth shark while diving off the coast of Taiwan. This ancient, 5-meter-long species, rarely seen alive, appeared suddenly from the depths, offering an unprecedented opportunity to document its elusive behavior on film. Known to inhabit deep waters, the megamouth only surfaces at night to feed on plankton, making it live sightings especially scarce. Smith, a team member with Shark Education, was in Taiwan to create a documentary focused on megamouth sharks, a project close to her heart as a lifelong shark enthusiast. As she shared in a statement, being in the water with a living megamouth felt surreal. She noted how, despite being concentrated on capturing footage, the full impact of the experience didn't hit until she returned to the boat, where she felt overwhelming excitement for both personal and professional reasons. This footage would allow her to not only share her experiences, but also contribute new insights about the megamouth's behavior. Megamouth sharks are a recently recognized species in the scientific world, with the first one documented in 1976 off Hawaii. Since then, sightings have been infrequent, totaling just 279 recorded encounters. More often, these sharks are found as carcasses, washed ashore, or entangled in fishing nets. In Taiwan, where many sightings are reported, regulations mandate that any caught megamouths must be released, live or dead, back into the ocean. Smith's project delves into the effects of this catch and release policy, documenting the drift net fishing processes and assisting in the release and tagging of any captured megamouths for scientific tracking. Smith's team worked closely with local fishers, capturing footage as they helped cut captured megamouths free from nets, then tagging them with acoustic devices to track their movements. This collaborative effort aims to expand knowledge on their habitats and challenges in a marine world where they remain largely unknown. Adding to this limited collection of megamouth documentation is a unique 2023 video showing two megamouths side by side, a world-first capture. Scientists speculate that the pair may have been foraging, although the possible reproductive behavior has not been ruled out yet. South American angler shark. The angel shark, first classified by scientists Carlos Maria Vorin and Kleber Grabel da Silva in 1991, is a unique species of angel shark inhabiting the coastal Atlantic waters of South America, spanning from southern Brazil down to Argentina. This species generally reaches around 120 centimeters in length, making it a medium-sized shark relative to other angel sharks. One notable feature setting the angel shark apart from other types is its distinctive cranial structure. Unlike its relatives, the shark's neurocranial region, particularly its rostrum, is significantly shorter. The head's width is greatest around the nasal capsules and the postorbital processes, giving it a body structure that shares a visual resemblance with rays, though with a key difference. The gills are positioned along the head's edges rather than beneath, a trait that's more typical with sharks. 27-meter Australian shark. In 1980, a series of reports emerged from the coasts of Queensland and New South Wales in Australia, describing sightings of an enormous shark that left observers astonished and somewhat unsettled. According to various accounts, the shark measured an astonishing 27 meters in length, far surpassing any known sizes for any living shark species. That kind of size pushes the boundaries of plausibility within marine biology. Now for comparison, even the largest great white sharks and whale sharks are typically documented around 6 to 12 meters, and historical records of the now extinct megalodon estimated that it reached lengths of 18 to 20 meters at most. Yet, the Australian sightings place this mystery shark well beyond those established sizes, implying either an unknown species, an incredibly rare anomaly, or a vast misjudgment in size perception due to distance and water conditions. Tier 1. Cyclops shark. In 2011, a fisherman named Enrique Lucero Leon came across an unusual discovery while fishing near Cerralvo Island in the Gulf of California. Upon cutting open a pregnant, dusky shark, he found an embryo that looked pretty different from its 9 normal siblings. Unlike a typical shark, this particular fetus had only one eye, which was located at the center of its head. This immediately led to some speculation, with some considering it to be a cryptid or just a fabricated hoax. However, after Leon turned over the specimen to researchers, scientists from National Geographic and other marine institutions determined that the shark was not an undiscovered species, but instead an individual affected by a rare congenital disorder known as cyclopia. Cyclopia is a development condition that affects multiple species, including humans. It results in the failure of the brain to properly divide into 2 hemispheres, leading to the formation of a single central eye. Most organisms with the disorder fail to survive birth usually. The Those that do survive are typically stillborn or die shortly after due to severe complications associated with the condition, particularly being underdeveloped respiratory and neurological systems. The dusky shark embryo was measured around 22 inches long and displayed all the traits that are associated with this condition. It was examined by marine biologists Felipe Galvan Magana and Marcela Bajarno Olivares, who became involved after learning about the find through Facebook. With Leon's permission, they conducted further studies on the specimen, including X-ray imaging and comparisons with previous cases of cyclopia and other species. Their findings confirmed that the shark's abnormality was consistent with the congenital defect. Cyclopia has been observed in a variety of animals, but documented cases in sharks are pretty rare. According to shark biologist Jim Galshetter from the University of North Florida, previous instances of cyclopic sharks have only been recorded at the embryonic stage. There have been no confirmed reports of any living cyclopic sharks being caught outside of the womb, adds to the likelihood that they either failed to develop fully or did not survive in the wild. Canadian and Cuban albino shark. The waters off Australia are commonly recognized as a major habitat for great white sharks, which is followed closely by locations such as the coastal region near Dyer Island in South Africa and the northern stretches of the Pacific along California's coast. Other regions, including the northeastern seaboard of the United States, the waters near Japan, New Zealand, and Chile are also known to host great white sharks. However, one region that is barely associated with this species is the Gulf of Mexico. Despite this, there is evidence that great whites are present in the Gulf even in areas as far south as Corpus Christi and Padre Island off the Texas coast. Their presence has been noted frequently enough for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to acknowledge their occurrence in the region. While it may seem unexpected that great white traverse these warmer waters, an even more strange fact is that one of the largest great white sharks ever reported was caught in the Gulf of Mexico. In July of 1945, 6 Cuban fishermen departed from the coastal town of Cozumel, which later became famous as the settling for Ernest Hemingway's novel The Old Man and the Sea. Their boat was a small wooden skiff, only about 14 feet in length, and their usual targets were tuna, dorado, marlin, and sometimes sharks. On this morning, they sailed 3 miles offshore and dropped their baited lines, expecting to reel in a large marlin. They waited for a few hours with no success, noting that other fishing boats in the area were also struggling. While slow fishing days were not unusual, the complete absence of activity suggested that something was keeping smaller fish away. Their suspicion was confirmed when, around 9 a.m., a massive dorsal fin emerged from the surface near their boat. As professional fishermen who had spent years on the water, they were well acquainted with sharks, but none had encountered anything of this magnitude before. Recognizing the potential value of such a massive specimen, they quickly devised a strategy to catch it. Lacking the proper fishing gear to handle such a large animal, they braided several fishing lines together and attached the makeshift cord to a wire leader and shark hook. The bait used was half a tuna, a remnant from a catch that previous day that had been bitten in half by a smaller shark. The fishermen cast their improvised rig into the water and braced themselves as the great white shark closed in. Once the shark took the bait, it began to pull away with immense force. No human strength alone could have reeled in a creature of this size. Anticipating this challenge, the fishermen had tethered their fishing line to multiple palangrays, which are wooden flotation devices designed to create drag and eventually exhaust a large fish. This method was similar to the technique depicted in the film Jaws, where barrels were used to slow down and wear out a great white shark. The struggle lasted for more than an hour, with the fishermen gradually gaining control over the shark. Just as they prepared to strike with a harpoon, the shark suddenly charged at their skiff, ramming into it with such a force that the impact sent splinters flying towards them. It then bit down on the boat's keel, shaking the wooden structure violently before retreating. The fishermen barely had time to recover before the shark circled back, preparing to attack again. This time, they saw their opportunity and successfully landed the harpoon. Even after being struck, the shark continued to fight, thrashing in the water and then biting into the boat's rudder. After a long battle, the great white finally succumbed and the fishermen brought it back to shore.
This shark was later named El Monstro de Cozumel and was reported to measure over 21 feet in length and weigh approximately 7,100 pounds. However, its size is debatable. Some analysts who have studied photographs from the time argue that the shark may have been closer to 16 feet and question whether its weight was officially recorded. Regardless of these discrepancies, the shark is still recognized as one of the largest great white sharks ever reported. The Cozumel shark is one of several instances where extraordinarily large great white sharks have been documented. Another example comes from the 1870s, when a shark measuring 36 feet long was reported caught near Port Fairy, Australia. In the 1930s, a great white allegedly reaching 37.6 feet in length was also captured off New Brunswick, Canada. The most extreme case was reported off the Azores, where a Portuguese trawler was said to have caught a great white measuring 41.2 feet in length. While these measurements are often debated because of lack of verifiable records, they lead to discussions about the true maximum size of the species. The widely accepted maximum length for great whites is usually 20 feet, but sightings of significantly larger individuals still persist. There's a well-documented case from 2009 which involved an 11-foot great white that was nearly bitten in half off Stradbroke Island, Australia, suggesting the presence of an even larger predator in the area. In another incident from January 2010, a massive great white was reportedly observed attacking and consuming a human off a South African beach. These reports are pretty difficult to verify, but they suggest that enormous great whites still roam the oceans. Submarine shark. During the 1980s, reports began to circulate about an enormous great white shark that was said to inhabit the waters of False Bay, South Africa. This shark, which came to be known as the submarine, was believed to measure approximately 7 meters in length, which makes it one of the largest great white sharks ever reported. 7 meters also translates to 23 feet. Because the shark was never captured or weighed, the accuracy of these size estimates remain uncertain. One particular claim suggested that the story had been fabricated as part of a journalist's prank, leading many to question whether the shark had ever existed at all. Despite these doubts, multiple eyewitness accounts supported the notion that an unusually large great white had indeed been seen in the area. The shark was also sometimes referred to as spotty because of 3 distinctive white markings that were located in front of its dorsal fin. Little is known about the history of the submarine other than that the sightings of the massive shark were documented in False Bay throughout the 1980s. The shark was frequently targeted by fishermen who were drawn to its remarkable size. Among those who attempted to catch the shark were shark expert Craig Anthony Ferreira and his father. Their first encounter with the animal occurred when Ferreira's father successfully hooked it using a redfish as bait. However, the shark ultimately escaped after a prolonged struggle, during which it exerted enough force to straighten the hook, rendering it useless. A second encounter between the submarine and the Ferreiras played out in a similar manner, though this time the situation became even more dangerous. The shark, which was hooked, became entangled in the fishing line which was attached to their boat. As it attempted to free itself, the thrashing shark caused significant damage to the vessel's hull. Another fishing boat arrived in an attempt to assist, but even with additional support, the men were unable to control the situation. With the risk of their boat being destroyed and the real possibility of being killed by the struggling animal, Ferreira's father made the decision to cut the line. After this encounter, no further attempts were made to hook the submarine. Despite these failed efforts to capture the shark, Craig Ferreira and his father continued to observe it on 2 additional occasions. One of the most notable sightings involved the shark breaching multiple times in quick succession, which is an impressive and unusual display of power for a shark of such massive size. After this final reporting, the submarine disappeared from the waters of False Bay and was never really seen again. Moreover, its fate is basically unknown. While great white sharks are believed to have lifespans extending beyond 70 years, it's also uncertain whether this particular shark survived long after its last sighting. Craig Ferreira last documented his encounters with the submarine in his book Great White Sharks on Their Best Behavior. The story of the submarine has since been adapted into various forms of media in the realm of television. The shark was prominently featured in multiple Shark Week specials,
However, it was the program Shark of Darkness, Wrath of the Submarine that took the story to a more fictionalized level. Presented as a docu-fiction drama, this production exaggerated many aspects of the submarine and made it look significantly larger than any verified great white. In this adaptation, the submarine was depicted as measuring between 35 and 38 feet length, which is much larger than it actually was documented to be. Also, several biological inaccuracies were introduced in these dramatized versions of the story. The shark was falsely depicted as a male, despite reports consistently identifying the submarine as a female. Another exaggerated trait included the claim that the shark possessed the ability to remain motionless while breathing through a process known as buccal pumping, something that great white sharks are not physiologically capable of, as they require constant movement to pass over their gills. The fictionalized version of the submarine was also portrayed as actively hunting humans, exhibiting levels of intelligence and predatory behavior far beyond what is natural for these species. In reality, the submarine was neither as large or extraordinary as these docufiction narratives suggest it was, and much of what was presented in these programs didn't align with known great white shark behavior. Green shark. A strange report of an unusual shark came from Northumberland, England, in the mid-18th century. On September 16, 1757, a large fish described as a green shark was captured in the river Tweed near Berwick Bridge. It measured approximately 6 feet in length, and the shark was ensnared in a fishing net, leading to some attention because of its unexpected presence in the river. At the time, sharks were not commonly associated with freshwater or estuarine environments in this region, making the sighting and capture of such a specimen pretty notable. An individual named John Sykes documented the event in detail, providing an account of the shark's behavior as it was brought closer to the shore. According to his description, as the creature neared land, it thrashed with such a force that it sent water into the air at an astonishing height. The struggle was intense as the fishermen attempted to subdue it. Once the shark had been sufficiently weakened and maneuvered into shallow water, it exhibited a striking behavior, thrashing its tail with enough power to create a sizable depression in the sand. Sykes described this hole as being large enough to accommodate a coach, emphasizing the animal's strength even in a weakened state. There was further intrigue which surrounded the shark after it was processed. During the dissection, a knife was discovered inside its stomach. The presence of this foreign object raised a couple of questions, as it suggested the shark had either swallowed it at some point in its life or had encountered it in a previous struggle, possibly either with fishermen or sailors. Following its capture, there was speculation regarding how the shark had arrived in the river. Some observers proposed that the animal had originated from the waters of the East Indies, suggesting that it may have tracked the movements of the East India fleet across vast distances. According to this theory, the shark followed the fleet's ships as they made their way toward English waters, and upon arrival, instinctively pursued salmon upriver, leading to its eventual entrapment in the River Tweed. The presence of a shark so far inland was pretty unusual, leading some to compare it to a species known to tolerate freshwater environments. Bull sharks, for example, are well documented for their ability to travel far into river systems, with individuals having been recorded thousands of miles upstream in locations such as the Amazon River and the Mississippi River. However, bull sharks are not known to inhabit the waters surrounding the British Isles, making it unlikely that the captured green shark was a member of this species. Another explanation involves the blue shark, which is a species commonly found in the waters surrounding the United Kingdom. While blue sharks are typically pelagic and prefer open ocean environments, there is a historical precedent for their ability to enter river systems. A documented case from Japan provides a potential explanation. In either 1976 or 1977, a blue shark was observed traveling 1.5 kilometers up a river in Shizuoka Prefecture. This suggests that under certain conditions, blue sharks may venture into freshwater or brackish environments, making it plausible that the green shark of the River Tweed was a similar case. Tier 2. Mika Dozame. In January of 1882, an unusual shark-like creature was reportedly captured off the coast of Kinkasan Island, which is now part of Ishinomaki City in Miyagi Prefecture, Japan. The individual responsible for catching the animal was a man named Genzemon Suzuki. According to accounts from the time, the creature bore a general resemblance to an ordinary shark in terms of body shape and structure, but there is one feature that set it apart, which was a distinctive pattern covering its head and back, which was said to resemble the petals of a chrysanthemum flower. Due to this characteristic, Suzuki gave the animal the name Mikadozami, which translates to Emperor Shark. Following its capture, the shark was presented to the Miyagi prefectural government. The event attracted attention, and the news of the peculiar shark-like creature spread past the local region. On April 4, 1883, more than a year after the initial capture, the Nichi Nichi Shinubun newspaper published a report detailing the discovery. Shortly after, on April 11, the Tokyo Nichi Nichi Shinbun also covered the story, ensuring that the event was documented for a wider audience. Alongside the reports, at least one of these newspapers included a sketch of the creature, providing a visual representation of what Suzuki and others had witnessed. This illustration became a key reference in later discussions surrounding Mikadozami's possible identity. While the original specimen itself was not preserved, the newspaper's sketch had led to speculation regarding what the shark might have actually been. One of the most common explanations is that the captured creature may not have been a shark at all, but rather a sturgeon. When comparing the features depicted in the drawing to known fish species, many have noted that the patterns and body shape bear a strong resemblance to those of a sturgeon, which is a fish known for its armored scale-like plates and elongated body. At the time Mikadozami's capture, sturgeons were still present in Japanese waters, though they have since been declared extinct in the region. Historical records confirm that their known range overlapped with the region with the location where Suzuki reportedly caught the creature. If Mikadozami was indeed a sturgeon, its unusual appearance may have resulted from natural variation within the species or a misinterpretation due to the excitement surrounding the discovery of an unfamiliar looking fish. Ada Singanlija shark. In July 2021, reports began to surface about an unusual aquatic creature spotted swimming near the shores of Ada Singanlija, an island-turned peninsula located in the Sava River in Belgrade, Serbia. At first, the sighting caused concern among some visitors to the area, as the size of the shape of the creature led to some speculation that it could be something dangerous lurking in the waters. Due to its unusual appearance and the lack of immediate identification, some began referring to it as the monster of Ada Singlinja, while others called it the beast of Ada Singlinja, or even the Ada Singanlija shark. As more people observed the creature, fear gave way to curiosity. It quickly became apparent that whatever was in the water wasn't behaving aggressively. Instead of exhibiting threatening behavior, the animal seemed pretty calm, even allowing some individuals to approach and touch it. The lack of hostility, combined with its apparent tolerance for human interaction, led to a shift in public perception. Instead of being regarded as a frightening unknown predator, the creature was embraced as a temporary fascination for those who frequented the river. One of the most distinct features which was noted by the observers was that the creature appeared to have a wound on its head. The nature of the injury was unclear, and there were no explanations as to how it may have been sustained. It is possible that the wound was the result of a previous encounter with fishing equipment, a collision with a submerged object, or natural causes. However, given that the animal continued to swim and interact with people, it did not appear to be in immediate distress. As sightings continued, efforts were made to properly identify the creature. The mystery was soon resolved when it was determined that the so-called monster was not an unknown or dangerous species, but rather a catfish. Catfish are commonly found in the rivers of Serbia, and some species can grow to large sizes, which may have contributed to the initial uncertainty regarding the animal's identity. Certain species, like the Wels catfish, are known to reach lengths and have been documented in European rivers, including the Sava. Once identified, the creature's presence became less of a concern, and the event was regarded more as an unusual but harmless encounter While some initial descriptions had likened the creature to a shark because of its size and the way it moved through the water, the confirmation that it was a catfish put an end to the speculation about a large unknown predator. Ryogyo. In 1873, an unusual fish was reportedly caught in the waters of Ibaraki Prefecture, Japan. The creature, which measured approximately 2.4 meters in length, was distinct enough in appearance that it was given the name Ryogyo, a term that translates to dragonfish in Japanese. Unlike ordinary fish, Ryogyo was described as having an intricate series of patterns and adorning different parts of its body, each resembling traditional Japanese motifs. The most notable of these markings was the pattern on the creature's head that the observers likened to the leaves of the Palomina tree. In addition, its back displayed a design resembling a hollyhock leaf, while the sides of its body bore patterns that were said to resemble butterflies. These markings were considered particularly auspicious in Japanese tradition, as such symbols were often associated with prosperity, protection, and good fortune. Because of this, the fish's capture quickly became a topic of fascination and attracted the attention of local officials. There were several high-ranking figures from the prefectural government who came to view the unusual specimen, believing it would bring them good luck. Given the excitement surrounding its capture, efforts were made to document the creature. A sketch was created which provided a detailed representation of Ryogyo's distinctive appearance. This drawing has since played a crucial role in later discussions about the true nature of the fish, as it has allowed modern researchers to compare its features with known species. Based on the details depicted in the sketch, it has been suggested that the so-called dragonfish was in fact a sturgeon. Sturgeons are long-bodied, prehistoric-looking fishes that possess bony scutes along their backs and sides, which could explain the unique patterns described by eyewitnesses. During the 19th century, sturgeons were still present in Japanese waters, but they have since become extinct in the region. Their size, elongated shape, and armored appearance could have made an especially large specimen seem otherworldly to those unfamiliar with the species. Umoka. In 1997, a Japanese traveler known online as Moka visited Puri, a city on the Bay of Bengal coast in India, where he stayed for some time. During his trip, he developed a routine of walking to a fishing village on the outskirts of the city each morning to observe the fishermen's daily catch. He had become familiar with the kinds of fish typically brought in, but one morning, something unusual caught his attention. Among the sharks and other fish, he noticed a creature that didn't resemble anything he had seen before. The animal was large, longer than Moka himself, who was about 6 feet tall. Its body was brown and covered in thick, hard scales that looked similar to those of a reptile or the outer surface of a pineapple, complete with spines. The creature had 2 pairs of large fins and resembled limbs similar to those of a coelacanth, a large deep-sea fish with ancient origins. Its head looked somewhat like a lizard's, but unlike the rest of its body, the upper part of the head was smooth and lacked scales. The mouth was lined with rows of fine, needle-like teeth, giving it an almost prehistoric appearance. Curious about what he had seen, Moka later shared his experience on an online cryptid forum in Japan, describing the fish in detail. The story gained some interest, and another forum user combined Moka's name with the Japanese word yu, which means fish, to create the name Umoka for the mysterious animal. As discussions spread, different theories emerged about what Umoka could have been. The most common explanation was that it was a bramble shark, which is a species known for its rough, spiny skin and large size. This theory made sense because bramble sharks are found in the Bay of Bengal, making it possible that one could have been caught by a local fisherman. However, some people pointed out that Umoka had features that didn't match a bramble shark, such as limb-like fins and an unusual number of gill slits, which weren't part of the known anatomy of that species. Skepticism also came from analyzing Moka's artistic accuracy. Some supporters argued that he was known for drawing detailed and realistic sketches of marine life, meaning his description of Moka was likely reliable. However, others noted that he had previously made mistakes in his drawings, including incorrectly placing the legs and eyes on a lobster sketch. Because of this, some people believed his depiction of Umoka might not have been entirely accurate. A few enthusiasts suggested even more extreme ideas, claiming Umoka could be a surviving Eusthenopetron, which is an ancient lobe-finned fish that lived around 385 million years ago, or Xenacanthus, which is a primitive freshwater shark from the Paleozoic era. However, these theories were widely dismissed as there is no scientific evidence that either of these prehistoric creatures could have survived into modern times. Tier 3. Kitakami Cano Frilled Shark. In December 2007, an individual known by the online alias Lilith shared an unusual experience on UMAFan, which is a well-known Japanese blog dedicated to cryptid reports. In the comment section, Lilith recounted an encounter that had taken place years earlier near their home along the Kitakami Canal in Miyagi Prefecture. The sighting involved an unfamiliar aquatic creature that resembled a frilled shark but had distinct characteristics that set it apart from any recognized species. According to Lilith, the first encounter occurred when they stumbled upon the carcass of the animal in the canal. The body measured approximately 2 meters in length and was deep red in color. Its eyes were an unusual shade of blue, and its tail had a shape similar to that of a frilled shark, a species known to inhabit deep ocean waters rather than freshwater environments. This was not an isolated sighting, as Lilith claimed to have observed similar creatures in the canal on multiple occasions after the initial discovery. Given its unusual physical traits, they speculated that the animal might have been a type of multi-finned aquatic serpent rather than a conventional species of fish or shark. Although the report was pretty intriguing, alternative explanations were put forward to account for the sightings. One possibility was that the animal in question was an ornamental fish that had been illegally released into the canal. Some exotic fish species are known for their vibrant colors and unique body structures, which might explain the red pigmentation and blue eyes described in the sighting. However, the specific identity of the creature remains uncertain, as there is no clear evidence such as photographs or additional witness accounts that ever surfaced. Drinnin System. During the 1970s, Dale A. Drinnin developed a system for categorizing aquatic cryptids, particularly those associated with sea serpent reports and unidentified marine creatures. This classification method, known as the Drinnin system, aimed to organize cryptids based on their possible zoological origins. It shares some similarities with the Coleman-Hugh system, which was created by cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman and researcher Patrick Hugh, as well as aspects of the older Heuvelmans system, which was formulated by Bernard Heuvelmans. The Drinnin system divides unknown aquatic creatures into several broad categories, each representing a different potential biological classification. These include unknown species of sharks, unidentified skates and rays, and abnormally large sturgeons. It also accounts for giant eels, unidentified fish, and even cryptids that resemble amphibians, such as mystery salamanders. In addition, the system includes categories of unidentified crocodilians, marine saurians, and large lizard-like creatures such as mystery monsters. Other classifications within the system focus on cryptids resembling known animals, such as water horse-like creatures, unidentified species of turtles, mystery seals, and sea lions, and unidentified sirens, which are relatives of manatees and dugongs. There are also categories for reports of giant beavers, amphibious pachyderms, which are potentially linked to prehistoric relatives of elephants, and reports of exceptionally large cephalopods such as giant octopuses and jellyfish. Now, beyond vertebrates, the Drinnin system also classifies cryptids that may belong to other invertebrate groups, including unidentified large invertebrates, reports of enormous snakes, referred to as great snakes, and one of the more unusual categories, which is the Great Sea Centipede, which appears to be based on rare accounts of long, multi-legged marine creatures. By organizing cryptid reports into distinct zoological categories like the Drinnin system provides, the Drinnin system provides a structured way for us to analyze accounts of unidentified marine life like sharks. Lord of the Deep. In Polynesian waters, there are tales that went around for generations about a massive elusive shark known as the Lord of the Deep. This cryptid is primarily known from ancient accounts, but sightings have been reportedly continuing into more recent times. One of the most notable modern encounters occurred in 1918 when a colossal white shark allegedly ran into a wharf in Australia, leaving those who witnessed it in awe because of its sheer size and power. Descriptions of the Lord of the Deep suggest that it is an extraordinarily large great white shark, far exceeding the known maximum size for the species. According to legend, these sharks were said to reach lengths of 100 feet, though more recent claims stretch that estimate even further, with some reports suggesting individuals as large as 150 feet. If these accounts hold any truth, such a creature would dwarf even the largest known sharks from the past or present. While the 1918 Australian report described the Lord of the Deep as being completely white, other accounts provide different color variations. Many sightings have characterized it as either green or yellow, often with white spots along its body. These variations in description could be the result of differences in lighting, water conditions, or even individual characteristics among supposed members of the species. Speculation about the true nature of the Lord of the Deep often ties it to the idea that megalodon sharks may still exist. Megalodon is a prehistoric species that dominated the oceans millions of years ago, and it was the largest known predatory shark and capable of reaching at least 50 to 60 feet in length. Some believe that the Lord of the Deep represents a surviving population of megalodon or an unknown massive offshoot of the great white shark lineage. However though, there's no physical evidence that was found to support this idea, and the notion of megalodon's survival is pretty speculative. Carter Scherer's Pond Monster. In April 2018, a YouTuber known as Carter Scherer introduced what he called the pond monster in a video. The video, titled Monster in a Pond Caught on Camera, was uploaded on April 19, 2018 and presented the idea that an unknown large creature was living in a pond. In the opening of the video, Scherer addressed his audience while holding the camera, explaining that something unusual had been lurking in the water. He dismissed the possibility of it being a common pond animal such as a fish, turtle, or snake, and instead described it as something much larger. He thought that it could be a shark, a catfish, or another sizable aquatic creature, but admitted that he had no definite idea of what it actually was. Scherer also mentioned that the pond was old, suggesting that whatever lived inside had been there for a while. As the series of videos progressed, Scherer made several attempts to uncover the identity of the so-called pond monster. In one of his later vlogs, he attempted to fish for the creature and claimed to have briefly hooked it, only for it to break free because of its strength. He also referenced a video by his brother, Steven Scherer, in which unexplained waves were seen moving across the surface of the pond. Carter interpreted this as possible evidence of the creature swimming just beneath the surface. Now, to further investigate, he got two people to help capture the creature and remove it from the pond. Despite the buildup surrounding the pond monster, it was ultimately revealed to be a hoax designed for entertainment and just to get views on YouTube. Like many staged cryptid videos, the story was made to engage audiences and create intrigue, but there is no real evidence of an unknown creature that was ever there. Tier 4. Florida Hammerhead Shark. For many years, stories have circulated along Florida's Gulf Coast about an enormous hammerhead shark known as the Florida hammerhead shark. Descriptions of this massive predator vary, but many claim it is longer than most fishing boats, with a head as long as a truck. Some say it has the strength to tow vehicles off the shoreline and is large enough to swallow other sharks whole. It is often described as being covered in scars, which are marks from encounters with fishermen wielding machetes, harpoons, and boat propellers. Among locals, it is widely considered the most dominant and fearsome shark in the waters, stretching from Everglades City to Tampa Bay. While accounts of giant hammerheads have existed in the region for over a century, the legend of the Florida hammerhead shark gained momentum during the Second World War. At that time, German U-boats were actively patrolling the waters off Florida, attacking American vessels. In 1942 alone, 56 ships were targeted, with 40 sinking, including the Baja California, a military transport freighter that went down 55 miles off the coast of Marco Island. With tensions high, merchant ships and naval patrols frequently reported seeing unidentified shapes moving just beneath the surface near major ports. Some of these sightings were attributed to extraordinarily large hammerhead sharks. Following the war, Florida's fishing industry grew rapidly because of an increase in reports of massive hammerheads. By the 1960s, one particular shark stood out among the rest. Fishermen told stories of a huge hammerhead shark with a deep notch in its dorsal fin, reportedly inflicted by a mullet fisherman near Usepa Island. The story goes that the fisherman struck the shark with a machete after it tore into a net full of fish and began bumping his 15-foot boat. The shark allegedly swam away with the large knife still lodged in its fin. Another tale described a hammerhead seen frequently near Boca Grande Pass with a harpoon spear protruding from its back. Some even claimed that the shark bore a distinctive scar on its forehead, though accounts differed on whether it was from a boat propeller or something more intentional. The legend took on a new life in 1968 when a group of students compiled the various shark stories into a school project. Their project was published in a school newspaper, then picked up by a larger publication, eventually spreading the tale across Florida. By the 1970s, the Florida hammerhead shark had become a widely discussed topic among fishermen and coastal residents, with people sharing their own encounters and speculating about the size and age of the creature. While some elements of the legend seem pretty exaggerated, giant hammerheads are a well-documented reality. The giant hammerhead is the largest of its kind, growing over 20 feet and often weighing more than 1,000 pounds. These sharks follow migrating schools of tarpon, making Boca Grande Pass a prime hunting ground. The area is famous for producing record-breaking hammerheads, including a 13-foot and 1,360-pound specimen caught by angler Bucky Dennis in 2008. Given that verified hammerheads of 20 feet exist, it isn't entirely outside the realm of possibility that even larger individuals could be lurking in the region. Despite many claims, no one has ever definitively captured the Florida hammerhead shark or provided conclusive proof of its size. Fishermen continue to report encounters with hammerheads larger than their boats, but such claims remain anecdotal. Some marine biologists believe that the legend may not refer to a single shark, but rather a succession of exceptionally large individuals that have occupied the same waters over generations. This behavior, known as site fidelity, is well documented in sharks, with the largest and most dominant individuals returning to the same hunting grounds years after year. By the 1980s, the Florida hammerhead shark had become a phenomenon in pop culture. It was featured in newspaper articles, television programs, and even an episode of World of Sports Atfield in 1981. Hawaiian shark. In Hawaiian waters, stories have went around about an elusive and powerful cryptid that lurks beneath the waters. It's known to fishermen as an unseen force rather than a physical creature, and this entity has been described in various ways, sometimes as a massive shark and sometimes as an unknown predator of the deep. Whether or not they believe in it, every fisherman eventually pays the price for encountering it. Time, effort, and prized catches are often stolen away, reinforcing the story of a being that takes what it wants from those who venture into its habitat. The origins of this cryptid are from ancient Hawaiian lore, where sharks were seen as more than just sea creatures. Some myths spoke of enormous sharks spawning humans, while others told of unknown marine entities that could change form, appearing as men to lure victims into the water and never return. Certain accounts describe a predator so vast and cunning that it could outmatch even the largest sharks that are known to science. Fishermen told of encounters with monstrous beings that moved without being seen and waiting just for the right moment to strike. In older times, people believed they could distinguish different sharks and identify them as reincarnations of specific ancestors. But not all creatures in the water were friendly. Some were seen as dangerous and unwanted presences, predators with unnatural intelligence and a malevolent will. When villagers wanted to rid their waters of these creatures, they used a peculiar method of capture, employing rattles made from coconut half shells strung onto a curved stick. The sound was said to lure in these predators before they could be killed, though work on the cryptid of the deep is unknown. Modern fishermen still speak of something in the water, though they no longer attempt to explain it in the ways of the past. It is not a god or a spirit, but something else, something just out of reach of understanding. It appears the worst possible moment, just as a marlin or massive tuna begins to tire. Just when victory seems certain. The water churns, the line snaps, and the prize disappears. For those who have witnessed it, it is no ordinary shark, but something far larger, faster, and more deliberate. No matter how skilled the fishermen are, this creature always gets its share of blur. Lost shark. The lost shark, also called the false small-tailed shark, is a species that was once found in the western Pacific and the southern part of the South China Sea. Though it was scientifically identified, no confirmed sightings or specimens have been recorded in over 80 years, leading many to believe it may already be extinct. With so little information available, it remains one of the most mysterious and possibly vanished sharks to ever be documented. Scientists only have records of 3 lost shark specimens, all which were collected many decades ago from waters near Borneo, Thailand, and Vietnam. When first discovered, they were incorrectly classified as small-tail sharks because of their similar appearance. However, further study revealed key differences, including a lower vertebral count and a distinct positioning of the second dorsal and anal fins. These features led researchers to classify them as a completely separate species. Since those initial specimens, no additional lost sharks have been recorded, raising serious concerns that the species may no longer exist. Like the small-tailed shark, it likely had a low reproductive rate, which would have made it more vulnerable to population decline. This issue is the fact that the lost shark lived in shallow coastal waters, which are areas heavily impacted by fishing. With overfishing depleting many shark populations, the absence of new lost shark sightings suggests it may have been wiped out before researchers even had a chance to study it. Despite this though, some experts remain hopeful. In 2004, there was another rare species known as the Borneo shark, which was unexpectedly rediscovered after being thought lost for over a century. This gives conservationists a reason to believe the lost shark might still be hiding in unexplored waters. Ganges shark. Sharks are mostly known as top predators in the ocean, but there's few people that realize some species also live in fresh water. Among the 6 recognized species of river sharks, the Ganges shark is unique to India. It inhabits the Hooghly River in West Bengal and has been recorded in the Ganges, Brahmaputra, and Mahanadi rivers, spanning Bihar, Assam, and Odisha. Unlike other river sharks, which sometimes move between freshwater and saltwater, the Ganges shark has only been confirmed in rivers and possibly estuaries, with no documented presence in the open ocean. Due to its rarity and ongoing population decline, it is classified as critically endangered on the IUCN Red List and is considered one of the most at-risk shark species in the world. Part of the Requiem shark family, the Ganges shark has a stocky, grayish-brown body with a broad, rounded snout. One of its distinguishing features is its small upward-facing eyes, which are positioned dorsally rather than on the sides of the head. This eye placement suggests that the shark may stay near the riverbed, scanning the water above for prey. While its exact diet is unclear, the structure of its sharp, slender teeth indicate that it primarily feeds on fish. Adults of this species grow around 178 centimeters, which is around 5 feet 10 inches, in length and give birth to live young, similar to other Requiem sharks. It's usually mistaken for the bull shark, which is a species that can tolerate both freshwater and saltwater and is known for its occasional aggression toward humans. The population of the Ganges shark has steadily declined due to overfishing, habitat destruction, and increased human activity near its river environments. It is frequently caught for its meat, oil, and highly valued fins and jaws, which are sold in the international market, usually. Also, pollution, dam construction, and the expanding use of river systems for agriculture and industry have led to reduced habitat for them. In recognition of these threats, the Ganges shark is legally protected under Schedule 1, Part 2A of India's Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, putting it among the country's most strictly protected species. Greenland shark in Caribbean. There was a 25-foot black shark that was caught in the Caribbean, a place where that species isn't exactly where it's usually found. The Greenland shark is known for living in Arctic waters and was identified near Belize's coral reefs, making it the first confirmed sighting of this species in the Western Caribbean. This discovery led to questions about where these sharks might be found and whether they exist in deep, cold waters beyond their known range. A PhD researcher from Florida International University, working with local fishermen to tag tiger sharks, made the discovery. After a long night of fishing, the team checked their last lines at dawn. Instead of a tiger shark, they pulled up a slow-moving, heavy-bodied shark with small, pale blue eyes and a broad, blunt snout. The researcher initially thought it might be a six-gill shark, a species common in deep waters near coral reefs, but the fishermen who had spent years working in these waters had never seen anything like it before. The researchers sent photos of the shark to a marine biologist specializing in shark conservation, who quickly pointed out that it looked more like a Greenland shark than a six-gill. After consulting with experts who study Greenland sharks, it was confirmed that the shark belonged to the sleeper shark family. Based on its size and physical traits, it was likely either a Greenland shark or a hybrid with the Pacific sleeper shark. The Greenland shark is one of the least understood species of large sharks. It's known for its slow movement and long lifespan, and some individuals have been estimated to be over 400 years old, making it the longest living vertebrate we know. Because they're rarely seen though, there's really little known about them and how far they travel. Some scientists think they may exist in deep waters around the world, especially in places where cold temperatures are stable. The discovery of the one in Belize supports the idea that Greenland sharks might be living undetected in tropical deep sea environments. The sighting happened near Glover's Reef Atoll, a protected marine reserve that's known for its rich biodiversity. The atoll sits on a limestone platform with steep underwater slopes that drop from 1,600 to 9,500 feet. These depths could provide the cold and low-energy environment that Greenland sharks need to survive. The area has been a research site for almost 20 years now, where scientists have tracked shark populations and worked with local officials to protect sharks from being overfished. The fishermen who caught the shark were surprised by its appearance since they had never seen anything like it before. Their deep-water fishing line, which was set to target large predatory sharks, had instead pulled up a slow, heavy shark unlike anything they have seen before. Researchers have now prepared satellite tracking tags in case another Greenland shark is found. If there is another one that's caught, it's hoped that the scientists will be able to track its movement and learn more about how these sharks are able to survive in tropical waters. Missouri shark. In 1937 and 1995, there were two bull sharks, a species that's typically found in the Gulf of Mexico, were discovered far upstream in the Mississippi River and reaching up to St. Louis, Missouri. A recent study in marine and fishery sciences confirmed these incidents and analyzed both of the records and fossil evidence to understand whether bull sharks were regularly moving through the Mississippi or if these cases were very rare exceptions. The 1937 sighting got attention after two fishermen near Alton, Illinois, just 24 miles from St. Louis, caught a 5-foot, 84-pound bull shark. This raised a few questions about how far bull sharks could travel inland. Now, nearly 60 years later, in 1995, there was another bull shark caught near Rush Island, Missouri, adding to the idea that this wasn't an isolated event. A paleontologist by the name Ryan Schell at the Cincinnati Museum Center and Nicholas Gardner, who's a librarian at WVU Potomac State College, examined many reports of bull sharks in the Mississippi River. While they verified the 1937 and 1995 incidents, they found that most other sightings lacked proper documentation. Bull sharks are one of the few species that are capable of surviving in both salt and fresh water. Unlike great white sharks that require only salt water to maintain their biological functions, bull sharks have adaptations that allow them to regulate salt levels in their bodies and make it possible for them to enter rivers and lakes. They have been observed moving into fresh water on 4 continents: North America, Australia, Africa, and Asia. There are fossil records that show that bull sharks have lived in the Mississippi River, though mainly in its lower basin. There is no fossil evidence of bull sharks reaching further upstream though, suggesting that these long-distance migrations isn't a long-established behavior for them. The researchers proposed 3 potential explanations for why bull sharks may have been found so far inland. First is that the bull sharks may have only started traveling this far upstream about 1 million years ago, making it a recent adaptation in their evolutionary history. However, this one is considered pretty unlikely. Secondly, bull sharks are developing traits similar to freshwater sharks. If this is true, they could be moving through the Mississippi River system undetected, and is a phenomenon known as cryptic movement and means that their presence goes unnoticed because they don't leave behind fossil evidence or have regular sightings. Lastly, this explanation is that the 1937 and 1995 cases were isolated events, meaning that while the bull sharks are capable of reaching these areas, it was just really rare that this happened. Ghost shark in New Zealand. There's a newly identified species of ghost shark, which is a barely observed deep-sea fish and was documented in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of New Zealand. Unlike most fish, they don't have scales and instead have cartilaginous skeletons, which is similar to sharks. Their deep-water habitat makes them hard to study, and scientists know very little about their population or threats to their survival. The species was discovered in the Chatham Rise, which is an underwater plateau located east of New Zealand, by researchers from their National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research. At first, this was believed to be a member of a species found in different parts of the world. However, further research showed that it had genetic differences that set it apart. It was later named Periota avia, with the name chosen as a tribute to the scientist's grandmother. Ghost sharks are typically found at depths reaching 2,600 meters, where sunlight isn't able to penetrate. One of the most distinctive features of this newly described species is its elongated snout, which makes up for almost half of its total body length. This feature, along with its deep-sea habitat, makes it hard to classify. This species was initially grouped with a known type of chimera, but was later recognized as unique and found only in Australian and New Zealand waters. Chimeras are among the most elusive shark-like species and belong to a lineage that diverged from modern sharks almost 400 million years ago. Unlike true sharks, which have rows of sharp teeth, chimeras have grinding tooth plates that allow them to crush hard-shelled prey. They rely on electroreception to detect movement in the darkness of the deep sea, which is a feature that helps them survive in an environment where visibility is limited. Tier 1. Sakhalin Seawolf. The Sakhalin Island seawolf was a strange and severely damaged sea creature that washed up along the shores of Sakhalin, a remote island in Russia's far east positioned close to Japan. This region, isolated and rugged, sits nearly 5,000 miles from Moscow. Russian soldiers stationed nearby stumbled upon the creature's remains scattered along the coastline, instantly noting its bizarre appearance and puzzling anatomy. What remained of the creature included skeletal fragments and a skull that bore an unusual resemblance to a canine structure, an odd feature for a marine find. The rear of the creature, however, aligned more closely with that of a fish, a combination rarely observed in known marine species. Despite the creature's peculiar traits, scientists examining the remains could confidently assert that it wasn't a fish due to the structure of its bone and teeth. Nor did it resemble typical reptilian sea creatures, like crocodiles or alligators, upon further inspection. This led to a closer analysis of its skull, the most telling piece of evidence left intact. Now notably, the skull bore a small but distinct notch, a detail that was seen in some whale species, particularly those like belugas or orcas. The Rock Ness Monster. The Rock Ness Monster, as it came to be known, refers to a strange carcass discovered on the shores of Hollingworth Lake in Rockland, England in 2015. The carcass measured around 5 feet in length and had a mouth lined with sharp teeth. Witnesses were struck by the size of the mouth, with one person noting it could fit a human fist. Images of the unusual find quickly spread online, and it fueled local curiosity and created conversations about the lake's mysterious creature. It was nicknamed in reference to the Loch Ness Monster of Scotland. The Loch Ness Monster shocked those who saw it, with some residents opting to avoid the lake after the sighting. Despite its intimidating appearance, many speculate that the carcass was simply that of a large pike, common fish in Hollingworth Lake, known to reach lengths of over 4 feet. However, others remain skeptical, believing that the carcass was too unusual to be a typical fish, adding an element of mystery to the lake. Stronsay Beast. The Stronsay Beast was a massive and mysterious carcass that washed ashore on the island of Stronsay, part of the Orkneys Islands in Scotland, on September 25, 1808, following a violent storm. This desolate island, known for its rugged coast, suddenly found itself the site of an enigma, as locals stumbled upon the remains of a creature that defied easy classification. The carcass stretched an impressive 55 feet, though the actual length may have been even more, as a significant portion of its tail appeared to be missing. This suggested the creature could have been longer than initially measured. Those who examined the beast's remains described its flesh as having a coarse, unattractive texture resembling beef, which was coated in layers of fat and tallow without any distinct fish qualities. The skin, a gray hue with a rubbery resilience, was noted to be around 2 inches thick in certain areas. Now, these unusual features, which included a lack of a resemblance to a typical sea creature, left many baffled. Members of the Wernerian Society, a natural history organization in Edinburgh, could not identify the creature, concluding it to be a possible new species, potentially a sea serpent. This idea fueled local curiosity and rumors about unknown sea creatures lurking in the depths near Stronsay. Several years later, the renowned anatomist Sir Everard Home dismissed the initial measurements, arguing that the carcass could not have been more than 36 feet in length. He proposed that the beast was actually the decayed remains of a basking shark. These sharks, in an advanced state of decomposition, can take on a vaguely plesiosaur-like appearance, with elongated and distorted body parts that couldn't be mistaken for something out of place. In 1849, Scottish professor John Gutzer backed this theory, pointing to the basking shark as the most likely explanation. Still, with reliable records showing the largest basking sharks at around 40 feet, the Stronsay's beast size remained puzzling, adding a layer of mystery that fascinated both locals and cryptozoologists. Now, 3 men, including a carpenter and 2 farmers, carefully measured the creature, noting its 55-foot length, a width of 4 feet, and a circumference of roughly 10 feet. Its body featured 3 pairs of appendages, described as either paws or wings, an odd feature not typically associated with sharks. Now, the skin had a strange quality because it felt smooth when stroked from head to tail, but rough in the opposite direction. Even more bizarrely, its fins and a long bristly mane running down its back glowed faintly in the dark when wet, a sight that must have appeared almost otherworldly to those who saw it. Its stomach contents were also unusual, as they were reported to be a vivid red. In recent years, geneticist Fionn Simpson, originally from Orkney, delved into the mystery of the Stronsay beast, examining evidence to determine whether it might indeed have been an exceptionally large basking shark, or possibly an undiscovered shark species related to the basking shark. Interestingly, sketches of the Stronsay beast decaying resembled common images of the Loch Ness Monster, with an elongated, somewhat serpentine structure. The 3rd pair of appendages could have been clasps found on male sharks, although males of this species tend to be smaller than females. There's also the possibility that the creature could have been an oarfish, a rarely seen deep sea fish known for its unusual and elongated form, which occasionally confuses observers when it surfaces. Trunco. Trunco is the name given to a strange creature that was reportedly spotted off the coast of Margate, South Africa, on October 25, 1924. The sighting became public through an article titled "Fish Like a Polar Bear" in London's Daily Mail on December 27, 1924. Trunco was first seen in a fierce battle against 2 killer whales, with onlookers describing an intense struggle that lasted 3 hours. Witnesses claimed that the creature used its massive tail to strike back at the whales, at one point even lifting itself an astonishing 20 feet out of the water, an unusual display for any marine animal. Following the fight, the creature reportedly washed ashore on Margate Beach, where it remained for 10 days. Surprisingly, no scientists were able to investigate or document the carcass while it lay beached, leaving details about its appearance largely based on hearsay and speculation. The carcass, known as Trunco, was unusual in every sense. Some unnamed beachgoers claimed it was covered in thick, snow-white fur and had a long trunk resembling that of an elephant, attached directly to its body without an apparent head. The creature's tail was described as looking more like a lobster's, adding to the confusion over its origins. Witnesses measured Trunco, noting that it stretched approximately 47 feet in length, with a width around 10 feet and a height of 5 feet. Its trunk was reported to measure about 5 feet long with a diameter of 14 inches, while the tail was 10 feet in length and its fur measured around 8 inches thick. A carcass with such unique features, such as white fur, trunk, and a lobster-like tail, was unlike anything known in the marine world. One of the most puzzling aspects of Trunco was that it lacked any visible blood, an odd detail considering it had been engaged in a prolonged struggle with killer whales. This peculiarity, combined with its thick fur despite its marine environment, led to theories that Trunco wasn't a new species, but rather the decayed remains of a known animal altered through decomposition. The absence of blood also led to some speculation that the creature had already died before the killer whales encountered it. Orcas are known to play with their prey, especially seals, so it wasn't far-fetched to consider that the whales might have been tossing around an already dead carcass. The name Trunco itself was introduced by British cryptozoologist Carl Schucker in his 1996 book, The Unexplained, inspired by the creature's trunk-like appendage. Despite the mysterious description, Trunco eventually faded it back into the ocean, vanishing without further examination or identification. Now, to add to the strangeness, the March 27, 1925 edition of the Charleroi Mail in Pennsylvania published a story titled "Whales Slain by Hairy Monster," suggesting that the creature was not only real, but may have defeated the whales before collapsing on the beach, only to later revive and swim back into the sea, leaving only questions behind. Years later, theories surfaced about Trunco's true nature. Some thought it could have been a decaying shark or whale, with many believing a whale was more likely, given its massive size and volume. As creatures like basking sharks and other large marine animals decompose, their bodies can often take on distorted shapes, leading to unusual features like furry appearances due to exposed connective tissue and fat. This transformation can make the decomposing carcass look drastically different from a live animal, which can explain the thick, white fur that onlookers described. Gambo. Gambo, also known locally as Kuntum Beline, was the name given to a peculiar marine carcass that was discovered washed up on the Bungalow Beach near the Gambia River Delta in the Gambia. On the morning of June 12, 1983, 15-year-old Owen Burnham, who had a deep interest in wildlife, stumbled upon this unusual find along with his family. Without a camera on hand, Owen resorted to making detailed sketches and taking measurements to capture the creature's unusual form. At first, he believed the animal might resemble something familiar, but upon finding nothing similar in his wildlife books, he began to realize that this creature did not fit any known description. Locals initially referred to the carcass as a dolphin, possibly due to a faint resemblance, but Owen thought his identification was only superficial. Soon after its discovery, local villagers reportedly removed the creature's head and sold it to a tourist, an action that later complicated any scientific investigation. The body, with its head missing, was buried, and despite subsequent attempts, no one has succeeded in relocating the burial site. Now 3 years later, Owen brought up the encounter in a newspaper article, which attracted the attention of cryptozoologist Carl Schucker, who was eager to learn more about this mysterious animal. According to Owen's recollections, the carcass was in relatively good condition, with minimal signs of decomposition. He estimated the creature's length to be about 15 feet, with a distinct brown coloration on its back and a lighter white underside, while its skin felt smooth to the touch. The most detailed measurements Owen recorded were on the creature's head, which stretched roughly 4.5 feet. The head featured a distinct beak about 2.5 feet in length, and a height of 5.5 inches and a width of 5 inches. Embedded within the beak were approximately 80 evenly spaced conical teeth, adding to the creature's odd appearance. Owen also noted a pair of small nostrils located at the tip of the beak. The head itself was somewhat dome-shaped, rising 10 inches high and a foot wide, and had small eyes that added an almost familiar yet strange quality to its appearance. Now, the front flippers measured around 1.5 feet long and 8 inches across, while one of the back flippers was severely damaged, almost entirely torn off, and exposing part of the animal's intestine. Its bloated, waterlogged body stretched around 6 feet and had a girth of roughly 5 feet. Now, to note, it lacked a dorsal fin, which is a typical feature in many marine animals, making it even harder to categorize. Also, the creature's tail extended to a pointed tip, reaching about 5 feet in length. St. Augustine Monster. The tale of the St. Augustine sea monster, also known as the St. Augustine blob, in late November of 1896, when two young boys discovered a huge, unidentifiable mass of flesh that had washed ashore on Anastasia Island, about 12 miles south of the town. Excited and bewildered, the boys rode their bicycles back to town, eager to report their discovery to Dr. DeWitt Webb, a local physician and founder of the St. Augustine Historical Society and Institute of Science. Dr. Webb visited the site on December 1st, just a day after the boys found the creature, and he was among the few with scientific training to inspect the mass in person. Dr. Webb's initial examination led him to believe that he was observing the remains of a colossal sea creature, specifically a giant cephalopod. He measured the flesh as being about 18 feet in length and 7 feet in width, noting what appeared to be 4 thick stumps, possibly remnants of arms, and mentioned another appendage that seemed to be partially buried nearby. Dr. Webb arranged for photographs of the remains and carefully cut out samples of its flesh, which he sent to specialists in comparative zoology. Eager for a professional assessment, he reached out to Professor A.E. Verrill of Yale University, a leading authority on cephalopods, to examine the samples and provide insight into the creature's true nature. Now, initially, the discovery stirred excitement amongst scientists. Professor Verrill speculated that the mass might belong to an unknown species of enormous octopus, tentatively calling it Octopus gigantus. Others considered the possibility that it could be an especially large species of giant squid. If this were the case, it would be the largest cephalopod ever recorded. Based on his preliminary measurements, Verrill estimated that the creature, if intact, would have spanned 7 feet in diameter and weighed nearly 5 tons. He went further to suggest that, given typical proportions, its arms could have reached lengths of 75 to 100 feet, with a diameter of around 18 inches. This prospect of a truly massive octopus-like creature thrilled many, as such a beast would challenge everything we had known about marine life at the time. After studying the flesh more closely, Verrill retracted his original hypothesis, concluding instead that the mass was simply the remains of a whale, likely deformed and disfigured due to scavengers and the natural process of decomposition. This interpretation aligned with common findings of whale remains that often take on odd appearances when washed ashore after weeks at sea. Despite Verrill's reassessment, the St. Augustine monster continued to spark fascination and speculation. By the 1970s, some scientists still entertained the notion that the remains could belong to an unknown, kraken-like creature. Now, technological advancements that were made in the 1990s allowed scientists to analyze the sample more rigorously, using electron microscopy and biochemical tests. These studies showed no resemblance to known cephalopod tissues, once again supporting Verrill's whale theory. Now, more recently, in 2004, DNA analysis provided further evidence, conclusively identifying the flesh as belonging to a whale. Tasmanian Globster. The Tasmanian Globster was a strange, massive carcass that washed up on Tasmania's western coast in August 1960, drawing attention for its unusual appearance and mysterious origins. This enormous mass measured around 20 feet long and 18 feet wide, and weighed somewhere between 5 and 10 tons. Unlike typical marine carcasses, the creature had no visible eyes, and where one might expect a mouth, there was instead soft, tusk-like structures protruding from its head. Its body featured a distinct spine, and it had 6 soft, fleshy appendages resembling arms, scattered along its form. Covering the entire carcass were stiff, white bristles that added to its alien-like appearance and further puzzled those who encountered it. In 1981, 2 decades after the initial find, L.E. Wall published an article in Tasmanian Naturalist identifying the carcass as a whale. An electron analysis of collagen fibers within the remains confirmed this identification, linking it to known marine mammals despite its bizarre features. The carcass's unusual composition and appearance, however, led to its classification as a globster, a term first coined by cryptozoologist Ivan T. Sanderson in 1962. specifically to describe this enigmatic find. Around the same time, another journalist creatively dubbed it Sea Santa, adding a local nickname to its peculiar lore. A second Tasmanian lobster was reported in 1970 by Ben Fenton, who had been involved in the discovery of the original lobster. The second mass, partially buried in sand, had a visible section of about 8 feet in length. Though photographs were reportedly taken of this carcass, they have since been lost, leaving only descriptions and memories of the second strange creature washed ashore in Tasmania. Zuyu Maru carcass. The Zuyu Maru carcass gained attention as one of the most curious cases of mistaken identity at sea. When Japanese fishermen encountered the rotting remains in 1977, they were struck by its odd, serpentine appearance and reptile-like features, which they thought could be the discovery of a lifetime. They dubbed it Nessie after the Loch Ness Monster. Now this brought a lot of attention to the carcass, with Japanese media suggesting it might be a plesiosaur, a creature that has been thought to be extinct for 65 million years. This possibly led to a wave of plesiosaur interest in Japan, and even prompted the fishing company to order a search for more remains. However, scientists soon became involved to clarify what the crew had seen. After studying photographs and tissue samples, researchers began to question the plesiosaur theory. They noted the body structure, especially the shape of the neck and fin placement, bore resemblance to a decayed basking shark. This type of shark, when decomposing, loses certain body parts, including the head and dorsal fin, in ways that can create an elongated neck-like form with prominent side fins. Japanese scientists confirmed this hypothesis by analyzing the amino acid profiles of the tissue, which closely matched that of a basking shark. This carcass was noted to be around 13 meters long, weighing close to 4,000 pounds, with a quote-unquote neck roughly 5 feet in length. The crew observed a powerful tail and large reddish flippers, and despite its advanced decay, some flesh remained, giving an impression of what they believed to be an ancient sea creature. Tier 2. New Ireland Lobster. The recent appearance of a strange, gelatinous mass on the shores of New Ireland and Papua New Guinea has added another mysterious lobster to the long history of unidentifiable sea creatures washing ashore. Described as mermaid-shaped, this peculiar blob washed up in October 2023, catching the attention of locals who stumbled upon its gooey white body along the coastline. Its appearance stirred fascination and questions among those who saw it firsthand, though unfortunately, it was buried by residents soon after its discovery. This decision meant that no biological samples were taken, and measurements of the lobster were left unrecorded, adding to the intrigue and leaving researchers with only photos posted on social media to analyze. The images posted on Facebook reveal a mass that lacks distinctive features, aside from what appear to be whale-like flukes at one end. Otherwise, the object is without clear details, such as fins, limbs, or a discernible head, giving it an eerie ambiguity. The shape, combined with soft and gooey consistency, evoked the image of something from the depths of the sea, something almost otherworldly in its presence. Despite the blurred, limited views provided in these images, scientists and marine experts who were consulted to interpret the remains offered several theories. They speculated that it could be a decomposed marine animal, possibly a whale, a shark, or even a dugong. Each of these animals could theoretically fit the characteristics displayed in the limited visual evidence, and each has been known to wash ashore under unusual and unrecognizable forms after decomposition. Bermuda Blob. The Bermuda Blob refers to two mysterious carcasses that wash ashore in Bermuda, one found in 1988 and the other in 1997. Both discoveries have caused intrigue for their unusual appearance and uncertain origins, with descriptions that set them apart from typical marine remains. The first of these blobs was discovered in 1988 by Teddy Tucker, a fisherman and treasure hunter on Mangrove Bay. Tucker described the strange mass as unusually white and fibrous, with a thickness of about 2.5 to 3 feet. It had 5 thick, limb-like extensions that resembled the disfigured points of a star, giving it a peculiar structure that defied easy explanation. This disorganized star-like appearance led to speculation about the creature's nature, as it didn't match common marine species. Tucker's account and his experience with marine finds added weight to that mystery, suggesting it could be something more unusual than typical drifted remains. The second blob appeared almost a decade later in 1997, as it shared similarities with the first blob, but remained unexplained for some time. When samples of the 1988 Bermuda blob were analyzed in 1995, Scientists initially believed it came from a poikilothermic sea creature, one that adjusts its body temperature based on its environment, like large bony fish, sharks, or rays. However, with the emergence of new genetic techniques, a reanalysis later identified the samples as whale remains, specifically fragments of marine mammal tissue. Now, further studies of samples from the 1997 Bermuda blob suggested it too was composed largely of adipose tissue, the fatty tissue typically found in whales. Nantucket blob. In 1996, the strange mass, now known as the Nantucket blob, washed ashore on the sandy beaches of Nantucket Island in Massachusetts. This creature, which appeared as a massive gelatinous blob, sat undisturbed for nearly 10 years as experts struggled to identify its origins. Its strange, formless appearance and unfamiliar texture left many guessing at what manner of creature or substance it might be. People debated the unusual features of the find, with some theorizing it might be an undiscovered sea creature or an animal entirely new to science. Now, in 2004, a sample from the blob was collected for a closer scientific examination. The analysis revealed that this blubbery mass was in fact not a new creature, but just adipose tissue, or fat, from a whale. Moore's beach monster. In 1925, the carcass of an unidentified creature was discovered on Moore's Beach in California, a location that's now known as Natural Bridges State Beach. Witnesses who saw the remains described a peculiar and unsettling appearance. The creature seemed to possess an unusually large head with the mouth shaped like a beak, tiny eyes that seemed almost out of place, and features that hinted at multiple textures. Some people claimed they saw feathers or fur on the body, while others pointed out the skin that appeared elephant-like in its roughness. Observers also noted legs with toenails, adding to the creature's eerie and ambiguous nature. Now, speculation about what this monster could be ran wild, with this unusual combination of features baffling anyone who encountered it. However, this mystery didn't persist for long, because experts eventually determined that the carcass was likely that of a Baird's beaked whale, a species that has often been misidentified in the past due to its odd skeletal structure. The creature's skull, which was collected and analyzed, confirmed that it belonged to this specific type of whale, solving the mystery surrounding the so-called Moore's Beach monster. Attica carcass. The discovery of the Attica animal in January 1950 sent waves through both the scientific community and the general public, causing one of the most persistent oceanic mysteries. After a violent 72-hour storm that ravaged the Gulf of Suez, Egyptian authorities stumbled upon a massive, decaying carcass that was washed up on an Egyptian beach. The sight was striking, as a colossal body, approximately whale-sized, yet distinctively unusual in form, appeared. It bore twin, walrus-like tusks extending from either side of its large mouth, features that left researchers baffled. The appearance of a blowhole on its head often only deepened the intrigue, suggesting a marine mammal, but one unlike any known species. A photograph of the creature showing its immense size and unusual features against a backdrop of astonished viewers soon became iconic. The sight of this unknown beast and its unusual anatomy, especially those tusks, attracted intense scrutiny and has continued to intrigue cryptozoologists. Scientists and eyewitnesses reported details that led some to speculate this could be a previously undiscovered marine animal. Some accounts even described a similar whale-like animal swimming in the Gulf just days before this one was discovered, leading to theories that it might belong to an unrecognized species of cetacean. Experts of the time could not definitively identify the carcass, which led to theories that stretched beyond conventional zoology. Yet, modern skeptics argue that the creature might simply have been a decomposing whale, with its splayed lower jawbones creating an illusion of tusks. However, proponents of the unknown creature theory contest this, as it points out the apparent lack of visible eyes and the presence of what look like cilia-like structures around its mouth, features that grainy black and white photo can capture but doesn't fully clarify. Now, it's argued that it's unrealistic to dismiss the Attica creature based on a single image, especially when researchers on site familiar with whale anatomy were left uncertain of its identity. In the years since the Attica carcass was discovered, other strange remains have appeared on shores worldwide with similar baffling characteristics. Folly Beach monster. On March 22, 2012, a carcass washed up on the sands of Folly Beach, South Carolina, capturing the attention of locals who suspected they had encountered a sea monster. This large, tan and green body with features that hinted at something ancient and formidable quickly earned the nickname Folly Beach Monster. Its skin had taken on a tan color with faded green undertones, which added to the creature's mystique. Now the body was adorned with what appeared to be vestigial fins and prominent rows of bony scutes lined in its length, giving it a distinctly prehistoric appearance that only led to the notion that it was something far removed from ordinary marine life. Photos of the monster circulated rapidly, prompting the involvement of Dr. Shane Boylan, a specialist from the South Carolina Aquarium, who examined the images and identified the creature as an Atlantic sturgeon. Despite its weird appearance, the Atlantic sturgeon is a real, if rare, species of bony fish known to inhabit the region's waters and grow up to 15 feet long. Dr. Boylan pointed out the creature's shape and distinct bony scutes were characteristic markers of the species. He also suggested that the fish's strange color and appearance were likely the result of necrotic tanning, which is a discoloration that happens when the carcass of a dead animal is exposed to sunlight for over a period of time. Canvey Island Monster. The Canvey Island monster emerged as an unusual enigma in the 1950s, following the discovery of two distinct carcasses on the shores of Canvey Island, England. The first encounter occurred in November 1954 when a small, strange body washed ashore, capturing immediate attention due to its odd features. This initial specimen measured about 76 centimeters long, with thick, reddish-brown skin, prominent bulging eyes, and gills. One of its most intriguing aspects was its hind legs, which featured 5-toed, horseshoe-shaped feet with concave arches. These peculiar limbs appeared well suited for bipedal movement and led to debates about whether this creature might be a bizarre species that was previously unknown to science. Now, strangely, the creature had no apparent forelimbs, which is a detail that only heightened the mystery. So after a cursory examination by zoologists, the carcass was deemed harmless and subsequently cremated, leaving little physical evidence for further study. Less than a year later, in August 1955, a second carcass bearing strong resemblance to the first washed up on Canvey Island. This specimen, however, was larger, measuring around 120 centimeters in length and weighing approximately 11.3 kilograms. It was reportedly fresh enough for its eyes, nostrils, and even teeth to be studied, yet there was no official identification that was offered, nor was any detailed documentation made available to the public. The lack of records and unexplained disappearances of the second body left many unanswered questions. Some have suggested it was a type of anglerfish, which is a deep-sea creature known for its unusual appearance. However, the lack of a tail in typical anglerfish carcasses cast doubt on this theory, since the Canvey Island monster's body was described as having a tail. Cadborosaurus carcass. The Cadborosaurus, also known as Caddy, has intrigued and divided both locals and researchers since reports of its sightings began in the late 19th century along the coast of British Columbia, Canada, and Washington, USA. So alleged sightings of this creature describe it with the varying appearances. Some claim it resembles a large sea serpent with a head akin to a camel or horse, while others note a humpbacked serpentine form with a variety of skin textures, furry, scaly, wrinkled, and even occasionally smooth sometimes. By 1933, with sightings frequently reported in British Columbia's Cadboro Bay, journalist Archie H. Wills cemented the name Cadborosaurus for the mysterious creature. Wills, whose newspaper often covered caddy stories, became so closely associated with the creature that his name was even honored in later descriptions by supporters Paul LeBlanc and Edward Bousfield, who are two scientists that advocated for caddy's potential as an undiscovered species. The timing of caddy's rise to fame appears closely tied to the global obsession with another cryptid, which is known as the Loch Ness Monster. In 1933, reports of the Loch Ness Monster dominated the media, driving interest in similar sea serpent sightings across the whole world. Around this time, news in British Columbia also began to feature Caddy, with stories from October 1933 pushing Caddy's status from local curiosity to a widely recognized cryptid. Some researchers have suggested that fascination with Loch Ness might have influenced the West Coast portrayal of Caddy, with journalists embellishing sightings to match the intrigue surrounding other mysterious creatures. Now, what adds to the complexity of Caddy's story are the sightings and photos of alleged Caddy carcasses, which advocates like Bousfield and LeBlanc consider crucial evidence. The most famous of these is a 1937 carcass reportedly extracted from the stomach of a sperm whale near Haida, Kauai, which was then called the Queen Charlotte Islands. Witnesses described this carcass as serpent-like, approximately 3.8 meters long, and featuring a distinct head shape resembling that of a large dog, as well as a sinuous body with what some claimed were bony knobs along its spine. The body was photographed, and the images became central to arguments in favor of Caddy's existence. In the 1990s, Beaufield and LeBlanc published research interpreting this carcass as a plausible modern plesiosaur, suggesting that Caddy might belong to a new lineage of marine reptile. The debate over Caddy intensified as Beaufield and LeBlanc went public with their plesiosaur hypothesis, using the 1937 photos as their primary evidence. Their arguments, however, met with criticism from both the scientific community and cryptozoologists, who noted significant inconsistencies. Now, for one, the carcass lacked definitive anatomical details, which is commonly seen in plesiosaurs, and critics pointed out that certain features such as forelimb structures were misinterpreted from ambiguous photo details. Now, other photos from the area, like the Camp Burcombe carcass from 1936, suggested the possibility of faked or assembled carcasses, where items like rocks and plant debris were arranged to resemble creature-like forms, possibly casting doubt on the authenticity of Caddy-related finds. Now, despite these critiques, Beaufield and LeBlanc persisted, publishing a formal species description in 1995 under the name Cadborosaurus wilsey, with Archie Wills honored in the creature's scientific title. Now, since no physical type specimen was retained, they used the existing photos as type specimens to justify the name, an unconventional approach that remains controversial in both scientific and cryptozoological fields. Now, others have proposed alternative identities for Caddy, with suggestions ranging from a large, unidentified marine mammal to a species of sturgeon, based on the carcass's elongated shape, tail features, and the bony knobs that could resemble dorsal scutes found in sturgeon anatomy. Tier 3. Gajah Mina. The Gajah Mina, a creature in Indonesian lore, has intrigued coastal communities across the archipelago for generations. Known as the fish elephant, Gajah Mina is said to be an enormous marine creature combining features of an elephant and a fish. Described as having tusks, a trunk, fur-like skin, and even wide ears, the Gajah Mina is widely known among Malay and Indonesian seafarers. In Balinese Hindu culture, it is considered a sacred mythological animal, appearing as an ornamental figure in ancient temples. Descriptions gathered from village elders detailed the Gajah Mina as a creature as large as a whale, with a body covered in what appears to be fur, long tusks, and a broad trunk. Locals believe these creatures live in deep waters, making sightings rare. A prominent encounter occurred in January 2005 when villagers on Dungan Beach, Riau, discovered a white furred carcass measuring over 12 meters in length, with tusks around 2.4 meters long and skin about 10 centimeters thick. Villagers quickly gathered parts of the body, believing it to be a Gajah Mina. Additional sightings have strengthened belief in the creature's existence. In 2010, a fisherman encountered a massive animal caught in its fishing nets off the coast. Terrified by its size, he left the area, and when he returned months later, only its skeleton remained. Now in 2013, fishermen in Subi attempted to tow another large carcass to shore, but the tusks detached during the process, leaving them with only a portion of the creature. Now, most recently, in 2016, a villager on Saracen Island discovered what he initially assumed was a whale, but realized it was a different creature entirely upon noticing its tusks, trunk, and large flippered body. Some scientists have suggested that these encounters are likely due to decomposed whale carcasses, as decomposition can cause loose tissue and create a hairy appearance. The tusks might be remnants of a whale's jawbones, and the trunks could be part of the skull that appears elongated as it decays. Others think it could be a misidentified dugong or even an elephant seal, although neither species are typically found in Indonesian waters. Tecoluda monster. In March 1969, a peculiar and enormous carcass washed ashore in Tecoluda, Mexico, capturing international attention and puzzling experts. Weighing an estimated 35 tons, the breached creature displayed an unusual mix of features that left locals and scientists alike baffled. Its serpent-like body appeared covered with thick, jointed armor, an attribute far removed from any ordinary marine life. But the most intriguing part was the 10-foot bone tusk extending from its head, estimated to weigh around a ton, which made identification even more challenging. The initial assessments came from biologists who cautiously suggested it might be a narwhal given its notable tusk. However, after closely examining the remains, these experts quickly discarded the idea, concluding that it bore no resemblance to any known sea creature. This uncertainty led to a media frenzy, with some international outlets speculating that a prehistoric creature, perhaps a monster from the depths of time, had somehow emerged on the shores of modern-day Mexico. As images and descriptions circulated, the story took on an even more mysterious tone, building global anticipation for a clear explanation. In response to mounting curiosity, a team of 7 scientists conducted a detailed examination and issued a report on April 20, 1969. They identified the creature as a rorqual, specifically a finback whale. However, this explanation left many unsatisfied, as it failed to account for the enormous tusk and the thick, armor-like skin that had initially bewildered the first set of biologists. This official identification met resistance from those who believed the creature's unique features couldn't simply be attributed to a decaying whale. Man Hill Carcass. In November 1970, the strange carcass known as Man Hill sea monster washed ashore on Man Hill Beach in Massachusetts, instantly attracting crowds of curious spectators. Weighing in at around 2,000 pounds and stretching over 20 feet long, the creature was an unsettling sight. Its bizarre, legless shape earned it the name the camel without legs, a descriptor that reflected its strange, humped form. As families gathered to inspect it, they were struck by how unfamiliar it looked. It was unlike anything they had ever seen in the ocean or on land. While some thought the creature could be a severely decomposed shark, the idea did little to explain its peculiar appearance. Globsters, as these kinds of cryptid remains are often called, are mysterious carcasses with features that resist easy identification, since they often resemble creatures that appear to be relics from ancient times. Now in this case, the Man Hill monster bore a disturbing resemblance to the plesiosaurs, a group of long-necked marine reptiles that exist millions of years ago. With a long neck, a similarly shaped skull, and what appeared to be large foreflippers, the creature in photographs from Man Hill bore a striking resemblance to these prehistoric animals, prompting many to wonder if it could be a rare, modern-day plesiosaur. The persistence of sightings and discoveries of such creatures only fueled this mystery. The notion of a plesiosaur surviving into modern times is of course extraordinary. The idea that such a creature could evade detection through drastic geological and climatic changes over millions of years raises countless questions from everyone. Many scientists and skeptics suggested that the Man Hill monster could simply just be a whale or a shark carcass, with its spine or body altered by decomposition to create an elongated and otherworldly look. Yet, photographs of the Man Hill creature seem to show features that defy a straightforward explanation. Now, the photos reveal a creature with a stretched, reptilian neck and skull unlike any typical marine mammal. These theories of modern plesiosaurs emerge in response to the photos, but without more evidence, the true nature of the Man Hill sea monster still remains unsolved. The Chilean blob. In July 2003, a massive gelatinous blob washed ashore in Chile, weighing around 13 tons and measuring an astonishing 41 feet in length and 19 feet across. This colossal, unidentifiable mass immediately caused speculation of a giant sea monster, and it attracted widespread interest and media coverage. The blob's unusual, fleshy appearance led to their association with possible sea monsters, especially due to their lack of a skeleton. Speculation often leaned toward them being the remains of a giant squid or an unknown marine creature, stirring excitement in the field of cryptozoology. However, these globsters have been a source of scientific curiosity and investigation over the years, with researchers like Skip Pierce, a biology professor at the University of South Florida, who leads efforts to analyze these mysterious carcasses. Pierce, who presented findings on the Chilean blob at the 2003 Society for Integrative and Comparative Biology Conference, explained the samples of this blob that had been sent by Elsa Cabrera, who is the director of the Center for Cetacean Conservation in Santiago, for DNA analysis and microscopic examination. Pierce's team employed polymerase chain reaction testing to analyze the blob's DNA, revealing that the material was almost entirely composed of collagen fibers, which is a structural protein that forms the connective tissue of animals. These collagen fibers, upon a close examination, proved distinct from the finer, more complex tissue structures of octopuses or squids. The DNA results aligned perfectly with those of the Nantucket blob and other globster samples, confirming that these remains all match the DNA of sperm whales in advanced decomposition. Now, Pierce's findings provided clear evidence that the Chilean blob was not a sea monster, but rather a highly decomposed sperm whale. The structural and molecular data ruled out the possibility of these blobs representing a unique or unknown species, instead revealing that the gelatinous, bone-free carcasses result from the advanced decomposition of whale collagen. New River Inlet Carcass. In the late summer of 1885, an unusual discovery on the shore of New River Inlet, Florida, attracted the attention of Reverend Mr. Gordon from Milwaukee, who served as the president of the American Humane Society, and several other witnesses. Together, they closely examined the remains of a massive sea creature that had washed up along the inlet's coast. Now, observers noticed that the carcass reached an impressive length of approximately 42 feet, with a diameter of around 6 feet. Its striking features included what appeared to be two distinct flippers or forelimbs and a neck that was unusually long and slender, which is a characteristic rarely seen in typical marine animals. This peculiar anatomy led to speculation about the creature's identity, with some wondering if it might represent an undiscovered or ancient species. Accounts from those present described the creature's form as unfamiliar and unsettling, with certain fluidity to its shape that suggested it had undergone considerable decomposition. Its sheer size alone left a lasting impression on those who saw it, towering over the surrounding beach and raising questions about its origin. However, before any detailed study could be conducted, a sudden storm rolled in, sweeping the mysterious remains back out to the sea and taking with it chance for further investigation. This abrupt removal left only the observations and descriptions provided by Reverend Gordon and his companions to spark conjecture. Without the carcass on hand, the identity of the creature remains speculative. Some skeptics lean towards the explanation that it might have been a basking shark, as these large sharks sometimes wash ashore in advanced stages of decay, taking on unusual forms that can give them an almost monstrous appearance. Pukina Predator. In June 2014, a decaying carcass nicknamed the Pukina Predator appeared on the shores of New Zealand's Bay of Plenty. The discovery was made by a group of people riding four-wheelers along Pukina Beach who stumbled upon the remains of an unusual animal measuring approximately 9 meters in length. Its large teeth and rudimentary flippers gave it a distinctively prehistoric appearance. When a video of the carcass was posted on YouTube, it hooked viewers who offered various theories about the creature's origins. Speculation ranged from saltwater crocodile and giant moray eel to something entirely unknown. The strange features of the carcass led many to wonder if they had discovered a modern-day sea monster, or perhaps a creature reminiscent of prehistoric times. Now, despite the enthusiasm and mystery surrounding this predator, marine mammal expert Anton von Helden weighed in with a more grounded explanation, identifying it as most likely the remains of a killer whale or orca. Orca carcasses, as they decompose, can take on odd forms that obscure their typical appearance. With heavy decomposition, the once distinctive features of an orca, such as its fins and tail, often take on a more ambiguous form, leading to frequent misidentifications. Montauk Monster. The Montauk Monster saga began on July 13, 2008, when a carcass washed up on the shores of Montauk, Long Island, New York, and quickly became an internet sensation. With a partially decomposed face, which appeared to have a beak, and a row of jagged lower teeth, the animal's mysterious appearance fueled widespread speculation about its origins. Descriptions ranged from eagle dog to rodent with a dinosaur beak, with some theories even proposing it was the body of a shellless turtle. Many wondered if the creature was the result of genetic experimentation, while others pointed to viral marketing tactics, especially after the creature's association with the soft drink campaign. For zoologists, however, the presence of fur along with the shape of its limbs and claws suggested a more plausible explanation. Photos taken by eyewitnesses Jenna Hewitt and Christina Pampalone gave a clearer view of the carcass, revealing it had grayish fur and an exposed beak that on closer inspection seemed to be the result of the animal's snout tissue decomposing and exposing some bones. This clue pointed researchers toward a more realistic identification. Within the carnivorian group of mammals, animals known to exhibit elongated, often dexterous fingers with small claws and long, stocky bodies. Upon examining the body's proportions, dentition, and unusual, almost human-like digits, experts soon recognized features strongly consistent with the North American raccoon. The carcass's unique look was largely due to decomposition. As the body began breaking down in water, fur slipped away and tissue around the face eroded, exposing bone and creating an illusion of a beak. Tetrapod zoology's coverage of the Montauk Monster played a crucial role in popularizing the raccoon hypothesis, which gained further support when a comparison of the Montauk's carcass's skull and hands was published, showing an unmistakable match to those of a raccoon. This identification process also drew on the concept of taphonomy, which is the study of how organisms decay and are preserved in nature. As carnivorian carcasses like raccoons, cats, and dogs undergo similar post-mortem changes in water, the remains that often appear grotesque and unfamiliar due to the loss of facial tissue, skin, and fur. Now, this monster offered a textbook case of how decomposition can drastically alter an animal's appearance, leading to widespread misidentification and public fascination. Tier 4. New Zealand lobster. The 1965 discovery of a large decomposing whale carcass on Muriwai Beach, New Zealand, ignited local fascination and rumors of a possible sea monster. Initially unrecognizable due to the carcass's extreme state of decomposition, this globster was found just 42 kilometers from central Auckland and was eventually dubbed the New Zealand globster in reference to similar mysterious remains like the Tasmanian globster found in Australia a few years prior. Upon discovery, this mast measured about 20 feet in length, though it had reportedly stretched to 30 feet when first observed. The carcass possessed a robust quarter-inch thick hide, a thin layer of what appeared to be fat, and beneath it solid meat all covered in sand-matted gray strands resembling 4 to 6 inch long hair. The carcass's strange, hairy exterior and substantial size led to speculation regarding theories that ranged from a sea monster to a drifting sea elephant, or even a drowned elephant, though no source was credited with these hypotheses. The Auckland Star reported on March 23, 1965 that John Morton, head of Auckland University's zoology department, found the carcass perplexing, ruling out whales due to the apparent hair, and dismissing possibilities like sea elephants or cows based on size. Morton admitted, "I can't think of anything it resembles." The following day, the Auckland Star published an update after Auckland University zoology specialists, including senior lecturer Miss J. Robb, conducted laboratory tests on samples taken by senior students. Analysts revealed the carcass was indeed the highly decomposed remains of a whale. Robb explained that the hair was actually fibrous connective tissue left behind after the skin and blubber had decayed or been scavenged, giving it an unusual shredded appearance. Confident in their findings, Robb emphasized that the carcass was, in her words, a very dead and very smelly whale. Despite these findings, many refer to it as the New Zealand globster. Conakry monster. In May 2007, a bizarre carcass nicknamed the Conakry monster washed ashore on the coast of Guinea, capturing attention with its strange and almost mythical appearance. Descriptions poured in, painting a picture of a creature resembling a gigantic crocodile or lizard, complete with an armored back, a fur-like texture, a long tail, and 4 paws. The carcass's blackened, weathered surface led some to think that it had somehow been burned. Russian news agency Pravda added to the frenzy, dubbing it a hellish hairy sea monster, and reporting that scientists were baffled despite allegedly having encountered similar creatures before. Theories from commentators on various platforms ran wild, with claims ranging from a rotting mammoth to a giant reptile, turtle, or even a prehistoric mosasaur. Amid the whole situation, the carcass vanished, prompting locals to accuse foreign agents, particularly those sinister Americans, of spiriting the creature away under cover of darkness. Theories of covert helicopter extractions circulated as well, leading to a narrative that mysterious forces seized the unknown creature. In reality though, the Conakry monster was almost certainly the remains of a baleen whale, with its identity masked by heavy decomposition. Panama creature. The Panama creature, also known as the Cerro Azul monster, created intrigue and speculation after its discovery near Cerro Azul, Panama, in September 2009. According to accounts from a local group of teenagers, they encountered the strange creature near a cave. Alarmed by its approach, they reportedly killed it with sticks and then threw the body into a nearby pool. Later, they returned to photograph the remains, and the images quickly spread, causing a sensation online and on the local news. Descriptions of the creature from these photographs emphasized its unusual appearance, which was a pale, hairless body with rubbery skin, snub nose, and elongated arms. The internet quickly buzzed with theories about its identity, with comparisons ranging from extraterrestrial beings to fictional characters like Gollum and the alien from E.T. Various ideas circulated online and in the media, suggesting the creature could be an alien, a mutant, or even a malformed fetus. Others speculated it might be a known animal, with theories posing it could be a sloth, a dolphin, or a pit bull. The most plausible theory came from zoologists who noted a claw in one of the photos, which led to the idea that the creature was likely a sloth that had lost its fur due to prolonged submersion. Supporting this theory, Panama's National Environmental Authority conducted a biopsy and confirmed the corpse was a brown-throated sloth, a species common in the area. Andre Semeya, a veterinarian, noted that water exposure likely accelerated fur loss, giving the creature its unusual appearance. A necropsy revealed trauma on the body, consistent with the teenagers' accounts. and experts concluded that the body had been in the water for about 2 days, which contributed to its hairless, bloated, and smooth appearance. Hebrides blob. While on a holiday at Benbecula Beach in the Scottish Hebrides, British nanny Louise Witts stumbled upon a large, foul-smelling mass that defied easy classification. Described as nearly 4 meters long with a hairy texture, this creature featured an unusual body structure, including fin-like shapes along its back and something that protruded which looked like a head at one end. Miss Witts described it as having a head at one end, a curved back, with flesh that looked eaten away or covered in what appeared to be furry skin. Now, cryptozoologists that examined her account noted that her description bore a curious resemblance to the structure of a ragworm, which ordinarily measures no more than 5 centimeters. Given the stark size difference, they speculated that the mass was either an extraordinarily ancient, oversized ragworm, which is a relic of primordial ocean life, or more plausibly, a decayed marine carcass. Swansea eel. The Swansea eel, as it came to be known, was an unusual carcass discovered near Lake Macquarie in Swansea, Australia. It had an elongated eel-like body coupled with a large snout that resembled a crocodile's, which drew local attention and curiosity about its origins. The creature's weird appearance initially led some to wonder if it might be an unknown species or something particularly rare. Australian marine biologists later examined the carcass and concluded that it was, in fact, a pike eel, a species known to inhabit waters near Lake Macquarie. Although the pike eel is native to the area, this particular specimen's size and distinct snout contributed to its striking and somewhat unsettling appearance, adding to local lore around the strange things that can occasionally wash ashore. Tier 5. The Indonesian Globster of 2017. The discovery of a colossal carcass on Halong Beach, Seram Island, Indonesia, initially puzzled locals due to its massive size and red-tinged fluids seeping into the surrounding waters. Local resident Azrul Tuanakota stumbled upon the bloated, decaying remains, mistaking them for a boat, which turned out to be an enormous baleen whale measuring nearly 50 feet. Experts, including whale biologist Alexander Worth, identified the creature as a baleen whale based on its characteristics such as throat pleats and remnants of its baleen plates, which filter food. While the exact species remains unclear, it could be a blue whale, fin whale, or possibly a bride's whale, though bride's whales seldom reach the side. In this stage of decomposition, the whale had likely been dead for several weeks to months. The gases from bacterial decomposition had caused its body to inflate like a balloon, emitting foul odors. Decomposition produces gases due to gut bacteria, which can build up and cause the body to float rather than sink. Now in this case, the whale may have died in warmer waters, which accelerated the bacterial activity. Now when large whales die, they usually sink and decompose the ocean floor, and it supports marine scavengers like hagfish and sharks. However, this whale's condition suggests possible internal injuries, a bacterial infection, or warm water death causing it to float ashore. Newfoundland blob. Recently, Memorial University professor Chris Kozak has been investigating a mysterious substance washing up on Newfoundland shores, causing international intrigue. Initially, Kozak's testing indicated that the blobs consisted primarily of polyvinyl acetate, which is a common industrial adhesive. Now, further analysis using mass spectrometry revealed that additional components such as synthetic latex rubber, including synthetic isoprene and butyl rubber, mixed with PVA. Now, there is speculation regarding the blob's origins, with one compelling theory linking them to materials used in the oil and gas industry. Kozak learned from an industry insider that the blobs may originate from substances used to flush seawater from tanker and oil rig pipes. Known as sea pups, this material is sometimes discharged into the ocean. Placentia Bay, where the blobs appeared, lies near shipping routes between North America and Europe, adding plausibility to this theory. The investigation began when Hilary Corlett from Memorial University's Earth Sciences Department provided Kozak with blob samples. One sample appeared coated with oily material, resembling crude oil, prompting Kozak to explore the nature of this oily residue. Now this mystery expanded as Nova Scotia's environment reported similar blobs appearing along Cape Breton Island's shores. Kozak received photos of these blobs, which looked as if they had been formed in a fish tray or large cooler, and offered to cross-reference samples with those from Newfoundland to determine if they are indeed the same substance. Philippines blob. A carcass caused intrigue as they washed ashore on beaches across the Indonesian island of Seram in the Philippines. Residents on Saram found a massive 15-meter carcass in shallow waters, initially mistaken for a giant squid due to its size and striking appearance. Indonesian authorities from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries are taking samples to confirm its species, but its sheer size suggests it is likely a whale. In late February, another peculiar hair-covered blob appeared on a beach in the Philippines, intriguing many locals and the online community. It was estimated to be about 20 feet long and weighing around 4,000 pounds. This hairy carcass was spotted on the Dinagat Islands. While the strange, shaggy appearance led some to speculate it was a new species, animal experts have a more plausible explanation. Lucy Babi, head of science and conservation at Orca, explained that the hairs actually decompose muscle fibers, which is a characteristic of marine animals in late stages of decomposition. The municipal office of Cagdiano suggested the carcass likely belonged to a sperm whale that had been dead for around 2 weeks. Now, confirming the exact species would require DNA testing or examining the skull, as the late stages of decomposition obscured many identifying features. Marine scientists note that most sea creatures that die in the ocean don't usually wash ashore, but after a 6.7 magnitude earthquake that struck the Philippines on February 10th, storm surges likely surfaced the carcass. Bird blob, Russia. In late 2014, a mysterious carcass washed ashore on Sakhalin Island, Russia, spreading intrigue due to its unusual appearance. The creature measured around 20 feet in length and appeared to have hair or fur, which led to many theories about its identity. Initial observations suggested it was neither a fish nor a crocodile. Upon closer examination by marine experts, the carcass was identified as a beluga whale in an advanced state of decomposition. The hair observed was likely decomposed muscle fibers, a common occurrence in decaying marine animals. Now, beluga whales are native to the Arctic and subarctic regions, including the Sea of Okhotsk near Sakhalin Island, and they are known for their white coloration and vocalizations, giving them the nickname sea canaries. Horned monster in Spain. There has been a mystery surrounding a horned sea creature that washed ashore on Luis Serret Beach in Villarreal, Spain, and has been resolved by 3 leading shark experts. Although the initial speculation suggested it could have been an oarfish, there was closer examination that revealed it was actually the skeleton of a shark. Florida State University ichthyologist Dean Grubbs identified the specific skeletal structures that indicated it was definitely the skeleton of a shark. Noted that the horns were bones that support the pectoral fins. The back section, which was initially confusing, was determined to be the supports for the shark's lower caudal fin. Marine biologist David Schiffman and Dr. Chris Lowe of Cal State Long Beach's Shark Lab supported Grubbs' assessment. Schiffman initially considered the possibility of an oarfish, but deferred to Grubbs' expertise and acknowledged the structure aligned with shark anatomy. Dr. Lowe also noted the lower vertebrae's resemblance to those of an elastomobrach, which is a category that includes sharks. Now, although the precise species remains unidentified, the conclusion was pretty obvious. This peculiar carcass was indeed a shark. Regardless of theories such as sea dragons or links to a Loch Ness monster, the experts agree that this strange find was nothing more mysterious than just a shark skeleton.